Here at Haunted Forest, we dive into the stories that haunt people long after they happen. These are not just tales to entertain you, but true experiences that have changed lives forever. Are you ready to face what they faced? The crisp autumn air bit at my cheeks, a welcome sting after a summer spent cooped up in a cubicle, staring at spreadsheets. This was my escape the deep woods of the Allegheny National Forest, a place so vast and untouched that cell service died a whimpering death miles back, and the only notifications I would get were from the rustle of leaves or the call of a distant hawk. I would plan this solo backpacking trip for months, charting a course through some of the most remote sections, aiming for a small, unnamed lake I would seen on an old topographical map, a place rumored to be pristine, untouched, and utterly silent. Day one had been perfect. The trail, barely more than a deer path in places, wound through groves of towering hemlocks and ancient oaks, their leaves a riot of gold and crimson. The scent of pine needles and damp earth was intoxicating. I would made good time, setting up camp by a babbling brook as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues. The crackle of my small campfire, the warmth of my sleeping bag, the absolute silence, it was everything I would craved. Day two started with a thick fog that clung to the trees like a shroud, muffling every sound. It was beautiful, ethereal, but also a little disorienting. I consulted my map and compass, double-checking my bearings, but the visibility was so poor that the usual landmarks were swallowed whole. I pushed on, confident in my navigation skills, but after what felt like hours, the path I was following seemed to peter out. The trees grew denser, the underbrush thicker, and the ground became uneven, littered with moss-covered rocks and fallen logs. I knew I was off course. Not drastically, I hoped, but enough to warrant a re-evaluation. I decided to head generally east, figuring I would eventually hit one of the larger, marked trails. The fog began to thin around midday, revealing glimpses of sunlight filtering through the canopy, but the woods remained eerily quiet. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels, just the crunch of my boots on the forest floor and the rhythmic thud of my heart. A prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. It was not the kind of fear you get from a bear sighting, but a more subtle, pervasive sense that something was off. The air felt heavy, stagnant, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Then I smelled it. Smoke. Faint at first, a ghost of a scent carried on a gentle breeze, then stronger, accompanied by something else, something savory, like cooking meat. My stomach, which had been rumbling a low protest for the last hour, gave a more urgent growl. Another hiker. Out here. It was unusual, given the remoteness, but not impossible. Maybe I would stumbled onto an old logging road or a forgotten hunting camp. I followed the scent, pushing through a dense thicket of rhododendrons, and then the trees opened up into a small, almost perfectly circular clearing. And there it was, a campsite. My first thought was relief. Human contact. Maybe I could get directions or at least share a meal. But as I stepped into the clearing, a different emotion, colder and sharper, took hold. The campsite was immaculate. Too immaculate. In the center was a stone fire pit neatly constructed, with logs stacked around it like perfect little sentinels. A thin plume of smoke drifted lazily upwards, and as I got closer, I saw the embers glowing a vibrant orange, radiating a palpable heat. Definitely recent. Beside the fire, on a smooth, flat rock, sat a collection of items that made my stomach churn with a sudden, inexplicable dread. There was a small, enamel pot, the kind you would use for coffee, still steaming faintly. A half-eaten sandwich, wrapped in wax paper. Sat beside it, the bread looked fresh, the lettuce crisp, the deli meat still glistening. Next to that, a bright red AP bow, a single bite taken out of it, the exposed flesh still white, not even a hint of browning. A thermos, its cap off, stood sentinel, emitting a faint aroma of rich, dark coffee. No tent, no sleeping bags, no backpacks, no camp chairs, no axes, no lanterns, no water bottles, no hiking poles. Nothing that indicated anyone was actually staying here. Just the fire, the coffee, the sandwich, and the AP bow. My relief dissolved, replaced by a cold knot in my gut. Who leaves a perfectly good, half-eaten meal and a warm fire without anything else? It was not like someone just stepped away for a moment. There was no sign of a human presence beyond these few unsettling items. No jacket slung over a log, no empty chip bags, no muddy boots kicked off to the side. Nothing. I took a cautious step forward, then another, my eyes scanning the perimeter of the clearing. The ground was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves and pine needles, undisturbed. No footprints, not even a faint impression. My own boots had left clear marks in the soft earth where I would enter the clearing, but around the fire pit, nothing. It was like the objects had simply materialized there. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe they were setting up a surprise for someone. A romantic picnic in the middle of nowhere. But the wilderness was not a place for such elaborate pranks, and the items looked like standard hiker fare, not gourmet picnic food. I knelt beside the fire, extending a hand toward the embers. The heat was undeniable, a comforting warmth that felt entirely out of place in this increasingly unsettling scene. I poked one of the logs with a stick. It shifted, sending a shower of sparks into the air, and the wood beneath was still solid, not yet reduced to ash. This fire had been lit very recently. Hours, maybe. Certainly not days. I picked up the AP bow. It was cool to the touch, firm, and surprisingly heavy. The bite mark was clean, almost surgical. I sniffed a faint, sweet scent, like any AP bow. I put it back down, a shiver running down my spine. This was wrong. All of it. I walked the circumference of the clearing, slowly, deliberately, my eyes glued to the ground. Nothing. Not a single boot print, not a broken twig that indicated someone had recently walked through here. The leaves were undisturbed, a perfect, unbroken carpet. It was as if the campsite, with its warm fire and fresh food, existed in a bubble, disconnected from the very ground it rested on. I tried to call out, "Hello? Anyone here?" My voice sounded thin, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the woods. Only the faint crackle of the fire answered me. I called again, louder, my voice laced with a tremor I could not quite control. Still nothing. The air felt heavy, expectant, as if the forest was waiting for my next move. A new thought, insidious and unwelcome, slithered into my mind. What if I was not alone? What if whoever left this was not gone, but just hidden, watching me? My gaze darted to the dense tree line surrounding the clearing. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a footstep. I backed away from the fire, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. My initial relief had curdled into pure, unadulterated fear. This was not a normal abandoned campsite. This was a trap, or a lure. But for what? My instincts screamed at me to leave, to run. But the rational part of my brain, the one that still desperately clung to logic, told me to investigate further, to understand. And a part of me, the part that was a little too curious for my own good, wanted to know the answer to the impossible question: if no one camped here, then who made this? I decided to try and find my way back to a known trail. I pulled out my map and compass again to try to get my bearings, but the small clearing felt like a vortex pulling me in. The sun, which had been trying to break through the clouds earlier, was now sinking rapidly, casting long, distorted shadows that danced at the edge of my vision. Panic began to set in. I did not want to be here when it got dark. I chose a direction, any direction, and started to push my way through the underbrush, away from the unsettling perfection of the campsite. My pace was quick, almost a jog, my backpack jostling uncomfortably. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a figure emerge from the trees, or for the campsite to magically reappear behind me. after what felt like an eternity, stumbling over roots and ducking under low branches. I stopped, gasping for breath. The woods were thick, disorienting. I pulled out my compass again. It was spinning wildly, not just a little off, but completely erratic, refusing to settle. I tapped it, shook it, but the needle continued its frantic dance. My stomach plummeted. This was not right. Compasses do not just stop working unless there is a strong, magnetic anomaly. I looked around, trying to find any familiar landmark. Nothing. Just an endless sea of trees, all looking identical in the fading light. The air grew colder and the shadows deepened, turning the forest into a labyrinth of shifting forms. Then I smelled it again. Smoke. And that savory, cooking smell. My blood ran cold. No, it could not be. I had walked straight away from it. I had to have. I pushed through another curtain of dense foliage, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. And there it was, the clearing, the fire pit glowing with warm embers, the steaming coffee pot, the half-eaten sandwich, the perfect red AP bow with its single clean bite mark. Everything was exactly as I had left it. Even the stick I had used to poke the fire was still lying on the ground, just where I would dropped it. I stared, my mind reeling. It was impossible. I had walked for at least an hour, maybe more, in a single direction. I could not have circled back, not through such dense, unmarked terrain. And even if I had, the campsite should have shown some signs of my previous presence, my footprints, the disturbed leaves. But it was pristine, unblemished. A profound sense of terror, cold and absolute, washed over me. This was not just a strange occurrence. It was something fundamentally unnatural. The campsite was not merely abandoned, it was fixed. A constant. A point in space that defied logic and the laws of physics. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root, landing hard on my pack. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not a place I could leave. This was not a place anyone could leave once they found it. The sun had finally vanished, plunging the forest into a deep twilight. The warm glow of the embers seemed to intensify, casting flickering shadows that writhed and stretched like grasping fingers. The silence pressed in on me, heavier now, almost suffocating. I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaking. My backpack suddenly felt like a lead weight. I had to try again. I had to. This could not be happening. I chose a new direction, away from my previous escape attempt, and started to move. Faster this time, a desperate, scrambling run. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed in protest, but I pushed through the pain, fueled by pure, primal fear. The trees blurred past me, dark, menacing shapes. I did not care about my compass anymore or my map. I just wanted to get away. Away from the fire, away from the sandwich, away from the impossible perfection of that clearing. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed against the rough bark of a massive oak, gasping for air, tears stinging my eyes. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic thoughts. Was I dreaming? Was I hallucinating? Had I hit my head harder than I thought? I slowly pushed myself up, my body aching. My vision was blurry from exhaustion and fear. I blinked, trying to clear my head, and then I saw it. Through a gap in the trees, a faint, flickering orange light, and the distinct, unmistakable scent of wood smoke and cooking meat. My scream died in my throat, a choked, gurgling sound. It was there again. I did not run this time. I could not. My legs felt like lead. My mind had snapped. This was it. I was trapped. I walked back towards the light, slowly, robotically, like a moth drawn to a flame. Each step felt heavy, unwilling, yet utterly compelled. As I entered the clearing for the third time, the fire seemed to glow even brighter. The coffee pot steamed more vigorously, and the AP bow, I swear, looked even crisper, its single bite mark a stark white against the red skin. I sank to the ground, a few feet from a fire, my back against a tree. My backpack slid off my shoulders with a soft thud. I was done. There was no escape. The night deepened and the temperature dropped, but the fire radiated an unnatural warmth that kept the cold at bay. I watched it mesmerized for what felt like hours. The logs never seemed to burn down. The embers pulsed with a steady, unwavering light. The smoke drifted upward straight and true into the inky blackness above, where no stars were visible. I felt a profound sense of despair, but also a strange, morbid curiosity. What was this place? What was its purpose? My eyes drifted to the food. The sandwich. Peapu. They looked so inviting, so normal. My stomach still ached with hunger, a primal urge that even my terror could not entirely suppress. But something held me back. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that eating that food would be a mistake. A final, irreversible mistake. As the hours dragged on, the silence of the woods became even more profound. It was not just the absence of sound, it was an active, deliberate silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. And I realized, with a horrifying clarity, that I was not waiting alone. I felt it, a presence. Not a physical one, not yet, but a pervasive, watchful awareness that emanated from the dense tree line. It was like a cold, unseen gaze, heavy and patient, studying me. It had been there all along. I realized, ever since I first stumbled into this clearing, it was the architect of this impossible campsite. I huddled closer to the fire, though its warmth now felt less comforting and more like a spotlight, illuminating me for whatever lurked in the darkness. My mind, exhausted and frayed, began to play tricks on me. I saw shapes in the shadows, heard faint whispers carried on the non-existent breeze. Were those branches shifting, or was something moving just beyond my sight? My eyes darted from tree to tree, searching, straining to pierce the gloom. Nothing. And yet, the feeling of being observed grew stronger, more intense, pressing in on me from all sides. It felt like a predator, patient and ancient, watching its prey, waiting for the opportune moment. Then a sound. Not a rustle, not a snap of a twig. It was a faint, almost imperceptible hum. A low vibration that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath me, rising and falling in an irregular rhythm. It was too low to be a sound, almost a feeling, a pressure in my ears and chest. The embers in the fire pit seemed to glow a little brighter in response, pulsing in time with the hum. And the steam from the coffee pot seemed to swirl more vigorously, almost like a tiny, contained vortex. My breath hitched. My eyes were wide, fixed on the fire. And as I watched, something impossible happened. The single bite mark on the AP bow. It seemed to deepen, just a fraction. Then another, and another, as if an invisible mouth was slowly, meticulously, taking tiny, unhurried bites. My stomach churned, and I fought down a wave of nausea. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. My throat was tight, constricted by an invisible hand. The hum intensified, becoming a low thrum that vibrated through my bones. The shadows in the clearing seemed to writhe, elongating and twisting into grotesque forms that pressed closer, closer. And then, I saw it. Or, rather, I felt it. A shift in the air, a ripple in the fabric of reality itself, just beyond the edge of the firelight. A distortion, like heat haze, but in the cold night air. It was tall and possibly thin, and utterly devoid of any discernible features. It was just an absence, a hole in the world that was somehow present. It was the thing that created the camp, the thing that had no need for tracks, or tents, or any of the mundane trappings of human existence. It was the thing that left warm embers and fresh food, an irresistible lure in the desolate wilderness. It was waiting, waiting for me to give in to hunger, to cold, to despair, waiting for me to reach for the coffee, the sandwich, the AP bow. waiting for me to become part of its impossible, perfectly maintained campsite. I closed my eyes, squeezing them shut, desperately trying to unsee the impossible, to unfeel the terrifying presence. But it was no use. The hum resonated through my skull, the cold gaze pierced through my eyelids, and the scent of smoke and fresh food filled my nostrils, a sickeningly sweet perfume of oblivion. I spent the rest of the night huddled against that tree, eyes wide open, staring at the fire, at the food, at the ever-deepening bite mark on the AP bow. I did not move. I did not eat. I did not even dare to breathe too loudly. I just watched and waited. As the hum grew stronger, the shadows pressed closer, and the unseen presence seemed to expand, filling the entire clearing, filling the entire world. When the first sliver of dawn finally broke through the eastern sky, a gray, anemic light that did little to dispel the gloom, the hum began to recede. The oppressive presence seemed to shrink, pulling back into the shadows. The fire's glow dimmed slightly, though the embers remained warm. The coffee pot still steamed, the sandwich still looked fresh, and the AP bow, with its multiple phantom bite marks, lay undisturbed. I slowly pushed myself up, my muscles stiff, my body screaming in protest. My mind felt numb, hollowed out by the night's terror. I glanced at the campsite one last time. It was still there, perfect, immutable, waiting. I picked up my backpack, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I did not try to navigate. I did not care about my compass or my map. I just walked. I chose a direction, any direction, and started to move, not running this time, but a steady, deliberate walk away from the clearing, away from the impossible camp. I walked for hours, not knowing where I was going, not caring. I just kept moving, pushing through the underbrush, stumbling over roots, driven by a desperate, primal need to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. I did not look back, not once. Eventually, miraculously, I stumbled onto a logging road, then a faint tire track, and finally, after what felt like an eternity, the paved road where I would park my car. I did not stop to rest. I did not stop to eat. I just got in my car, started the engine, and drove. I drove until the sun was high in the sky, until the trees thinned, until I saw signs of civilization, until I was miles and miles away from the Allegheny National Forest. I never went back to those woods. I never will. And I never told anyone the full story. Not really. How could I? Who would believe me? That I found a campsite with warm embers and fresh food, but no one had ever camped there. That it was a lure, a trap, set by something ancient and unseen, waiting in the darkness. Sometimes late at night, when the house is silent and the streetlights cast long shadows on my bedroom wall, I still smell it. The faint, sweet scent of wood smoke and cooking meat. And I see it in my mind's eye, the perfectly formed fire pit, the steaming coffee, the half-eaten sandwich, and the crisp red AP bow with its single impossible bite. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that it is still there, waiting, and that somewhere in the deep, silent heart of those woods, the embers are still warm, the coffee is still steaming, and the AP bow is still being slowly, meticulously, consumed by something that was never human, and never will be. And sometimes, I wonder how long it will be before it manages to draw in another lost soul, just like me. The Olympic incident had been a prelude, a curtain raiser to a horror I could not have imagined. Blackwood Hollow, with its ancient malevolent tree, had stripped away any remaining illusion of safety in the wild. Mark, my friend, hearing nothing but wind where I heard a symphony of suffering, had left me isolated in a new, terrifying reality. I knew things existed that defied explanation, things that preyed on the living and trapped the dead. And I was the only one who knew. For months, I tried to escape it. I stayed away from the woods, from anything that resembled a trail, a forest, even a large park. The sound of wind rustling through leaves made my skin crawl, convinced I would hear a phantom shriek carried on the breeze. Sleep was a luxury, haunted by the memory of Ethan Miller's terrified wail, the woman's piercing scream, the man's guttural agony. They echoed in my mind, a constant reminder of the unseen terrors I would uncover. But you can't run from yourself or from the knowledge you carry. The isolation was worse than the fear. Mark's dismissal had created a chasm between us, and I found myself adrift. I craved connection, a distraction, anything to pull me away from the endless loop of those recorded screams. I desperately wanted to believe that Blackwood Hollow was an anomaly, a singular pocket of malevolence, and that the rest of the world, the rest of nature, was still just nature. So, against every fiber of my being, I started looking for a new kind of escape. I joined an online hiking group, thinking that maybe, just maybe, being with other people on a different trail far from Blackwood Hollow would offer some kind of therapeutic relief. I needed to prove to myself that the world was not entirely made of teeth and shadows. That is how I ended up on the Whispering Pines Trail. It was a crisp autumn morning, the kind that usually fills you with a sense of renewal. The air was cool and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The leaves were just beginning to turn, splashes of gold and crimson against the deep green of the evergreens. It looked idyllic, postcard perfect, the antithesis of the oppressive darkness of Blackwood Hollow. There were 4 of us. Sarah, the group organizer, a bubbly woman in her late 20s with an infectious laugh and an almost irritatingly optimistic outlook. David, a no-nonsense type, probably early 30s, who carried a meticulously organized backpack and seemed to view every hike as a logistical challenge. And then there was Mike, quiet and observant, a few years older than me, with a kind face and a habit of letting his eyes wander, taking in every detail of his surroundings. I liked Mike immediately. He had a thoughtful air about him. "All right, team," Sarah chirped, adjusting her small day pack. "Whispering Pines, about 8 miles round trip. Should be a beautiful day for it." David grunted, checking his GPS. "Looks like a pretty straightforward loop. Minimal elevation gain." I forced a smile, trying to project an image of normalcy, of someone who was not constantly reliving the trauma of a haunted tree. "Looks great," I said, my voice a little too tight. We set off. The rhythmic crunch of our boots on the fallen leaves a comforting sound at first. The trail wound through dense pine forests, occasionally opening up to reveal glimpses of distant, mist-shrouded hills. The sunlight dabbled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. It was beautiful, truly, and for a while, I almost managed to relax. Then, about an hour in, it started. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. We were walking past a thick patch of undergrowth when I heard it. A rustle, like a squirrel, followed by a faint, almost musical whistle. Nothing unusual, except the whistle sounded a little too much like a human humming a tune. A short, 3-note phrase. I paused, craning my neck. "Did you guys hear that?" Sarah turned, her bright smile faltering slightly. "Hear what?" "The birds." David, already a few paces ahead, glanced back. "Just whined through the trees, probably." Mike, however, was looking in the same direction I was. His brow was furrowed slightly. Sounded like a human. Almost, he murmured, more to himself than to us. I felt a prickle of unease, a familiar cold sensation creeping up my spine. My mind immediately went to Blackwood Hollow. No, I told myself firmly. Not here. Not again. We continued on, and I tried to shake it off. But then it happened again. This time, it was a crow perched on a branch just above us. It cawed, a harsh, grating sound. But then, distinctively, it let out a short, sharp laugh. Not a caw that sounded like a laugh, but an actual human-sounding chuckle. High-pitched, almost childlike. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. Sarah laughed nervously. Okay, that was definitely weird. Maybe someone's got a recording they are playing, or a really talented bird. David scoffed. Please. It is a crow. They mimic things. It probably heard a kid laughing somewhere. But Mike was staring at the crow, his face pale. The crow, as if sensing our attention, tilted its head, its beady black eyes fixed on us. Then it caught again, and this time it was followed by a clear, almost perfectly articulated phrase, lost. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not a trick of the wind. This was not a talented bird. This was something else. This was wrong. Sarah gasped, taking a step back. What in the world? David, for once, was silent, his usual skepticism replaced by a look of genuine confusion, bordering on fear. The crow let out another high-pitched giggle, then took flight, disappearing into the dense canopy. Okay, Sarah said, her voice trembling slightly. That was really creepy. Maybe we should turn back. No, I said, surprising myself with the urgency in my voice. Part of me, the part scarred by Blackwood Hollow, wanted to bolt. But another part, a morbid, desperate curiosity, wanted to understand. This was not the anguish of trapped souls. This was something different, something intelligent. Let us just keep going. It is probably just a weird anomaly. A prank, like David said. I knew it was not, but I needed to hear myself say it. I needed to move forward. David, ever the pragmatist, eventually agreed. We are already a good way in. Let us just finish the loop. Keep an eye out for anyone messing with us. We walked on, but the easy camaraderie was gone, replaced by a tense silence. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every bird call made us jump. My hyper-awareness, honed by the hollow tree, was now a curse. I was listening, truly listening, to the forest around us. And what I heard made my stomach churn. The animal sounds became more frequent and more unsettling. A fox barked, but the bark ended with a distinct, human-like gasp, like someone catching their breath. A woodpecker hammered at a tree, but between the rapid pecks, I heard a faint, almost whispered plea, "Help me." I clutched the straps of my backpack, my knuckles white. Did you guys hear that? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Sarah shook her head, her eyes wide with fear. I do not know what I am hearing anymore. My mind's playing tricks. David was grim-faced. He pulled out his phone, checking for service, but there was none. This is messed up, he muttered. Seriously, messed up. Mike, however, was quiet. Too quiet. He was walking a few paces behind us, his gaze fixed on the trees. When I looked back at him, he met my eyes, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of something profoundly unsettling there. A kind of knowing, or perhaps a deep, primal fear that mirrored my own. We were nearing the halfway point, a small clearing with a picnic table, when the mimicry escalated. A squirrel chattered furiously from a nearby oak, its usual squeaks punctuated by what sounded like Sarah's laugh. Not a perfect imitation, but undeniably her laugh, the one she had used earlier, bright and clear. Sarah stopped dead in her tracks, her face draining of color. That was my laugh, she whispered, her voice trembling. How did it know? Before anyone could answer, a large raven swooped down from the sky, landing on a branch directly above us. It cawed, then its head tilted, and it spoke. David, you are so skilled. The voice was a perfect imitation of David's, slow and deliberate, laced with a mocking tone. David recoiled as if struck. What the hell? He roared, finally losing his composure. Who is doing this? Show yourselves. The raven cawed again, then repeated. Show yourselves. Its voice was now a chorus of all our voices, overlapping, distorted, a cacophony of mimicry that made my skin crawl. We stood there, paralyzed by a terror far deeper than anything a simple prank could inspire. This was not a joke. This was something ancient, something that understood us, that knew our voices, and was using them against us. It was then that I noticed Mike. He had not reacted with the same panic as Sarah or David. He was just standing there, a strange, almost vacant expression on his face. His eyes, though, were still darting around, but they seemed different. Less observant, more like they were scanning, searching. "Mike," I asked, my voice shaky, "are you okay?" He turned his head slowly, his movements a little too deliberate. "Fine," he said, but his voice, it was slightly off. A little flatter, a little less resonant than I remembered. I brushed it off as shock, as the strain of the situation. We decided, unanimously, to turn back. The thought of continuing on, deeper into this unsettling forest, was unbearable. The silence was broken only by the increasingly disturbing animal sounds, each one a perfect, chilling imitation of one of us. A robin sang a sweet melody, then finished with a perfect. "This is messed up," in David's voice. A deer crashed through the undergrowth, its snorts ending with a whisper. Lost in Sarah's frantic tone. The forest itself seemed to be mocking us, closing in. As we hurried back along the trail, the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. The air grew colder, and a thin mist began to rise from the forest floor. We need to pick up the pace, David urged, his face pale and drawn. "It will be dark soon." I glanced at Mike. He was still walking behind us, his pace a little slower, a little more uneven. "Mike, you okay back there?" I called out. He did not respond immediately. He just kept walking, his head down. "Mike," Sarah shouted, her voice laced with fear. He finally looked up, and that is when I saw it. His eyes. They were different. The kind, thoughtful expression was gone, replaced by something flat, lifeless, almost predatory. And when he spoke, the sound that came out of his mouth was not his own. "I am fine." The voice was deep, guttural, a low growl that vibrated in the air. It was a man's voice, yes, but it was not Mike's. It was older, raspier, tinged with an ancient malice that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. It sounded like the kind of voice that might have belonged to the man whose agony I would heard from the hollow tree. Sarah screamed, a raw, piercing sound that echoed through the darkening woods. David spun around, his eyes wide with horror. What the hell was that? Mike took another step forward, his gait stiff, unnatural. His lips peeled back in what was meant to be a smile, but it was a grotesque parody, revealing too much gum, too many teeth. And then he laughed. It was a chilling sound, a deep, resonant chuckle that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth, yet it was undeniably human. It was not Mike's laugh. It was not David's or Sarah's or even mine. It was the laugh of a predator, of something that had found its prey. Lost, the voice rumbled from Mike's throat, and then, in a perfect imitation of Sarah's terrified shriek, it added, "Help me." My mind reeled. This was not just mimicry anymore. This was something else entirely. This was possession, or replacement. The thing that had been mimicking us, taunting us from the shadows, had now taken one of us. "Run!" I screamed, my voice hoarse. "Run! Sarah! David, run!" We did not need to be told twice. We bolted, a frantic, desperate dash through the darkening forest. Branches whipped in our faces, roots tripped our feet, but we kept going, propelled by a primal terror. Behind us, we could hear the heavy, uneven footsteps of a thing that was no longer Mike. And then, the voice. "You can't run," it snarled. And then, in a perfect imitation of my own panic breathing, it added, gasp, gasp. The sound of my own fear coming from that monstrous voice was almost too much to bear. It knew us. It was toying with us. David, surprisingly, was fast. He was ahead of me, pushing through the undergrowth with a desperate strength. Sarah, however, was struggling. She stumbled, crying out, and I glanced back. The thing in Mike's body was gaining on her, its unnatural smile still stretched across its face. "Sarah, come on," I yelled, reaching out a hand. She tried to grab it, but her foot caught on a root, and she went down hard. The thing was on her in an instant. It did not pounce, did not attack violently. It simply knelt beside her, its hand reaching out, its fingers brushing her hair. "Do not be afraid," it whispered, its voice now a sickeningly sweet imitation of Sarah's own comforting tone. "It is just beginning." Sarah screamed again, a sound of pure, unadulterated horror. But then, as the thing's hand touched her face, her scream abruptly cut off. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and her body went limp. I did not wait. I could not. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but I kept running. The image of Sarah's lifeless face and the thing kneeling over her burned into my mind. David was still ahead, a dwindling shadow in the gloom. "David," I gasped, forcing air into my burning lungs. "Keep going." He did not look back. He just ran a desperate, animalistic flight. The sounds from the forest intensified. Now, it was not just individual animal mimicry. It was a chorus. Birds chirped my name. Squirrels chattered David's frantic cries. A distant owl hooted Sarah's last scream, perfectly replicated. The entire forest was alive with our terror, a mocking echo chamber of our impending doom. I could hear the heavy footsteps behind me again, closer now. The thing in Mike's body was faster than it looked. Or maybe it was just toying with me. I ran until my vision blurred, until the trees became a dizzying, indistinct smear. I burst out of the tree line, stumbling onto the gravel parking lot where our cars were parked. David was already there, fumbling frantically with his car keys, his hands shaking so violently he could barely unlock the door. "Get in," he screamed as the car door finally clicked open. I dove into the passenger seat, slamming the door shut. David started the engine with a roar, throwing the car into reverse, tires squealing on the gravel. He backed out of the parking spot, then slammed on the brakes, his eyes wide with horror, fixed on the edge of the woods. Standing there, bathed in the dim light of the car's headlights, was the thing that had been Mike. Its face was still stretched in that grotesque smile, its eyes glinting with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. Its clothes, Mike's clothes, hung loosely on its frame, as if the body itself were just a shell. And then it raised its hand, slowly, deliberately. And it waved, a slow mocking wave. And from its throat, a chorus of voices erupted. Sarah's laugh, David's skeptical grunt, my own terrified gasp. All intertwined, all perfectly mimicked, all coming from that one monstrous form. It was a symphony of stolen voices, a final, chilling farewell. David slammed his foot on the accelerator, and we sped out of the parking lot, leaving the Whispering Pines trail behind us in a cloud of dust. We did not speak for a long time, not until we were miles down the highway. The city lights a distant, comforting glow. When I finally dared to look at David, his face was ashen, his eyes hollow. What was that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. "I do not know. Something not human. Something that takes." He nodded slowly, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. It had took Sarah, did not it? I could not answer. The image of Sarah's lifeless form, the thing kneeling over her, the sickeningly sweet mimicry of her own voice, it was all too much. We drove in silence, the horror of the Whispering Pines trail settling deep into our bones. The hollow tree had shown me that the wild held unspeakable suffering. This had shown me it held unspeakable evil. An evil that could wear a human face, speak with a human voice, and steal the very essence of a person. David and I never spoke that day again, not truly. We tried to. We went to the police, but our story sounded like the ramblings of madmen. Missing persons reports for Sarah and Mike were filed, but the woods, as always, kept their secrets. David eventually moved out of state, unable to bear the weight of what we would witness. I am still here, though, still living in the shadow of Blackwood Hollow, and now the Whispering Pines Trail. The world feels different now. Every rustle in the leaves, every distant animal call sends a shiver down my spine. I hear echoes of those stolen voices in the wind, in the ordinary sounds of the city. I know that the wilderness holds more than just beauty and solace. It holds things that lie in wait, things that mimic, things that take. And once you have heard their voice, you can never unhear it. You can never go back to believing the world is a safe place. You are just lost, forever lost in the echoes of their imitation. The next morning, I had no choice but to retrace my steps. Approaching that root bridge again felt like walking into the maw of something ancient and hungry. My muscles ached, my head throbbed, and the exhaustion was a heavy cloak. But the sheer terror of what lay behind me, or perhaps within the chasm, was a far more potent motivator. Every fiber of my being screamed to turn and run, to find another path, any path. But the faint, almost imperceptible trail I would follow the day before was the only way back to anything resembling a familiar landmark. The forest on this side of the chasm seemed to hold its breath. The air was thick and still, the light muted by the dense canopy. Even the birds were silent, as if listening, waiting. I kept my eyes on the ground, forcing myself not to look up, not to scan the shadows between the trees, convinced that something was still watching me, something that had been drawn to me by the whispers, by the bridge, by the sheer audacity of my presence. The click, click, click from the Smokies, the phantom sound that had driven me into this wilderness, felt like a distant memory, a childish fear compared to the cold, bone-deep dread that now clung to me. This was different. This was older. I reached the chasm's edge, my stomach lurching. The root bridge, a tangled mass of sickly green and pulsing veins, lay before me, a living artery stretched across a gaping wound in the earth. The chasm below seemed deeper, darker than I remembered, the air rising from it carrying a faint, earthy, almost metallic scent. I could still feel the vibrations in my bones, even from a distance, the echo of those indistinct voices that had nearly driven me mad. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I forced myself forward. Each step onto the roots was a conscious effort, a battle against every instinct. The whispers began almost immediately, faint at first, then growing, not quite words, but a cacophony of hushed, urgent tones, like 1,000 people talking just out of earshot. They seemed to emanate from within the roots, from the very core of the bridge. I did not look down, did not look up, just focused on the other side, moving as fast as my trembling legs would allow. The moss felt slick beneath my boots, and I slipped once, my heart leaping into my throat, before regaining my footing. It felt like an eternity, but I finally stumbled off the bridge, collapsing onto the forest floor on the familiar side. The whispers instantly died, replaced by the ringing silence of the ancient woods. I lay there for a long moment, gasping, trying to calm my racing heart. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely push myself up. I needed to get away from that chasm, away from that bridge, as fast as humanly possible. The rest of the day was a blur of frantic hiking. I pushed myself relentlessly, ignoring the growing ache in my joints and the gnawing hunger in my stomach. I did not care about the trail anymore. I just wanted to put as much distance as I could between myself and that place. The forest, however, seemed determined to hold me. It grew thicker, the trees taller and more gnarled, their branches interwoven into a perpetual twilight. The path, if it ever truly was one, became increasingly indistinct, fading into game trails and then nothing at all. I was truly lost, not just geographically, but existentially. The wild I had sought to heal myself was now actively trying to break me. As dusk began to paint the sky in bruised purples and grays, a new chill crept into the air, a damp, heavy cold that felt like it seeped into my bones. The wind began to pick up, sighing through the upper canopy, a mournful sound that seemed to carry an ancient sorrow. I knew with a sinking feeling that a storm was brewing, and I was out in the open, exposed, with no shelter in sight. Panic began to set in. I stumbled through the deepening gloom, my head swiveling, desperate for any sign of a rock overhang, a ka-vi, anything. That is when I saw a faint glimmer of something unnatural through the trees. A straight line, almost too perfect for the chaos of the wilderness. Hope, fragile and desperate, surged through me, pushing through a final tangle of thorny bushes. I emerged into a small, overgrown clearing. In the center stood what looked like a derelict cabin, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. Its wooden walls were warped and splintered, the roof sagged precariously, and the single window was a gaping, eyeless socket. It was a ruin, a ghost of a home, but to me, in that moment, it was salvation. Beyond the cabin, the clearing opened up further, revealing a dense stand of pines. They were ancient, towering things, their bark a dark, ridge tapestry, their needles a deep, almost black green. They stood sentinel-like, their branches swaying in the increasingly strong wind, producing a low, sibilant whisper. I did not hesitate. I dashed toward the cabin, my mind focused solely on getting inside, getting out of the wind and the impending rain. The door, surprisingly, was still attached, though it hung askew on a single rusted hinge. With a grunt, I forced it open, kicking aside a pile of rotting leaves and debris that had accumulated at the threshold. The interior was a single small room, choked with dust and the smell of damp earth and decay. A crude stone fireplace dominated one wall, and a collapsed cot lay in a corner, its springs rusted and broken. But it was shelter. I dragged the door shut, the wood groaning in protest, and leaned against it, catching my breath. Outside, the storm was gathering momentum. The wind howled, a rising crescendo of sound, and the first fat drops of rain began to drum against the flimsy roof. I fumbled in my pack for my headlamp, its beam cutting a weak swathe through the gloom. I found a relatively dry spot near the fireplace and sank to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest, shivering despite the exertion. That is when I heard it. At first, I dismissed it as the wind. The way it roared through the pines just beyond the clearing was unlike anything I would ever heard. It was not just a whistle or a moan, it was a layered sound, deep and resonant, almost vocal, like a chorus of voices, rising and falling with the gusts. Then, as the storm intensified, as the rain turned into a deluge hammering against the cabin, the sound grew clearer, sharper. It was not just the wind. It was a wail, a long, drawn-out cry, like someone in unimaginable pain. Then another, overlapping, and another. Not human, not exactly, but so incredibly close that my blood ran cold. It was like the sound of 1,000 souls trapped in the grip of an icy, agonizing death, their last breaths torn from their lungs by the merciless cold. I pushed myself further into the corner, pressing my back against the rough-hewn logs of the cabin wall. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not the wind. This was something else entirely. The whispers from the root bridge had been unsettling, disorienting. This was pure, unadulterated terror. I tried to rationalize it. The specific way the wind hit the needles, the unique resonance of these particular trees. It had to be. My mind, already frayed from the past few days, was playing tricks on me. But the sound was so distinct, so personal. It was the sound of suffering, of despair, echoing from the very heart of the forest. The wailing intensified with the storm's fury. It was no longer a chorus, it was a cacophony of individual cries, some high-pitched and keening, others deep and guttural, like a dying groan. I could almost make out words, fragments of pleas, but they were always just beyond comprehension, dissolving into the roar of the wind and rain. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear. No signal, of course. Not that I expected one. I was deep in the heart of West Virginia's wilderness, far from any tower. I was utterly alone, save for the unseen entities crying out in the pines. The cabin offered little comfort. The wind whistled through cracks in the walls, carrying the chilling wails directly inside. It felt like the very air was filled with the lamentations of the dead. I pulled my thin sleeping bag around me, not for warmth, but as a pathetic attempt at a shield against the sound. I thought about the outline, the froze to death long ago part. Was that it? Were these the echoes of people who had perished in these very woods, their final moments of agony imprinted onto the landscape, now given voice by the storm? The thought was almost too horrific to bear. I imagined them, lost and disoriented like me, perhaps caught in a sudden, brutal blizzard, their bodies succumbing to the cold, their spirits trapped in an eternal cry. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes time lost, all meaning in the relentless onslaught of sound. I sat huddled, my eyes wide, staring into the oppressive darkness beyond my headlamp's weak beam. Every gust of wind brought a fresh wave of wails, each one more heart-wrenching than the last. Sometimes one particular cry would stand out, a sustained, desperate shriek that seemed to pierce through the others, a single, agonizing voice demanding attention. I started to hear things within the wails, things that could not possibly be real. Footsteps crunching on frozen snow, though it was only rain outside. The rattle of teeth. A child's sob, raw and inconsolable. My imagination was running wild, fueled by terror and exhaustion, but the sounds felt so real. A sudden, violent gust hit the cabin, rattling the loose boards and sending a shower of dust and debris from the ceiling. The wails outside intensified, reaching a fever pitch, as if the storm itself was a conductor, orchestrating a symphony of suffering. And then, for a split second, I saw it, through a narrow gap in the wall, where two logs had separated. I caught a glimpse of the pines, and for that brief, terrifying moment, bathed in a flash of distant lightning, I swear I saw movement. Not just the swaying of branches, but a dark, indistinct shape, tall and gaunt, pressed against the trunks of the trees, swaying in rhythm with the wails. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me breathless, my heart hammering against my ribs. My mind screamed in protest. It was a trick of the light, a shadow, a branch. It had to be. But the image was burned into my retinas, a figure, impossibly thin, blending seamlessly with the rough bark, its form dissolving into the chaos of the storm. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish the image, but it was no use. The wails outside seemed to mock my fear, growing louder, closer. It felt like they were no longer just coming from pines, but through them, or perhaps from something that resided within them. The thought occurred to me, what if the cries were not just echoes? What if they were still happening? What if a storm was just a catalyst, a thinning of the veil, allowing the dead to express their eternal agony? And what if, in my desperation for shelter, I had stumbled into their domain? My mind drifted back to the click, click, click horror from the Smokies. That had been a physical threat, a hunter, a predator. This was different. This was ethereal, pervasive, a psychological torment that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. It was a haunting, not just of a place, but of the very air itself. I tried to distract myself, to focus on anything else. I thought about Liam and Sarah safe. I hoped wherever they were. I thought about civilization, about the mundane comforts I had so eagerly abandoned. A warm bed, a hot meal, the blessed silence of a house with solid walls that kept the wilderness out. How stupid I had been to believe I could outrun my past by diving deeper into the unknown. I had only found a different, more ancient horror. As the night wore on, the wails became almost hypnotic. I found myself listening, trying to discern patterns, trying to find a rhythm in their despair. It was a morbid fascination, a perverse curiosity that clawed at my resolve. What if I went outside? What if I walked into the pines, into the storm, and listened more closely? Would I understand their suffering? Would I join them? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. No, absolutely not. I would stay in this dilapidated cabin, no matter how much it felt like a coffin, until the storm broke, until the wails ceased. But then, a new sound began to emerge from within the chorus of cries. A scratching, a light rhythmic scrape, like long fingernails dragging across wood. It was faint at first, barely audible above the storm and the wails, but it was there, and it was coming from inside the cabin. My head snapped up, my headlamp beam sweeping across the small room. Nothing, just the dust, the decaying wood, the broken cot. My heart hammered against my ribs again. It had to be a rat, a squirrel, something scuttling in the walls. But the sound was too deliberate, too persistent. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was coming from the wall directly behind me, the one I was pressed against. I froze, my muscles tensed, my breath held. The wails outside seemed to dim slightly, as if listening, waiting. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was getting closer, or louder. It felt like it was moving along the wall, directly behind my head. I could almost feel a chill emanating from the logs, a cold spot that was not just the ambient temperature of the cabin. I slowly, painstakingly, pushed myself away from the wall, crawling on hands and knees to the center of the room, my headlamp beam dancing wildly. I kept it fixed on the wall where the sound had been, but there was nothing. Just the rough hewn logs, dark with age and damp. The scratching stopped. The wails outside seemed to surge again, as if celebrating its cessation. I huddled in the middle of the room, my entire body trembling. My mind was breaking. I was seeing things, hearing things, imagining things. This was what the wilderness did to you, what isolation and terror did. It stripped away your sanity, leaving you vulnerable to every phantom and shadow. But the cold spot persisted. I could still feel it, a patch of unnatural chill on the wall where I had been leaning. It was like a lingering presence, an imprint of something unseen. I spent the rest of the night in a state of suspended animation, perched on the edge of a breakdown. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, every rise and fall of the wailing pines sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. I kept my eyes fixed on the walls, on the door, on the window, convinced that at any moment, one of those gaunt, shadowy figures from the pines would manifest, their frozen faces pressed against the glassless pane, their silent screams mirroring the sounds outside. Just before dawn, the storm began to abate. The rain lessened to a drizzle. The wind died down to a mournful sigh. And slowly, gradually, the wails began to fade. They did not stop abruptly. Instead, they receded, growing fainter and more indistinct, until they were once again just the sound of the wind through the trees, a memory of agony rather than the agony itself. When the first sliver of weak, gray light filtered through the cracks in the cabin walls, I was still huddled in the center of the room, my eyes gritty, my body stiff with cold and fear. The silence, after the relentless clamor of the night, was almost as unsettling as the wails themselves. It felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken horrors. I slowly, cautiously, stood up. My legs were like jelly, and I swayed for a moment, gripping a rough wooden beam to steady myself. The cabin, in the pale light of morning, looked even more desolate, more abandoned. The air was still thick with the smell of damp earth and decay, but the pervasive sense of dread, while lessened, still lingered like a foul taste in my mouth. I knew I could not stay. Not another minute. I had to get out, had to put as much distance as possible between myself and this place, between myself and those wailing pines. I did not care where I was going, as long as it was away. Pushing open the creaking door, I stepped out into the clearing. The world was washed clean by the rain, the leaves glistening, the air crisp and cold. The pines stood tall and silent, their dark needles still dripping water. They looked like ordinary trees now, majestic and ancient, but I knew better. I knew what lay hidden within their boughs, what voices they carried when the storm came. I did not look back. I plunged into the forest, not bothering to find a trail, just moving in what I hoped was a generally eastward direction, towards any sign of civilization, any road, any human being. My body was screaming in protest, but my mind was screaming louder, urging me on. As I walked, the memory of the past night clung to me like a shroud. The whispers from the root bridge, the terrifying wails of the pines, the phantom scratching in the cabin. It was all a tapestry of horror, woven into the very fabric of this forgotten corner of West Virginia. I eventually stumbled out onto a paved road. Hours later, my clothes torn, my body bruised, my mind an exhausted wreck. A passing car, seeing my disheveled state, stopped and offered me a ride. I mumbled something about getting lost, about a wrong turn. They looked at me with a mixture of pity and concern, probably thinking I was just a crazy hiker who'd bitten off more than they could chew. But they did not know. They did not know about the chasm, about the living bridge, about the whispers that vibrated through your bones. They did not know about the wailing pines, about the desperate cries of those who froze to death long ago, their agony echoing through the storms. And they did not know about the gaunt, shadowy figures that danced among the trees, waiting for the next storm, waiting for the next lost soul to stumble into their domain. I still do not know what I truly encountered out there. Was it just the wind, playing tricks on an exhausted, fear-addled mind? Or was it something real, something ancient and malevolent, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, and the dead could still cry out for warmth, for life, for release? I am back in civilization now, or what passes for it. But the phantom click, click, click from the Smokies, the one that started all this, feels almost comforting in its familiarity compared to the new echoes that haunt me. Now, every time a storm rolls in, every time the wind howls through the trees outside my window, I hear them, faintly at first, then growing louder, more distinct. The desperate, agonizing wails of the pines. And I wonder sometimes if they are just echoes in my mind, or if somehow those ancient, suffering voices have followed me, clinging to my soul, waiting for the next storm to remind me that some horrors, once encountered, never truly let you go. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that I will never again seek solace in the wild. Some places are better left untouched, their ancient secrets buried deep, their terrible songs unheard. The starless forest was my skin. My breath was the rustle of leaves, my blood the sap that ran through ancient roots. I had shed everything memories, name, purpose, and in that emptiness, I had found a strange, profound peace. The void, that cold, whispering hand that had pulled me from the real world, was no longer a threat. Here, in this eternal twilight, it was simply another sensation, a gentle hum beneath the silence. I was no one, just a being moving through the trees, a part of the forest. I walked without direction, without hunger or thirst, my body a vessel that simply was. The air was always cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something sweet and metallic, like old blood and blooming nightshade. It was a smell that had become as natural to me as my own non-existent pulse. Time, a concept I would long since discarded, had no meaning here. My watch, if I would still possessed it, would have forever been stuck on that early afternoon, a relic of a world that no longer mattered. My journey took me deeper, if deeper had any meaning in a place without cardinal directions. The trees here were unlike any I would seen, even in my former life as Alex, the photographer. Their bark was a uniform, deep charcoal, their leaves a muted, velvety green, absorbing what little light filtered down from the perpetually black sky. They grew impossibly close, their branches intertwining like the gnarled fingers of some ancient, sleeping entity. One cycle, or what might have once been a day, I noticed a change. Subtle at first, like a new note in the forest's endless symphony. Among the familiar mosses and fungi that carpeted the forest floor, something new had emerged. They were thorns. Not the usual, sturdy kind you would find on a rose or a blackberry bush, but something far more sinister. They were slender, almost hair-thin, and a glossy, obsidian black, like slivers of polished volcanic glass. They sprouted directly from the earth, not attached to any visible plant, forming intricate, low-lying thickets that seemed to ripple with an almost liquid menace. They were beautiful, in a terrifying way. They caught the ambient gloom and seemed to drink it in, reflecting nothing. I watched them for what felt like an eternity, fascinated. They had appeared, it seemed, overnight. One moment, the path had been clear, just the usual tangle of roots and damp earth. The next, these black spears had risen, snaking across the ground, reaching upwards like starved fingers. I felt no fear, not then. Fear was a human emotion, and I was no longer human. I was simply an observer, a part of the forest observing itself. I traced the edge of one of these thorny patches with my gaze, noting how they seemed to hum with a low, almost inaudible vibration. There was a faint scent emanating from them, too, a sharp, metallic tang that mingled with the forest's usual perfume, making it even more intoxicating. As I moved, I saw movement ahead. Another being. It was gaunt, its clothes tattered, moving with the same aimless, drifting quality that I did. Its face was obscured by matted hair and dirt, but I could tell it was human, or had once been. It was not one of my family, the ones who had looked at me with pity and fear. This was another lost soul, another wanderer in the starless forest. It stumbled. Its foot caught on a root, and it pitched forward, directly into one of the thorn thickets. I watched, dispassionately, as hundreds of those black needles pierced its exposed skin, hands, forearms, face. There was no cry of pain, only a soft, wet sound as the thorn sank in. The being lay there for a long moment, unmoving, then slowly, painstakingly, pushed itself up. It did not seem to notice the thorns. Or perhaps it did, and simply did not care. It plucked a few of the more prominent ones from its flesh, but many remained, tiny black splinters disappearing into its skin. As it continued its slow, wandering path, I followed a silent shadow. That is when I saw it. Not immediately, but over what felt like the span of a few heartbeats, or perhaps an entire season. The areas where the thorns had pierced the wanderer's skin began to change. First, a faint discoloration, a purplish bruise spreading out from each tiny puncture wound. Then, the skin around it began to look loose, like old fruit left too long in the sun. The metallic scent intensified around the wanderer, now mingled with something else. Something sickly sweet, like decay. I had smelled decay before in the remnants of animals in the fallen leaves, but this was different. This was living decay. The wanderer continued to move, oblivious, but its steps became heavier, its posture more stooped. Over time, which again was an unknowable span, the changes became more pronounced. The skin on its hands and face, where the thorns had penetrated, started to blacken, like frostbite, but with a strange, wet sheen. Patches of it began to slough off, revealing not healthy flesh beneath, but a pulpy, dark mass. A thick, viscous fluid, the color of crude oil, wept from the wounds, running down its arms and face, leaving glistening trails. And still, the wanderer walked. It made no sound. It showed no sign of pain, no expression of horror. It was just a vessel, slowly, inexorably, rotting while still alive, still moving, still a part of the forest. The sight should have repulsed me, should have filled me with the primal terror that once defined my species. But I felt nothing but a detached curiosity. This was simply another facet of the starless forest, another truth revealed. I continued my own journey, navigating around the ever-spreading thickets of black thorns. They were everywhere now, not just on the ground, but beginning to creep up the bases of trees, twining around roots, forming an intricate, deadly lace across the forest floor. The metallic, sweet decay scent was now omnipresent, a heavy blanket that pressed down on everything. Then, inevitably, it happened to me. I was moving through a particularly dense part of the forest, a place where the trees grew so close their branches formed a perpetual tunnel. The ground here was uneven, a jumble of roots and soft, damp earth. I felt a sudden, sharp prick on my ankle, a fleeting sting. I looked down. A single, almost invisible black thorn, no bigger than an eyelash, had pierced the skin just above my worn boot. For a moment, nothing. My body, which already felt less real, less solid, seemed to absorb the sensation without complaint. I plucked the thorn out. It left a tiny, black pinprick, a bead of dark, viscous liquid welling up. It was not blood, not anymore. It was a fluid that was part of the forest, part of the void. The peace I had found, the profound emptiness, began to crack. Not with fear, not with panic, but with a subtle, insidious disquiet. A whisper not from the void, but from within me, a memory of a memory, a ghost of Alex, telling me this was wrong. The disquiet grew. It was like a cold finger tracing patterns on my skin, patterns of unease. My ankle, where the thorn had been, began to feel strange. Not painful, but numb and heavy, like a lead weight was slowly settling into my flesh. I looked down again. The small pinprick was now surrounded by a faint purplish halo, just like the Wanderer's. I kept walking. What else was there to do? The forest was my world, and I was its. But the world was changing. The air, already thick with the scent of decay, now seemed to carry a more personal note, a hint of something for me. The numbness spread. It crept up my leg, a slow, inexorable tide. My skin felt alien, no longer truly mine. When I touched it, it felt cold and damp, even though the air was mild. I tried to remember Alex, the man who had felt pain, who had known fear. I tried to conjure his face, his family's names. The words were hollow, the images blurred and distant, like echoes in a vast, empty chamber. But the sensation of my body betraying me, that was new. That was real in a way the void had never been. Hours, days, I do not know. Time was still a meaningless concept, but the process was undeniable. My left leg from ankle to knee was now a mottled canvas of purple and black. The skin was loose, sagging, like a poorly fitted garment. I could see the faint, dark veins beneath, pulsing with something thick and sluggish. When I pressed my finger into the flesh, it left a lasting indentation, a soft, pulpy dent that slowly, oozingly, filled back in with that dark, viscous fluid. The smell intensified around me. It was sickly sweet, yes, but now it also had an acrid metallic undertone, like rust and something vaguely organic, like forgotten meat. It clung to me, a personal shroud of decay. I could taste it on my tongue, a bitter, coppery tang that made my mouth feel perpetually dry. My movements became more difficult. The leg was heavy, unresponsive. I dragged it rather than lifted it. Each step was an effort, a testament to a will I did not know I still possessed. The small, internal whisper, the ghost of Alex, was growing louder, more frantic. This is wrong. You are dying. You are rotting. But how could I die if I was already no one? How could I rot if my body was already less real? This was a new form of existence, a new transformation. The forest had taken everything, and now it was taking the very essence of my physical being, piece by rotting piece. I found a pool of water, still and black as obsidian, reflecting the starless sky. I knelt beside it, my decaying leg protesting with a soft, squelching sound. I looked at my reflection. The face that stared back was gaunt, as before, but now it was a mask of horror, even though I felt no fear. One side of my face, the left, was beginning to show the same discoloration, the same loosening of skin. My left eye, once a window to a soul, was now clouded, dull, and fixed. A thin, dark tear, not of water, but of that oily fluid, tracked slowly down my cheek. Alex. The name was a fragile thought, a moth fluttering against a window pane. Alex had a family. Alex had a camera. Alex had a life. This thing in the water, this rotting husk, was not Alex. It was a monument to what the forest could do, a living testament to its power. The thorns were everywhere now. They seemed to pulse with a low, internal light, a deep violet that was almost imperceptible. They were growing taller, reaching for me. I felt an inexplicable pull toward them, a strange, magnetic attraction that warred with a primal urge to flee. But fleeing was impossible. My body was failing. The decay accelerated. My left arm, too, began to blacken, the skin cracking and weeping. My fingers became gnarled, stiff, like dead branches. The metallic, sickly sweet scent was overwhelming, a suffocating perfume that filled my lungs with every shallow, rattling breath. My throat felt raw, my tongue swollen. I could hear a faint, wet gurgling sound coming from deep within my chest. I was not hungry, was not thirsty. My body was feeding on itself, sustaining itself on its own putrefaction. My mind, already a fractured landscape, was now a battlefield. The whispers of the void were no longer gentle. They were a chorus of mocking voices, celebrating my disintegration. Welcome home. You are truly ours now. A part of the earth, a part of the decay. I stumbled forward, my rotting leg dragging, my vision blurring. The trees, once watchful sentinels, now seemed to lean in, their branches reaching, their bark rippling with unseen life. The black thorns, like a living carpet, tugged at my remaining boot, catching at my tattered clothing. I saw another wanderer, or perhaps the same one, ahead of me. It was barely recognizable as human now. Most of its skin had sloughed off, revealing the dark, pulpy mass beneath. Its eyes were gone, replaced by hollow, weeping sockets. Yet it still moved, a slow, shambling horror, a living corpse. It was a reflection of my future, a mirror of my inevitable state. A new sensation began, a tingling deep within my bones. It felt like something was growing, pushing outwards from the inside. A sharp, piercing pain, unlike the numbness that had preceded it, shot through my left arm. I looked down through the weeping, blackened skin and saw it. Small, obsidian black points, no bigger than a grain of rice, were emerging from my forearm. They were thorns. My thorns. They pushed through my flesh, growing slowly, painfully, silently. They were identical to the ones that now carpeted the forest floor. The horror, a true, visceral horror that transcended even the void's cold grip, finally broke through my detached state. This was not just decay. This was transformation. I was not just rotting, I was becoming a part of the thorn path. I was becoming the path itself. The thorns sprouted rapidly, pushing through my skin, through my clothes, forming a spiky, black armor over my decaying flesh. They were sharp, exquisitely so, and each one brought a fresh wave of agony, a burning, tearing sensation that reminded me, with brutal clarity, that I was still alive, still capable of experiencing pain. My left side was now a mass of living thorns, constantly pushing, growing. My vision was almost gone, my left eye obscured by the thorny growth erupting from my brow. The metallic scent was now so strong it burned my nostrils, and the gurgling in my chest was constant, a gruesome symphony of my own decomposition. I fell. My right leg, still relatively intact, buckled under the weight of my left, which was now a heavy, thorny club. I lay there on the damp earth, my face pressed against the moss, my body racked with a pain that was both physical and existential. Alex, the photographer, was screaming somewhere in the distant echoes of my mind, a tiny, desperate voice trapped in a rotting cage. The thorns continued to grow. They snaked outwards from my body, rooting themselves into the earth, intertwining with the existing thickets. I could feel the forest accepting me, embracing me, drawing me in. The whispers of the void were now a triumphant roar, a symphony of dissolution. My right arm, my remaining hand, tried to push myself up, but it was too weak, too slow. The thorns were already creeping onto it. tiny black points pushing through the skin of my fingers. I could feel them, growing, absorbing the last vestiges of my life force. The pain, once a sharp agony, began to dull, replaced by a strange, throbbing warmth. My senses, what little remained, focused on the forest floor beneath me. I could feel the roots, the damp earth, the other thorns, all connected, all part of the same vast living network. I was becoming one with them. My final breath was a shallow, rattling gasp, thick with the scent of decay and newly sprouted thorns. My remaining eye, clouded and dim, saw the black sky above, the impossibly dense canopy. The last thing I heard was the subtle hum of the growing thorns, a sound that was now emanating from deep within my own flesh. The forest had taken everything. It had taken my memories, my identity, my fear, my pain. And now it had taken my body, transforming it into something new, something that truly belonged. I was no longer Alex. I was no longer no one. I was the black thorn path, a living, rotting, ever-growing part of the starless forest, waiting. Waiting for the next wanderer. Waiting for the next touch. Waiting to spread. And in that final, agonizing transformation, I found a new kind of peace. A cold, thorny, eternal peace. The official report blamed a rogue bear. That is what they told the papers, what they told my parents, what they told me in the sterile, overly bright rooms of the psychiatric ward. A particularly aggressive black bear, drawn by our food stores, had surprised Ben and Chloe, and in the ensuing chaos, I would somehow manage to escape, driven by pure adrenaline and a primal will to survive. My friend's remains, what little search and rescue found, were consistent with a large animal attack and prolonged exposure. The sap tear on the white marker, the repeating blazes, the whispers, the rhythmic thumping, the glowing blood orange eye in the ancient oak, all of it, they said, was trauma-induced hallucination. My mind, shattered by the horrific events, had simply manufactured a narrative to cope with the unthinkable. I knew they were wrong. I knew the truth. It has been 2 years since Blackwood Ridge. 2 years of therapy, of nightmares that still clawed their way into my waking hours, of trying to piece together a life that felt irrevocably broken. I tried to stay away from anything green, anything that resembled a tree. City parks made my skin crawl. Even potted plants in offices seemed to watch me. But the bills piled up and my savings dwindled. And the only jobs I was qualified for, the only ones that did not require me to be around too many people, were the ones that brought me back to the edge of the wild. That is how I ended up in Redstone National Park, 3 states away from Blackwood. I took a seasonal park ranger position, a low-level gig mostly involving trail maintenance and visitor information. I told myself it was different. Redstone was a popular park, well-trafficked, with clearly marked trails and cell service in most areas. It was not the remote, forgotten wilderness of Blackwood. It was safe. I needed to believe it was safe. For a while, it was. The job was mundane, the scenery beautiful in a way that did not trigger my deep-seated dread. I learned to differentiate the calls of local birds, to identify the various trees and plants. I even started to enjoy the solitude of my patrols, the crisp morning air, the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy. I was healing. I thought. I was finally moving on. Then came the assignment to the North Ridge Trail. The North Ridge Trail was not particularly remote, but it was less frequented than the main loops. It was a longer, more challenging hike, popular with experienced backpackers looking for a bit more solitude. My task was to survey the trail for winter damage, assess any fallen trees, and report on the condition of the markers. Just like Blackwood. The thought sent a cold shiver down my spine, but I pushed it away. This was a job. This was Redstone. This was different. I started my patrol early, the morning mist still clinging to the higher branches. The air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of pine and wet earth. My heavy-duty hiking boots crunched on the gravel path. I had my park-issued radio, a fully charged satellite phone for emergencies, a detailed map, and a compass. I was prepared. I was over-prepared. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every snap of a twig made me flinch. My eyes darted constantly, scanning the tree line, searching for anything out of place. My heart hammered a nervous rhythm against my ribs. The first few hours were uneventful. I noted a few minor washouts, cleared some small branches, and checked the trail markers. They were standard, well-maintained wooden signs, clearly visible. No orange and white blazes. No sap tears. I breathed a little easier. This really was different. Around midday, I decided to take my lunch break at a small, designated picnic area marked on my map. It was a short detour off the main trail down a narrow, less maintained path that promised a small waterfall. I figured the sound of rushing water would be a welcome change from the oppressive quiet I sometimes perceived in the deeper woods. The path twisted and turned, the trees growing denser, the light dimming. The air grew colder, and a strange stillness descended. The birdsong, which had been a constant companion, faded to an occasional chirp, then to nothing. My breath hitched. This was the kind of quiet that Blackwood had. The kind of quiet that felt like the forest was holding its breath, watching. I tried to rationalize it. It was just a dense part of the forest, sheltered from wind. The waterfall would be noisy, scaring off the birds. But the prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the tightening in my chest, told a different story. Then I saw it. Not the waterfall. Not yet. Through a break in the trees ahead of me, the foliage suddenly opened up into a clearing. It was not on my map. It was circular, almost perfectly so, bathed in a strange, diffused light that seemed to come from nowhere in particular, even though the sun was high overhead. The grass was impossibly green, almost glowing, and there was not a single fallen leaf or twig on its pristine surface. It looked manicured, too perfect. And in the very center of that clearing, standing perfectly still, was a child. My blood ran cold. My heart leaped into my throat, choking me. A child. Here, deep in the national park, miles from any road or designated camping area. It was impossible. My first thought was panic. A lost child. But then, a wave of familiar dread washed over me. A feeling that had nothing to do with concern for a lost kid and everything to do with the predatory stillness of the forest around me. The child was small, perhaps no older than 5 or 6. They were dressed in what looked like old-fashioned clothes, a simple dark blue tunic or dress, and dark trousers or leggings made of thick, homespun fabric. Their hair, a pale, almost white blonde, was long and unkempt, falling over their shoulders. They were facing away from me, towards the opposite side of the clearing, their back ramrod straight. They did not move. Not a twitch, not a shift of weight. They were like a statue carved from alabaster. I stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, hidden mostly by a thick cluster of pines. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had I stumbled upon some kind of historical reenactment? A photo shoot? No, that was ridiculous. There were no cars, no equipment, no other people. Just the child. Alone. Hello. I called out, my voice coming out as a shaky whisper. It felt wrong to break the silence. The words seemed to hang in the air, absorbed by the unnaturally quiet clearing. The child did not respond. Did not even flinch. I tried again, louder this time. Hey, are you lost? Still nothing. The child remained perfectly still, a silent, unsettling sentinel in the center of that unnatural green circle. A terrible, familiar feeling began to creep into my bones. This was not right. Nothing about this was right. My Blackwood Ridge trauma screamed at me to run, to turn around, to get as far away from this place as possible. But another part of me, the part that still clung to my humanity, the part that had seen Ben and Chloe die, could not ignore a child. What if they were truly lost, hurt, or in danger? I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing pulse. I pulled out my radio. "This is Ranger Alex to dispatch." I whispered into it, my voice barely audible. "I have encountered a potentially lost child on the North Ridge Trail, approximately 2 miles past marker 17, near an unmarked clearing. Child appears unresponsive. Requesting immediate backup." Static. Just static. I tried again. "Dispatch, do you copy? Ranger Alex, urgent situation." More static. A faint hiss, like a snake in the grass. My satellite phone. I fumbled for it, pulling it from my pack. No signal. Not even a glimmer. Just like Blackwood. My blood turned to ice. This was not just a lost child. This was a trap. My instincts, sharpened by the horrors I would endured, were screaming at me. This child, this clearing, this silence, it was all a lure. A carefully crafted illusion. But the human part of me, the part that could not reconcile the image of a vulnerable child with the malevolence I knew lurked in these woods, wrestled with my fear. What if I was wrong? What if this was just a lost kid, scared and in shock? Could I live with myself if I abandoned them? I decided I had to approach cautiously. I would not go all the way to them, just close enough to confirm they were real, to see if they were breathing, to try and get their attention. "Hey there," I said, my voice trembling as I took my first tentative step out of the tree line and onto the impossibly green grass. "It is okay. I am a park ranger. I can help you." The child remained motionless. Their pale hair seemed to absorb the strange light of the clearing. The silence grew heavier, pressing in on me from all sides. It felt like a physical weight, crushing the air from my lungs. The forest, which had been merely quiet before, now felt utterly devoid of sound. No wind, no rustling leaves, no buzzing insects. Even my own footsteps on the soft grass seemed muffled, unreal. I took another step, then another. Each one felt like I was walking into quicksand, each one heavier than the last. My eyes were fixated on the child's back, searching for any sign of life, a twitch, a breath, a slight sway. There was nothing. It was like looking at a photograph. As I moved deeper into the clearing, a faint, almost imperceptible scent reached me. It was sweet, cloying, like overripe fruit mixed with something metallic. Blood. The smell of Blackwood Ridge. My stomach lurched. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears, a frantic drumbeat against the overwhelming silence. I was about 30 feet from the child now, close enough to make out the texture of their dark clothes, the individual strands of their white blonde hair. Their stillness was unnerving. It was a stillness that spoke of something beyond human patience, something ancient and unblinking. "Are you okay?" I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "Can you hear me?" Nothing. I took another step, then another. My legs felt like lead, my movements slow and deliberate, as if I were wading through thick mud. The air grew colder, even though the sun still shone with that strange, diffused light. I could see the child's small shoulders, the curve of their neck, where the pale hair parted. There was a faint, dark stain on the back of their tunic, just below the collar. It looked like dried blood. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was wrong. All of it. The pristine clearing, the silent forest, the impossibly still child, the smell of blood. This was the same kind of malevolence I had felt in Blackwood, a cold, hungry presence that permeated the very air. I was now about 20 feet away. My hand instinctively went to the small, blunt force trauma hammer I carried for trail repairs, my only real weapon. It felt pathetic against the unseen threat I knew was here. "Little one." I tried again, my voice cracking. "What are you doing out here? Where are your parents?" Still no movement. No sound. It was as if the child was a perfectly constructed decoy, an elaborate lure. But for what? My eyes darted darted around the clearing, scanning the edges of the forest. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches forming a dark, watchful perimeter. I felt 1,000 unseen eyes upon me, pressing down, suffocating. The air grew thick, heavy with an unspoken threat. Just then, as I took one more step, bringing me to within 15 feet of the child, a sound ripped through the suffocating silence. It was not a growl, or a whisper, or a thumping. It was a scream. Not one scream. Multiple screams. They erupted from the forest around me, from every direction at once. High-pitched, guttural, despairing, agonizing. They were human screams, unmistakably so, but distorted echoing, as if filtered through 1,000 layers of wet earth and decaying leaves. They sounded like pure, unadulterated terror, like people being torn apart. And among them, I heard it, clear as a bell, cutting through the cacophony of horror. Ben screamed. Chloe screamed. The same agonizing cries I had heard in Blackwood Ridge, the sounds that had haunted my nightmares for 2 years. They were here, or their echoes were. The screams tore at my ears, at my sanity. They were deafening, overwhelming. They were not just sounds, they were a physical assault, vibrating through my very bones, making my teeth ache. And the child. As the screams reached their crescendo, the child in the clearing finally moved. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, their head began to turn. My breath hitched. My heart stopped. Their head rotated, not with the fluid movement of a living person, but with a stiff, jerky motion, like a marionette on frayed strings. First their ear, then their cheek, then their jawline came into view, and then their face. It was not a child's face. Not anymore. The skin was pale, waxy, stretched taut over sharp, unnatural angles. Their eyes were wide, black, and completely devoid of pupils or irises, like two polished obsidian stones set into a skull. They were not looking at me, not directly. They were staring through me, past me, into some unseen horror beyond. And their mouth was open in a silent, rictus grin, stretching impossibly wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that were far too long, far too numerous for any human. The gums were a dark, bruised purple, and a viscous, black liquid seemed to be seeping from the corners of the monstrous smile. It was not just a child. It was a construct, a puppet, a lure. The screams intensified, growing louder, more desperate, more numerous. I could hear other voices, now unfamiliar, but just as terrified. The air around me grew impossibly cold and a putrid, sweet smell of decay intensified, burning my nostrils. The beautiful green grass of the clearing seemed to pulsate with a faint, sickly light. My mind shattered. This was not Redstone. This was not a different forest. This was it. The same entity. The same hungry, malevolent consciousness that had consumed Ben and Chloe. It had found me again. Or perhaps I had walked right back into its maw. Panic, pure and unadulterated, seized me. Every fiber of my being screamed to run, to flee, to escape this living nightmare. I turned and bolted. My feet hammered against the unnaturally soft grass, my lungs burning, the screams of the forest chasing me. They were closer now, right behind me, on either side. I could hear distinct voices, gasps, choke sobs. Ben's desperate roar. Chloe's final shriek. It was like running through a gauntlet of pure suffering. I did not look back. I could not. The image of that child's face, the black eyes, the impossible mouth, was burned into my retinas. It was a vision of pure, ancient evil, a mockery of innocence. The forest seemed to twist and contort around me. Trees that had been straight and tall now appeared to lean, their branches like grasping claws. Shadows writhed and stretched, taking on monstrous forms. I tripped, falling hard, scraping my hands and knees on the unseen roots and rocks that suddenly littered the path. But the screams, the terrifying, soul-rending screams, propelled me forward. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain, and ran harder. I burst through the treeline, out of the dense, suffocating woods, and onto the main North Ridge Trail. The screams abruptly cut off, replaced by the normal sounds of a forest birdsong, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, the distant murmur of a stream. The sudden silence was almost as terrifying as the noise. It was too abrupt, too perfect, as if the forest had simply closed its mouth, swallowed its prey, and returned to its placid, innocent facade. I did not stop. I ran until my legs gave out, until my lungs felt like they would burst, until I collapsed, gasping and sobbing, miles down the trail near one of the designated campsites. A couple, packing up their gear, found me. My face was streaked with dirt and tears, my clothes torn, my hands bleeding. I was incoherent, babbling about screams, about a child, about Blackwood Ridge. They called for help, and soon other rangers arrived, then an ambulance. This time, there was no rogue bear, no convenient explanation. My story was wild, unbelievable. I was taken to a hospital, then back to a familiar psychiatric ward. They diagnosed me with a severe psychotic break, a relapse of PTSD, triggered by the familiar environment of the forest. The blood on the back of the child's tunic. A hallucination. The screams. Auditory hallucinations, echoes of past trauma. The dead phones, the radio static. A perfectly reasonable explanation was offered: a solar flare, a localized electromagnetic pulse, or simply faulty equipment. I did not argue. What was the point? They would not believe me. No one ever would. I am out now, back in the city, far from any trees. I can't sleep without medication, and even then, the nightmares are vivid, horrifying. I see the child in the clearing, its black eyes, its impossible smile. I hear the screams. Ben's, Chloe's, and now the others, the ones I could not identify. They echo in my head, a constant reminder of the truth. I know now that it is not just Blackwood Ridge. It is not just a forest. It is the forest, a vast, ancient, predatory entity that stretches its tendrils across the land, waiting, luring, consuming. The markers, the whispers, the thumping, the glowing eye, the child in the clearing, they are all its manifestations, its tools. And sometimes, when I am alone in my apartment, the lights off, the city sounds a distant hum. I swear I can hear a faint, rhythmic thumping, barely audible, coming from somewhere deep outside. And in the darkest corners of my vision, just at the edge of my perception, I sometimes catch a glimpse of something pale and still, standing in the shadows, its hair a shocking white blonde. I know it found me again, and I know it is still watching, waiting for me to return. Because some things, once they taste you, never truly let you go. After the horror of Blackwood Hollow, where an ancient tree revealed unspeakable suffering and isolated me from my friend Mark, I desperately needed to disappear. The images, the sounds, the sheer wrongness of that place had burrowed into my mind, a parasitic growth that fed on my sanity. Mark, I still did not know what happened to him. One moment he was there, trying to pull me away from that infernal tree. The next, the world twisted, and he was gone, vanished. The police found nothing, just my wrecked car and me, babbling about a tree that whispered secrets of pain. They thought I was in shock, hallucinating. Maybe I was. But the emptiness where Mark used to be was real, a gaping wound in my life. I could not stay. Every shadow in my apartment seemed to writhe with a memory of Blackwood. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like the ancient groans of that malevolent wood. So I packed a bag, threw it in my beat-up sedan, the one I would bought to replace the one mangled in Blackwood, and just started driving. No destination, no plan, just a desperate need for distance, for oblivion. I drove for days, fueled by stale coffee and a gnawing anxiety that kept sleep at bay. I avoided major highways, preferring the forgotten backroads, the kind that snaked through sleepy towns and dents in different forests. I was looking for a place where the world felt small enough that my own personal hell might seem insignificant, a place where no one knew my name or the horrific truth I carried. It was on one of these aimless detours somewhere deep in the Appalachian foothills that I found myself truly lost. My phone had died hours ago, the charging port having given up the ghost somewhere in Ohio. The gas gauge was hovering dangerously close to E, and the sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges before surrendering to the impenetrable black of a moonless night. The road, initially paved, had devolved into a gravel track, then a dirt path barely wide enough for my car, hemmed in by towering, skeletal trees that clawed at the sky. I had not seen another car, a house, or even a street lamp for what felt like an eternity. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my exhaustion. This was not peaceful solitude. This was oppressive isolation. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, the beam of my headlights cutting a narrow, insufficient swath through the darkness. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every snap of a twig, sounded amplified, sinister. My mind, already frayed from Blackwood, started playing tricks. I saw movement in the periphery, fleeting shapes that vanished when I focused. I told myself it was just fatigue, just my imagination, but the fear was real. It was the same primal dread I would felt under that ancient tree, the sense of being an unwelcome intruder in a place that held older, darker secrets. Just as I was about to give in to despair, to pull over and just wait for the dawn, a flicker of light appeared in the distance. It was faint at first, a tiny, bobbing star in the sea of black, but it was unmistakably a light. Not a car headlight. No, this was softer, warmer, with an almost antique quality to its glow. A lantern. My heart leaped. A person. Out here. It had to be a local. Someone who knew these woods, someone who could point me back to civilization. Relief, so potent it made me lightheaded, washed over me. I pressed my foot a little harder on the accelerator, eager to close the distance. The light did not seem to be on the road itself. As I drew closer, I realized it was moving slowly, deliberately, off to the left, deeper into the woods, following what looked like a barely discernible game trail. My car coughed, sputtering a protest as I slowed down, weighing my options. Common sense screamed at me to stay on the main path, such as it was. But desperation, and a lingering hope that this light was my salvation, won out. I would have been alone for too long, haunted by ghosts both real and imagined. The thought of a human face, a human voice, was an irresistible lure. I pulled my car as far off the dirt path as I dared, the wheels sinking slightly into the soft earth. The engine sputtered again, then died with a final mournful sigh. I tried the ignition, but all I got was a pathetic click. Dead. Just my luck. Hello. I called out, my voice thin and swallowed by the vast silence of the woods. Is anyone there? I am lost. The lantern continued its slow, steady progress, seeming to pause for a moment, then resumed its path. It was not moving away from me, but deeper in. It was like an invitation, a silent beckoning, against every instinct that screamed danger. I grabbed my flashlight, barely working, but better than nothing, and my phone, useless as it was, and stepped out of the car. The air was suddenly colder, thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. The trees here were ancient, their branches gnarled and twisted like arthritic fingers. They seemed to press in, watching. Hey, I called again, louder this time, forcing a bravado I did not feel. Excuse me. Can you help me? The lantern paused again, then dipped slightly, as if acknowledging me. Then it began to move once more, the light flickering through the dense undergrowth, always just ahead. It was not waiting for me, but it was not abandoning me either. It was leading. I started walking, pushing through thorny bushes and low-hanging branches that clawed at my clothes. The ground was uneven, covered in slippery moss and hidden roots. My flashlight beam was weak, dancing uselessly in the vast darkness. But the lantern ahead was a beacon, a promise of direction. Or so I told myself. As I followed, a strange feeling began to creep over me. It was not just the cold or the physical exertion. It was a sense of profound unease, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The woods around me felt less like a natural place and more like a stage set, a meticulously crafted illusion. The trees seemed to grow closer together, their branches intertwining above, forming a perpetually twilight canopy even on a moonless night. The air grew still, unnaturally so. The chirping of crickets, the rustle of unseen creatures, all of it faded, replaced by a profound, suffocating silence, broken only by the crunch of my own footsteps and the distant, rhythmic thump-thump of my heart. I tried to get a better look at the person holding the lantern. They were tall. I could tell that much, and moved with a peculiar, gliding gait that seemed almost effortless over the treacherous terrain. Their form was indistinct, a shadowy silhouette against the warm glow of the lantern. They wore what looked like old-fashioned clothing, a long coat, perhaps, and a wide-brimmed hat. But every time I thought I might catch a clearer glimpse, they would round a bend or disappear behind a thicket of trees, always maintaining that maddening distance. Wait. I called out, my voice hoarse. Please, just wait a minute. The lantern did not stop. It just continued its inexorable path, drawing me deeper, deeper into the heart of the woods. A new kind of fear began to bloom in my chest, a colder, more insidious dread than the simple panic of being lost. This was not a lost hiker or a friendly local. This was something else, something deliberate. The memories of Blackwood Hollow, the feeling of being lured into something ancient and malevolent, resurfaced with sickening clarity. I remember the stories Mark and I had joked about, the local legends of these forgotten backroads. The old man with the lantern, they would said, who led travelers astray. A foolish old wives' tale, we would scoffed. But now, alone in the suffocating darkness, with only that hypnotic light ahead, it did not feel like a tale anymore. I tried to stop, to turn back. My mind screamed at me to run, to find my car, to get out of this place. But my legs would not obey. It was as if an invisible thread connected me to that bobbing light, pulling me forward against my will. Every step felt heavy, yet simultaneously effortless, as if I were walking in a dream. My thoughts became sluggish, hazy. The cold seeped into my bones, a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature and everything to do with the growing certainty that I was being led to, my doom. Hours passed, or maybe it was only minutes. Time seemed to warp and distort in these woods. The trees grew stranger, their trunks twisted into grotesque shapes, their branches bare and reaching like skeletal arms. The ground underfoot became softer, marshier in places, then suddenly rocky and treacherous. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of decay and something else, something metallic, like old blood. I could still see the lantern flickering ahead, its light casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to twist and writhe. It was no longer a comforting beacon. It was a snare, a lure, and I was the desperate, foolish moth drawn irrevocably to its flame. I stumbled, catching myself on a gnarled root. My hands were scraped, my clothes torn, but I barely registered the pain. My focus was entirely on that light and the figure holding it. I was closer now, close enough to make out more details. The figure was indeed tall, impossibly so, and gaunt. Its movements were fluid, almost unnatural, as if its feet barely touched the ground. The coat it wore was ragged, ancient, its fabric a dull, dark color that seemed to absorb the meager light. And the hat it was wide-brimmed, yes, but it sat low, obscuring its face entirely. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "What do you want?" The lantern man did not answer. He did not even seem to hear me. He just continued his slow, relentless march. A chilling realization dawned on me. He was not leading me out. He was leading me in, deeper into this twisted, forgotten corner of the world. And those who follow him, the old stories said, are never seen again. The desperate hope that had driven me to follow him curdled into absolute terror. I was not being saved, I was being claimed. I tried to break free, to turn and run back the way I came. But the woods had changed. The path I would follow was gone, swallowed by the encroaching undergrowth. Every direction looked the same, an endless, suffocating wall of gnarled trees and impenetrable darkness. I was trapped. Then, I heard it, a whisper. Faint at first, like the rustling of leaves, but it grew, coalescing into distinct, disembodied voices. They were mournful, filled with an unbearable sorrow, and they seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Do not follow. Lost forever. He waits. The voices were chilling, echoing the same despair I would felt in Blackwood Hollow. They were the voices of the damned, the voices of those who had followed the lantern before me. And their warnings were too late. The lantern man stopped. He was standing in a small clearing, surrounded by a circle of particularly ancient skeletal trees. Their branches, devoid of leaves, reached up like grasping claws, and the ground beneath them was barren, black earth, devoid of any vegetation. In the center of this clearing, where the lantern man stood, was a single moss-covered stone strangely shaped, like a rough, primitive altar. His back was still to me, but I could feel his presence, a cold, malevolent weight pressing down on me. The light from his lantern, which had seemed so warm and inviting from a distance, now pulsed with a sickly, greenish hue, casting grotesque shadows that danced like specters around him. I was frozen, unable to move, unable to even scream. My breath hitched in my throat. I could feel the terror of Blackwood Hollow returning, but magnified, amplified by the sheer, unadulterated evil radiating from the figure before me. This was not just ancient suffering, this was active, predatory malice. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the lantern man turned. My heart stopped. There was no face, not in the way a human face should be. Where his features should have been, there was only a void, a swirling vortex of shadow that seemed to suck in the light around it. His eyes were not eyes, but two pinpricks of icy blue light, like distant malevolent stars. And his mouth, there was no mouth, but a gaping maw, a black hole that seemed to stretch and distort, as if it were perpetually screaming a silent, cosmic horror. He raised the lantern, holding it aloft. The greenish light intensified, washing over me, and I felt a profound cold seep into my very soul, a cold that promised never to leave. It felt like my life force was being drained, pulled towards that faceless void. The whispers around me grew louder, more frantic. He wants your light, your spark, join us in the endless night. I saw them then, not with my eyes, but with some deeper, more terrified part of my mind. Faint, translucent figures flickering at the edges of the clearing, their forms indistinct, their faces blurred by eternal sorrow. They were the ones who had followed, the lost, and they were warning me, even as they were bound to this place, bound to him. The lantern man took a step towards me, then another. His movements were still that strange, gliding motion, but now it felt menacing, inexorable. The light from his lantern pulsed with each step, and the black maw where his mouth should be seen to widen, to hunger. This was not just about being lost. This was about being consumed. My mind, already fractured by Blackwood, screamed in a primal, animalistic terror. I could not let him take me. I could not become one of those whispering shadows, forever trapped in this cursed wood. A sudden, desperate surge of adrenaline coursed through me. It was not courage, it was the sheer, instinctual will to survive, to defy this ancient evil that sought to claim me. I thought of Mark, of his vibrant life, of the way he would fought to save me from Blackwood. I could not let his sacrifice, his disappearance, be in vain. I had to fight. But how do you fight a void? How do you fight something that is not truly there, yet is undeniably real? I remembered a small detail from one of the old stories. A half-forgotten snippet Mark had once read aloud, scoffing. He cannot stand the light of true dawn, nor the sound of a living bell. Dawn was hours away, but a living bell. My eyes darted around, frantic, searching for anything. My phone. Useless for calls, but it still had a ringtone. A very specific, very obnoxious ringtone I would set for Mark, a jarring, upbeat jingle he hated. It was a living sound, a sound of the modern world, of connection, of life. With trembling hands, I fumbled for my phone in my pocket. The lantern man was closer now, his icy blue eyes fixed on me, his maw widening. I could feel the cold radiating from him, stealing my warmth, pulling me into the eternal night. My fingers, numb with terror, found the power button. I thumbed through my contacts, praying I could find Mark's number before. My thumb hovered over his name. I knew it was useless. He would not answer. He was gone. But the act itself, the connection, felt like a desperate plea to the universe. I pressed call. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. The lantern man continued his approach, his form looming larger, more terrifying. The whispers of the lost grew into a cacophony of pleas and warnings. Then, piercing the oppressive silence of the cursed woods, the obnoxious, upbeat jingle of Mark's ringtone blared from my phone. It was loud, shockingly loud, an alien sound in this ancient, dead place. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The lantern man recoiled as if struck. The greenish light from his lantern flickered wildly, then dimmed almost to nothing. The black void of his face seemed to contort, not in pain, but in something akin to revulsion, a hatred for the sound of vibrant life. The icy blue pinprick eyes narrowed. The whispering voices of the lost shrieked, a chorus of agony and fear, as if the sound itself was burning them. The air crackled with a sudden, intense energy, and the gnarled trees around us seemed to shudder. It was my chance. With a desperate, animalistic cry, I turned and ran. I did not care which direction. I just ran away from the lantern man, away from the sickening green light, away from the silent scream of his void face. I ran blindly, crashing through undergrowth, stumbling over roots, not daring to look back. The obnoxious jingle from my phone, still clutched in my hand, continued to blare, a jarring, defiant counterpoint to the horror I was fleeing. Behind me, I heard a terrible sound, not a growl, not a scream, but a sound like ancient stone grinding, like the tearing of fabric across reality itself. The light from the lantern flared once more, a final, furious burst of sickly green. Then it vanished. The woods plunged into absolute darkness, a darkness so profound it felt like I was blind. But the jingle continued, and I ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed, gasping for air, my phone still blaring Mark's ringtone beside me. I lay there, shivering, hyperventilating, the smell of damp earth and fear filling my nostrils. Slowly, agonizingly, the silence began to return, but it was a different silence now, not the oppressive, predatory silence of the lantern man's domain, but the natural, if still unsettling, silence of a deep forest. My phone finally died, the battery giving up the ghost after its heroic, defiant performance. The sudden quiet was almost as jarring as the jingle had been. I lay there for what felt like hours, too terrified to move, too exhausted to care. When the first faint streaks of gray light began to appear on the horizon, painting the sky with a promise of dawn, I slowly, painfully pushed myself up. The woods looked different in the nascent light. Still dense, still foreboding, but no longer imbued with that active, malevolent presence. The trees were just trees, the shadows just shadows. The path I would taken was still indiscernible, but I could make out the faint outline of a wider track, a road in the distance. Stumbling, limping, I somehow made my way back, driven by a primal need to escape. I found my car where I would left it, mud-caked and forlorn. The engine, miraculously, turned over on the third try. I did not question it. I just put it in drive and sped away, not caring about the rough terrain, about the gas gauge still hovering near empty. I drove until I hit a paved road, then until I saw a gas station, then until I was miles and miles away from those cursed woods. I did not stop until I saw the sun rise over open fields, until the world felt normal again, or as normal as it could ever feel for me now. I never told anyone what happened in those woods. They would not believe me, just as they did not believe me about Blackwood Hollow. They would just think I was losing my mind, spiraling after Mark's disappearance. And maybe I was. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know what saved me. Now, I do not drive at night if I can help it. And if I ever see a light, a single bobbing light, flickering in the distance on a dark, forgotten road, I drive the other way. I drive until my tires scream, until the engine strains, until I am as far away as possible. Because I know the Lantern Man is out there, still waiting, still leading travelers deeper, deeper into the dark. And I know the whispers of the lost are real. I carry their sorrow, and the memory of that faceless void, with me always. The isolation from Mark was a wound, but the encounter with the Lantern Man carved a chasm, leaving me truly alone with the horrors I would witness, forever changed, forever marked by the things that lurk beyond the light. The dread of what lay behind me, or within that gaping wound in the earth, was a primal, gut-wrenching terror. But what happened next, what happened after I forced myself across that whispering bridge, was a different kind of horror entirely. A slow, insidious creep that unraveled the very fabric of reality, leaving me stranded in a nightmare far worse than any gaping chasm. It started, as these things often do, with good intentions and a healthy dose of overconfidence. My friends, Ben and Chloe, and I had been planning this trip for months. The Blackwood Ridge Trail. It was not one of those overly popular, well-maintained national park routes. No, this was a lesser-known, more rugged path, deep in a state forest that bordered some of the oldest, most untouched wilderness in the region. The kind of place where cell service died a good hour before you even reached the trailhead, and the air hummed with an ancient quiet. We considered ourselves experienced hikers. Ben was the pragmatic one, always checking the gear, meticulously folding maps, and making sure we had enough water purifiers to survive an apocalypse. Chloe was the enthusiast, armed with a high-end camera and an infectious excitement for every fern and bird call. And me, Alex. I was somewhere in the middle. I loved the challenge, the solitude, but I also respected the wild. We had done plenty of multi-day treks before, navigated by compass and map, endured unexpected storms. We were ready for Blackwood Ridge, or so we thought. The first day was everything we would hoped for. Crisp autumn air, a canopy of gold and russet leaves filtering the sunlight, and the satisfying crunch of fallen foliage under our boots. The trail itself was narrow but well-defined, marked with a standard, rectangular blaze markers nailed to trees, usually a bright orange or white. We saw a mix of both, indicating different sections or perhaps a reroute from years past. We did not think much of it. We just followed them, chattering about work, future plans, and the sheer beauty of our surroundings. We set up camp by a small, gurgling stream, cooked a hearty meal, and fell asleep under a sky so thick with stars it felt like you could reach out and pluck them. The second day dawned with a light mist, lending the forest an ethereal, almost mystical quality. The air was cool, damp, and smelled of wet earth and pine. We packed up, eager to tackle the more challenging ascent promised by the trail guide. That is, when the first flicker of unease started. We would have been hiking for about an hour, steadily climbing, when Ben, who was leading, stopped abruptly. He was staring at a tree trunk. "Huh," he muttered, rubbing his chin. Chloe and I caught up. "What is up?" "Ben," I asked. He pointed. "That marker. The orange one. Swear to God, we passed this same tree, same marker, like 20 minutes ago. I squinted at it. It was a standard orange blaze, maybe 6 inches long, nailed to a thick oak. Nah, man. They all look alike after a while. You are just seeing things. Chloe giggled. Forest fatigue. Ben. It is a real thing. Ben shook his head, looking genuinely perplexed. No. I am serious. See that knot? That is distinctive. And the way the bark peels just below it. I remember it. I shrugged. Maybe it is just a common type of tree around here. Come on, we are losing daylight. We only had a few more hours of good light before we would need to find a suitable spot for our second night's camp. Ben gave the tree one last suspicious glance before continuing on, but I noticed he kept looking over his shoulder for a bit. We continued, climbing steadily. The mist thickened, obscuring the distant ridges, turning the world into a series of muted greens and grays. The silence grew heavier, punctuated only by the drip of water from leaves and the crunch of our boots. The chattering had died down, replaced by the rhythmic sound of our breathing. Another hour passed, maybe an hour and a half. We were definitely higher now, the air noticeably colder. Then it happened again. This time, I was the one who saw it. Hold up, I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. Ben and Chloe stopped. I was staring at a white blaze marker on a towering fir tree. But it was not just any white blaze. This one had a distinct, almost triangular chip missing from its bottom right corner, and a faint, thin smear of what looked like dried sap running down from a nail. Guys, I said, my voice lower now. I have seen this one before. Chloe frowned. Are you sure? Alex, we are pretty deep in now. I am positive. I insisted, walking closer to examine it. I remember that chip. And the sap. I thought it looked like a tear. Ben joined me, his brow furrowed. He pulled out his map. According to this, we should be nearing the ridge line. There should not be a lot of repeating features. He checked his GPS device. It was taking a while to get a fix, which was not unusual in dense forest, but it was still unsettling. Let us just keep going, Chloe suggested, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Maybe it is just a weird coincidence. We pressed on, but the lightness of our steps was gone. A prickle of unease had settled into my spine. Every tree, every rock, every twist in the trail started to look vaguely familiar or unsettlingly new in a way that felt wrong. The mist grew thicker still, swirling around us, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet. The forest felt like it was closing in. We hiked for what felt like another hour, maybe more. The sun was definitely beginning to set, the light fading rapidly. We needed to find a campsite and fast. But every time we thought we were making progress, we would see another marker that sparked a flicker of recognition. Orange, white, orange, white. This is ridiculous. Ben finally snapped, slamming his fist against a tree trunk marked with a perfectly rectangular orange blaze. We have seen this damn marker at least 3 times. I am positive now. Chloe looked pale. But how? Are we going in circles? I pulled out my own GPS. Still, struggling for a fix. My compass, however, was behaving normally, pointing north. But that did not help if the trail itself was looping. Let us try something, I said, trying to sound confident, though my heart was starting to pound. Ben, you lead. Try to ignore the markers for a bit. Just keep us going in a generally straight line, east according to the map. Ben nodded, determined. He pushed forward, occasionally checking his compass. We followed, eyes scanning the mist-shrouded trees, looking for any sign of a suitable camping spot. We hiked for another hour, maybe 2. The light was almost gone. The mist had turned into a thick, soupy fog that clung to everything, making the trees appear as gaunt, spectral figures. It was cold, damp, and utterly silent, save for the thud of our boots and the ragged sound of our breathing. Then, through the gloom, a flash of white. It was a white blaze, perfectly rectangular, nailed to an ancient pine. I stopped dead. Ben and Chloe stopped beside me. "No," Chloe whispered, her voice trembling. Ben's face was a mask of disbelief and growing fear. "This is it. This is the one. The one with the sap tear. The one Alex found." He walked up to it, tracing the outline of a chip with a gloved finger. Damn it. We are back here again. My stomach dropped. We had been hiking in a straight line, meticulously following Ben's compass. There was no way we should have ended up at the same marker. It was impossible. The markers I started, but could not finish the thought. They were not just confusing us. They were actively misleading us. Or something was. A new kind of dread settled over us. It was not just being lost anymore. It was the chilling realization that something was doing this. The forest felt different now. No longer just quiet, but watchful, oppressive. The mist seemed to press in closer, like a shroud. "We need to set up camp," Ben said, his voice strained. "Now, we can't keep going in the dark." We found a small, relatively flat patch of ground beneath a cluster of pines. The fog was so thick we could barely see each other as we fumbled with our tents, our movements jerky with a frantic energy. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made us jump. We did not even bother with a fire. The wood was too damp, and honestly, the thought of attracting anything to us felt profoundly wrong. We huddled inside Ben's larger tent, sharing our remaining trail mix, too scared and cold to eat much. "What is happening?" Chloe whispered, pulling her sleeping bag tighter around her. Her voice was small, childlike. "I do not know," I admitted, my gaze fixed on the fabric of a tent, as if I could pierce through it to the darkness outside. "Someone's messing with us. Or something." Ben was silent for a long moment. "It is not just a prank, Alex," he finally said, his voice low and serious. "No one could move these markers that fast or that precisely. Not without us seeing them." He was right. The markers were nailed to the trees. Moving them would require tools, time, and a whole lot of effort. And we had not seen another living soul since we started the trail. A shiver ran down my spine, not just from a cold. "So what then?" Ben did not answer. He just stared into the gloom, his face grim. We tried to sleep, but it was impossible. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. Every creak of a tree branch sounded like footsteps. We lay there, listening to the oppressive silence, waiting for dawn. Dawn came, but it brought no relief. The fog was even thicker, a suffocating blanket that swallowed all light and sound. We packed up quickly, our movements stiff, our faces etched with exhaustion and fear. "We need to get off this trail," Chloe said, her voice barely a whisper. "Just cut through the woods. We have the compass. We can find our way out." Ben nodded. "Agreed. The trail is compromised. We will head west. That should take us towards the nearest road, eventually." We plunged into the dense undergrowth, leaving the deceptive trail behind. It was slow going. Thorny bushes clawed at our clothes, fallen logs tripped us, and the ground was uneven and treacherous. The fog made navigation incredibly difficult, but Ben kept a steady bearing, occasionally checking the map, which now felt more like a cruel joke than a helpful guide. We pushed on for hours, our muscles aching, our throats dry. The forest seemed to grow denser with every step, the trees taller, their branches intertwining overhead, creating a perpetual twilight. The silence here was even more profound than on the trail, a heavy, expectant quiet that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Then, through the swirling fog, I saw it, a flash of orange. My blood ran cold. "No," I breathed. Ben and Chloe followed my gaze. There it was, nailed to an ancient, gnarled oak, an orange blaze marker. It can't be. Ben muttered, his voice hollow. He walked towards it, his movement stiff, as if in a trance. He reached out and touched it. It is real. Chloe started to hyperventilate. We left the trail. How can we be seeing a trail marker? I stared at the marker, then at the impenetrable wall of trees around us. It felt like the forest itself was playing a cruel trick, leading us back to the very thing we were trying to escape. It is not just the trail that is doing this, I said, the words feeling heavy and true. It is the forest. A low, guttural growl seemed to rumble through the very ground beneath our feet. It was not an animal sound, not like a bear or a coyote. It was deeper, more resonant, like the earth itself was clearing its throat. And it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Chloe screamed. It was a short, sharp sound, quickly cut off as she clapped a hand over her mouth. What was that? Ben whispered, pulling out his hunting knife, his hand trembling. The growl faded, replaced by the sound of our own ragged breathing. The fog seemed to thicken further, pressing in on us, stealing our breath. The trees around us seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal fingers. We started to run, not in any particular direction, just away from that sound, away from that impossible marker. We stumbled through the undergrowth, tripping, falling, scrambling back up, our lungs burning. We ran until we could not anymore, collapsing in a heap under a thicket of thorny bushes, gasping for air. We are trapped. Chloe sobbed, burying her face in her knees. We are trapped in here. Ben looked utterly defeated. His face was pale, his eyes wide with a fear I had not seen in him before. The GPS, it is dead. The batteries completely drained. I checked mine, also dead. And my phone, which I would kept turned off to conserve battery, was now completely unresponsive. All our technology had failed simultaneously. It was like the forest was actively silencing us, cutting us off from the outside world. We spent the rest of the day in a haze of terror and exhaustion, trying to navigate, trying to find a way out. But every path led us back to another marker, or to a place that felt eerily familiar, a sense of sickening déjà vu. The markers were not just moving, they were multiplying, appearing where they should not be, disappearing when we looked away. Sometimes we would see an orange blaze, and when we looked back a minute later, it would be white, or gone entirely, leaving only a faint impression on the bark. It felt like the forest was playing a game with us, a cruel, sadistic game. As dusk approached, the fog began to lift slightly, revealing the true scale of our predicament. We were in a vast ancient forest, with no discernible landmarks, just endless trees. And as the light faded, the whispers started. They were indistinct at first, like the rustling of leaves or the distant murmur of a stream. But they grew, coalescing into a low, sibilant chorus that seemed to emanate from the very trees themselves. They were not words, not exactly, but a cacophony of sound that vibrated in my bones, a chorus of ancient, hungry voices. Do you hear that? Chloe whimpered, clutching my arm. Her eyes were wide, darting frantically around the darkening woods. Ben, who had been trying to light a fire with a flint and steel, froze. He heard it too. The whispers grew louder, closer, swirling around us like an invisible current. And within them, I started to discern something else. A faint, rhythmic thumping, like a slow, heavy heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. It was not just the markers. It was not just the forest. Something was in the forest with us, and it was getting closer. We abandoned all attempts at a fire. There was no point. Whatever was out there knew exactly where we were. We huddled together, backs against a massive, moss-covered boulder, trying to make ourselves as small and invisible as possible. The whispers swirled around us, sometimes sounding like a mournful sigh, sometimes like a low, guttural chuckle. The thumping grew louder. It felt like it was circling us, slowly, deliberately. Thump, thump, thump. Then a new sound. A soft, scraping noise, like something dragging itself through the undergrowth. And it was coming from behind the boulder. Chloe let out a choked gasp. Ben gripped his knife so tightly his knuckles were white. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out, but the sounds were everywhere. The whispers, the thumping, the scraping. And now a faint, sickly sweet smell, like decaying flowers and damp earth, mixed with something else, something metallic. Suddenly, Chloe screamed. It was not a whimper this time, but a piercing, raw shriek of pure terror. My eyes snapped open. She was gone. One moment, she was pressed against me, trembling. The next, the space beside me was empty. There was no struggle, no sound of movement, just the echo of her scream, quickly swallowed by the oppressive silence. Chloe. Ben yelled, scrambling to his feet, his knife held out defensively. She is gone. I whispered, my voice hoarse with terror. It took her. The whispers intensified, swirling into a frenzied chorus, punctuated by a low, triumphant groan that seemed to shake the very trees. Thump, 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 the sound was now directly behind us, closer than ever. Run. Alex. Ben screamed, pushing me forward. Go. I will try to distract it. I did not want to leave him, but the primal urge to survive was overwhelming. I scrambled to my feet, my legs like lead, and plunged into the darkness, away from the boulder, away from the terrifying sounds. I ran blindly, stumbling through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, roots tripping me. The whispers followed, a relentless tide of sound that seemed to chase me. I could still hear Ben's panic shouts for a few moments, then they too were swallowed by the forest, replaced by a single blood-curdling scream that tore through the night. It was Ben. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. He was gone too. I was alone, utterly, terribly alone in that ancient, malevolent forest. I did not know how long I ran. Minutes, hours, an eternity. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the fear propelled me forward. I did not care about direction anymore, just distance. Distance from it. The whispers were everywhere now, inside my head, outside my head. They seemed to be mocking me, laughing at my futile attempts to escape. And through the whispers, I could still hear the faint, rhythmic thump, thump, thump getting closer, then receding, then closer again, as if whatever was out there was toying with me, savoring the hunt. At some point, exhausted and disoriented, I stumbled into a small clearing. The fog had thinned here, and through a break in the canopy, I could see a sliver of moon. It cast an eerie, silvery light on the ground. And there, in the center of the clearing, was a tree. A massive, ancient oak, unlike any I had ever seen. Its branches twisted and gnarled, reaching toward the sky like grasping claws. And nailed to its trunk, at eye level, was a blaze marker. It was orange, but it was not just orange. It was a deep, rusty, almost dried blood orange. And it glowed faintly, pulsating with a soft, internal light. As I stared at it, mesmerized by its terrifying luminescence, the surface of the marker seemed to ripple. The wood of the tree around it looked wet. And as I watched, the marker itself seemed to stretch, to elongate, to thin out, like a tongue unfurling. And then slowly, impossibly, it began to peel away from the tree. My mind could not process what I was seeing. The marker was not just a piece of painted wood. It was alive. It peeled back further, revealing not wood beneath, but something dark and glistening. And then, from the gap it created, a single black, unblinking eye opened, staring directly at me. It was enormous, pupilless, and reflected the moonlight with a cold, ancient malevolence. The whispers in my head coalesced into a single deafening roar, a sound that was not heard with my ears, but felt in the very marrow of my bones. It was the sound of 1,000 hungry voices, all speaking at once, all demanding, all craving. The tree itself seemed to pulse, its bark rippling, its branches swaying as if in a silent, predatory dance. The sickly sweet smell intensified, making me gag. The eye blinked, slowly, deliberately. And then the marker, still attached to the tree by some unseen sinew, began to retract, pulling itself back into the bark, shrinking, dissolving, until there was nothing left but the smooth, wet surface of the tree. No marker, no eye, just like a memory of something terrible. I screamed. A raw, primal sound ripped from my throat. I turned and ran, not caring where, just away. The whispers were a deafening chorus now, and the thump, thump, thump was right behind me, shaking the ground. I could feel its presence, a cold, vast emptiness that sucked the warmth from my body. It was ancient, a predator that had hunted these woods for eons, using the very trails, the very markers as its lure. It was not moving the markers, it was the markers. It was the forest itself, a living, breathing, hungry entity. I do not know how I survived that night. I stumbled through the woods, driven by sheer animalistic terror, until the first slivers of dawn pierced the dense canopy. The whispers receded, the thumping faded, and the oppressive presence seemed to lift, replaced by the familiar, if still unsettling, quiet of the forest. I kept going, pushing through the pain and exhaustion, until I saw it a faint, almost invisible dirt road. I staggered onto it, collapsing in a heap, my body trembling uncontrollably. Hours later, a logging truck found me. The driver, a grizzled old man with kind eyes, took one look at my bloodshot eyes, torn clothes, and hysterical ravings, and knew something terrible had happened. He did not ask many questions, just drove me to the nearest town. They found my friends' bodies 3 days later, not far from where I had last seen them. Or what was left of them. The official report said they were mauled by a large predator, likely a bear, but the details were sparse. Unsettling. And the search and rescue team reported something else, something they could not explain. They said the trail markers in that section of the Blackwood Ridge Trail were completely gone. Every single one. It was like they had never existed. I tried to tell them. I tried to explain about the moving markers, the whispers, the eye in the tree. But they just looked at me with pity, talking about shock and trauma. They said I was lucky to be alive. But I do not feel lucky. Not anymore. I escaped the forest, but the forest never really let me go. I see the markers everywhere now. In the cracks in the pavement, in the patterns of frost on a window, in the way the shadows fall. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I can still hear them. The whispers, and the faint, rhythmic thump, thump, thump. I know it is out there, waiting. And I know, deep in my bones, that someday those vanishing trail markers will find me again. And this time, there will be no escape. The phantom click, click, click still echoed in my ears, sometimes, a ghostly percussion that accompanied the feeling of being watched. It had been months since Liam, Sarah, and I fled the Smokies, leaving that eyeless horror behind, or so we thought. But some things, once they have seen you, never truly let you go. The gas station sign, the blank, bone-white face, it was a permanent fixture in my memory, a constant reminder that the world was far stranger and far more predatory than I would ever imagine. After that, civilization felt wrong. The crowded streets, the indifferent faces, the artificial hum of everyday life, it all felt like a thin veneer over an abyss I would glimpsed. I tried to go back to my old routine, but the nightmares were relentless. Running, always running, through a silent, empty forest, the eyeless owl a shadow on my heels. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the silence of my apartment almost louder than the phantom click, click, click. Liam and Sarah tried their best, but they were as shaken as I was, maybe more so. We would mutually, silently, decided to just not talk about it. Pretend it did not happen. But the unspoken truth hung between us like a shroud. I could not stand it. I could not stand the fear, the paranoia, the feeling that every shadow held a hidden eye. I needed to escape it, not by running from the wild, but by confronting it on my own terms. Or, at least, by finding a different kind of wild. So, I packed my bag again. This time, no friends, no expectations. Just me, the trail, and the desperate hope that a new landscape might offer a different kind of peace. I chose a lesser-known, more remote section of the Appalachian Trail further north, in a part of West Virginia renowned for its ancient, untamed forests. I told myself it was for the challenge, for the solitude, for the chance to outrun the echoes of the past. Deep down, I think I was just looking for a place where the things that watch might not have found me yet. The first few days were a blur of green. Towering oaks, maples, and hickories formed a dense canopy, filtering the sunlight into shifting patterns on the forest floor. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a primal perfume that, for a while, almost managed to lull me into a sense of security. I hiked hard, pushing myself until my muscles ached, hoping the physical exhaustion would silence the mental torment. It worked to an extent. The click-click-click was less frequent, the phantom owl's pursuit less vivid. I was alone, really alone, and for the first time in months, that felt like a comfort, not a curse. On the fourth day, the trail began to change. It grew narrower, less maintained. The blazes on the trees faded and distant. The forest around me seemed to grow denser, darker, the trees older than any I would seen before. Their trunks were massive, gnarled, covered in thick moss and lichen, their branches reaching up like skeletal fingers towards the perpetually gray sky. The air grew heavy, still almost suffocating. The usual forest sounds birdsong, the rustle of small animals had diminished, replaced by an unsettling, profound silence. It was the kind of silence that pressed in on you, that felt less like an absence of sound and more like a presence. I checked my map. This section was not explicitly marked, but I recognized the general direction. It looked like an old, forgotten detour, maybe a hunter's path, that would eventually loop back to the main trail. I hesitated. My instincts, honed by recent terror, screamed at me to turn back, to stick to the known path. But something else, a morbid curiosity, a stubborn refusal to be dictated by fear, pushed me forward. I told myself I would come too far to turn around. The path descended into a hollow, the air growing colder, damper. The trees here were different, even more ancient, their roots snaking across the forest floor like massive, petrified veins. The light barely penetrated the canopy, casting everything in a perpetual twilight. I felt a prickle of unease, a familiar dread beginning to coil in my stomach. This place felt wrong. It felt old. Not just old in years, but old in a way that spoke of forgotten things, things that predated human memory. Then, I saw it. Spanning a deep, dark chasm that cut through the hollow was a bridge. But it was not made of wood or stone or steel. It was made of roots. Massive, interwoven, gnarled roots, thick as my torso, twisted and bound together to form a living, undulating pathway. They were dark, almost black, slick with moisture, and covered in patches of phosphorescent moss that glowed with a faint, sickly green light. The roots were still alive. I could tell. They pulsed faintly, almost imperceptibly, as if a slow, powerful heartbeat resonated deep within them. The chasm below was unfathomably deep, shrouded in an inky blackness that seemed to absorb all light. I could not see the bottom, only the occasional glint of water far, far down, reflecting the eerie glow of the moss. A faint earthy smell, mixed with something sharp and metallic, rose from the depths. My blood ran cold. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to stop, to turn around, to run as fast as I could in the opposite direction. This was not just an old landmark, it was an aberration. It was something that should not exist, something that defied nature itself. This was not just a bridge, it was a living thing. But the path ended here. To continue, I had to cross. And something, a perverse fascination, a desperate need to face this new, tangible horror rather than the invisible one that still haunted me, drew me closer. Maybe, I thought, if I could conquer this, I could conquer the rest. Maybe this was the test I needed. I stepped onto the root bridge. The roots felt surprisingly firm under my boots, but also springy, yielding slightly with my weight. It was like walking on a massive, coiled muscle. The surface was uneven, slick in places, and I had to concentrate to keep my footing. As soon as my first foot touched the living pathway, a faint sound began. It was a whisper. Not the sound of wind, not the rustle of leaves, but a low, sibilant murmur that seemed to emanate from within the roots themselves, rising up through the soles of my feet. It was indistinct at first, a collective sigh, a soft drone, like 1,000 tiny voices speaking just beyond the range of my understanding. I froze, heart hammering against my ribs. My eyes darted around, searching for a source, but there was nothing. Just the ancient trees, the dark chasm, and the pulsating roots beneath me. I tried to rationalize it. The wind, perhaps, whistling through the gaps in the roots. The creaking of the living wood. My own overactive imagination, still reeling from the past. I took another step. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They were not words, not yet, but a feeling, a presence. They were there. I quickened my pace, trying to get across as quickly as possible. Every step amplified the sound, turning the indistinct murmur into a chorus of soft, breathy voices. They seemed to ripple up my legs, through my body, vibrating in my bones. SS. Come Klaus SS. Lease SS10. My breath hitched. I could almost make out fragments of words now, or perhaps my mind was simply trying to impose meaning on the chaos. The air grew colder, heavy with a metallic scent from the chasm. The moss on the roots seemed to glow brighter, pulsing in time with the whispers. I stumbled, catching myself on a thick root that felt unnervingly like a taut tendon. The whispers swelled, a sudden rush of sound that made my head spin. I felt a strange sense of vertigo, as if the bridge itself was swaying, even though it remained still. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the other side. I scrambled off the roots, my legs trembling, and collapsed onto the damp earth. The moment my feet left the bridge, the whispers ceased. The silence that followed was abrupt, absolute, almost deafening. I lay there for a long time, gasping for breath, my mind racing. It was not the wind. It was not my imagination. The bridge was alive, and it had spoken to me. Or something within it had. The previous horrors I would face were external, visible even if eyeless. This was different, intimate, invasive. I pushed myself up, shaking. My muscles ached, not just from the hike, but from the sheer tension of crossing that thing. I wanted nothing more than to flee, to put as much distance between myself and that root bridge as possible. But the path continued on the other side, winding deeper into the ancient forest. My map showed that this was the only way to reconnect with the main trail, forming a loop. I had to keep going. The alternative was to cross that living bridge again, back the way I came, and the thought made my stomach churn. I pressed on, the memory of the whispers a cold knot in my gut. The forest on this side of the chasm was even more oppressive. The trees were so old, so vast, that they seemed to block out the very sky. The air was thick and still, the silence broken only by the crunch of my boots on the leaf litter. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, every gnarled branch a grasping hand. I felt utterly exposed, utterly alone, and utterly terrified. The click, click, click was back, a faint, insistent rhythm in the background of my thoughts. Was the eyeless owl here too? Or was this something new, something worse? I hiked for hours, pushing myself to the point of exhaustion, desperate to find the main trail, to escape this ancient, suffocating place. But the path seemed to grow ever more convoluted, ever more overgrown. The blazes disappeared entirely. The sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and orange that barely penetrated the dense canopy. Panic began to set in. I was lost, truly irrevocably lost, in a forest that felt like it had no end, a forest that had swallowed the light and sound. I pulled out my headlamp, its beam a meager comfort against the encroaching darkness. I knew I could not keep going. I needed to make camp, tried to reorient myself in the morning. I found a small, relatively clear patch of ground under the roots of a colossal ancient tree. As I set up my small tent, the silence of the forest pressed in on me, heavy and watchful. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I saw movement in the periphery of my vision, heard faint rustles just beyond the reach of my hearing. The whispers were gone, but the feeling of them lingered, a phantom vibration in my bones. That night was a torment. I lay in my sleeping bag, eyes wide open in the darkness, listening. Every creak of a branch, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept seeing the glowing moss, the pulsating roots, hearing the chorus of indistinct voices. Sleep, when it finally came, was shallow and haunted. I dreamt of being pulled down into the inky blackness of the chasm, wrapped in a suffocating embrace of living roots, the whispers growing louder and louder until they were a scream in my ears. I woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, the phantom scream still echoing. The first gray light of dawn was just beginning to filter through the canopy. I packed my gear in a frenzy, the desperate need to escape this place overriding all caution. I had to find my way back to the main trail, and that meant crossing the root bridge again. My stomach clenched at the thought, but there was no other way. I had to retrace my steps. The journey back was even worse than the journey in. Every tree seemed to loom, every shadow to hold a hidden menace. I was constantly on edge, my senses hyper-aware, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The air grew colder as I approached the hollow, the metallic scent from the chasm growing stronger. Finally, I saw it, the root bridge, spanning the chasm, glowing faintly in the dim light, an organic monstrosity waiting for me. It looked even more menacing than before, the roots appearing thicker, more sinewy, the phosphorescent moss pulsing with a more vibrant, sickly green. I stood at the edge, frozen, battling the primal urge to simply turn and run screaming into the woods. But I knew that would not help. I had to cross. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to calm my racing heart, and forced myself forward. The moment my foot touched the roots, the whispers began. This time, they were clearer, more insistent, and terrifyingly, they seemed to be speaking directly to me. Welcome back. We knew you would return. You are tired, so tired. The voices were sibilant, overlapping, a cacophony of soft, breathy sounds that clawed at the edges of my sanity. They seemed to come from everywhere, from beneath my feet, from the very air around me, from inside my own head. I forced myself to take another step and another. The roots underfoot felt different now. They were no longer just firm and springy, they felt responsive, like they were flexing, contracting slightly with each of my steps. A faint vibration ran through the entire length of the bridge, a low thrumming that resonated in my chest. Let go of the fear. We can take it away. The watchers, they cannot reach you here. My eyes widened in terror. They knew. They knew about the owl, about the feeling of being watched. The whispers were playing on my deepest anxieties, offering a perverse, twisted form of solace. No, I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible above the growing chorus of voices. Get out of my head. I tried to quicken my pace, but the roots seemed to resist, clinging to my boots, making each step an effort. The bridge began to undulate, a slow, sickening wave that made me lose my balance. I stumbled, my hand instinctively reaching out to steady myself. My fingers closed around a thick, moss-covered root. It felt warm, strangely warm, and I could feel a faint pulse beneath my palm, like a slow, heavy heartbeat. The whispers surged, a wave of sound that threatened to overwhelm me. Join us. Be free of the hunt. No more running, no more watching. Then, a new sensation. A faint, almost imperceptible tug at my ankle. I looked down. A thin, hair-like tendril, barely visible against the dark roots, had wrapped itself around my boot. I kicked, trying to dislodge it, but it held fast. Another tendril, thicker this time, snaked up from the roots and brushed against my calf. Panic seized me, raw and visceral. This was not just whispers, this was a physical threat. I remembered the dream, the feeling of being pulled down. I pulled my leg free with a desperate tug, stumbling forward. The whispers grew louder, now laced with a subtle urgency, an almost predatory hunger. Do not fight it. It is so much easier this way. Peace awaits you. The bridge was moving more violently now, swaying from side to side, making it almost impossible to keep my footing. More tendrils, thick and ropey, began to rise from the surface of the roots, like dark, grasping fingers. They reached for my legs, my arms, my backpack. I could feel them brush against my skin, cold and slick. I screamed, a guttural cry of pure terror, and scrambled forward, my hands tearing at the roots, desperate to get to the other side. One tendril wrapped tightly around my ankle, pulling hard. I felt myself being dragged slowly but inexorably towards the edge of the chasm. The darkness below seemed to yawn wider, deeper, beckoning me into its depths. I could hear the whispers laughing now, a dry, rustling sound that filled my head. Come home. Be one with us. A surge of adrenaline, fueled by the memory of the eyeless owl and the horrors of Blackwood Hollow, shot through me. I was not going to let this thing take me. I had survived before, and I would survive again. I twisted, wrenching my leg free from the tendril's grip, tearing a painful gash in my skin. I pushed myself up, ignoring the pain, ignoring the swaying bridge, ignoring the terrifying whispers that clawed at my mind. I ran. It was not graceful, it was a desperate, stumbling sprint across the undulating, grasping roots. Tendrils lashed out, some catching my clothes, others scraping against my skin. I could feel the bridge itself fighting me, trying to trip me, trying to pull me down. The whispers were a deafening roar in my ears, 1,000 voices screaming for me to surrender. But I refused. I kept my eyes fixed on the other side, on the solid, unmoving earth. Each step was a battle, each breath a struggle. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed, but I pushed through it, driven by a primal need for survival. Finally, with one last desperate leap, I launched myself off the root bridge and landed hard on the forest floor. I scrambled away, crawling on my hands and knees until I was several yards from the bridge, then collapsed, gasping for air, my body trembling uncontrollably. The whispers, though still faint, continued to echo in my mind. The bridge, now that I was off it, seemed to settle, its movements slowing, the glowing moss dimming slightly. It looked almost benign again, a silent, ancient structure. But I knew its true nature. I knew what lay beneath its living surface. I did not look back. I did not dare. I pushed myself up, despite the pain in my torn ankle, and stumbled away from the hollow, from the chasm, from the living, whispering bridge. I ran until my legs gave out, until I could no longer breathe, until the forest began to thin, and I saw faint signs of the main trail ahead. I made it out of those woods, eventually. I found my car, drove for hours without stopping, not caring where I was going, just needing to be as far away as possible. But the root bridge left its mark. The whispers never truly left me. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I can still hear them, a faint, sibilant murmur just beneath the threshold of hearing, like wind through dry leaves or blood rushing in my ears. They are no longer clear words, but the feeling of them, the promise of oblivion, the seductive lure of eternal silence, still haunts me. And the click, click, click of the eyeless owl has been replaced by a new, more insidious sound, the phantom thrum of a living, hungry bridge. I know now that the wild places are not just dangerous because of their animals or their remoteness. They are dangerous because some places are alive in ways we cannot comprehend, with an ancient, predatory intelligence that waits patiently for those who stumble onto their paths. The Root Bridge was one such place, and I know is still there, spanning that dark chasm, waiting for the next lost hiker, its roots pulsing, its whispers rising from the depths, ready to pull them down into the darkness, to become one with a chorus of voices that forever hum beneath the earth. And sometimes, I wonder if among those whispers, my own name is now faintly heard, calling me back. Terror seized me. I ran, the screams of Ben and Chloe, and those other, nameless ones, echoing in my ears, bouncing off the dense forest like a physical assault. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the image of that waxy, needle-toothed maw, those black, pupilless eyes, propelled me forward with a primal, desperate energy. It was not a child. It was lure, and I had almost fallen for it. I did not know where I was going, only away. Away from the clearing, away from the abomination, away from the whispers that had started to seep into my mind again, a low, guttural hum beneath the screams. The forest was a blur of dark trunks and tangled undergrowth. Branches clawed at my face, roots tripped me, but I did not stop. I could not. Blackwood Ridge had taught me that much. Stopping meant becoming another sound in that horrifying chorus. My compass was useless, my radio and satellite phone still dead weights on my hip. Just like Blackwood. The same pattern, the same suffocating dread. I had convinced myself Redstone was different, safe. I was a fool. A naive, broken fool trying to stitch myself back together with a park ranger uniform and a false sense of security. Then, through the trees, I saw it. Not a break in the forest, not an escape, but something new. Something wrong. It was fog. Not the wispy, ethereal kind that drifts through mountain passes at dawn or settles gently into valleys. This was different. It was low, clinging to the ground like a predatory creature, maybe only 3 or 4 feet high at its thickest. It did not rise, did not dissipate into the canopy. It crawled, a milky, opaque wave that slithered between the trees, hugging the contours of the earth, pushing forward with an almost deliberate motion. At first, a flicker of hope. Fog could hide me. It could obscure my trail, confuse whatever was chasing me. I veered towards it, desperate for any kind of cover. But as I got closer, the hope curdled into a new, insidious fear. This was not natural. The air around it was unnaturally still cold and carried a faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like old blood or ozone. The whispers intensified then, not from behind me, but from within the fog. They were not the clear, guttural snarls I would heard from the construct, but a jumbled cacophony, a million voices speaking at once, none of them distinct, all of them just on the edge of comprehension. A maddening, buzzing drone that threatened to unravel the last threads of my sanity. I hesitated at the edge, my heart hammering against my ribs. The construct was behind me. This was in front. A choice between two horrors. The known terror of the thing with the needle teeth, or the unknown terror of the crawling white shroud. The screams behind me suddenly seemed to recede, replaced by a low, guttural moan that vibrated through the ground. It was getting closer. The construct. I had no choice. I plunged into the fog. The moment I stepped in, the world changed. The air grew heavy, damp, and impossibly cold, despite the late summer warmth of the forest. The whispers surged, surrounding me, pressing in on my ears, demanding attention. It was like being submerged in a vat of static, every sound distorted, every thought a struggle. Visibility dropped to mere inches. I could barely see my own feet, lost in the swirling white. The trees, previously a blur, now became ghostly silhouettes, appearing and disappearing as I moved, their forms warped and indistinct. I kept running, my arms outstretched, blindly pushing through the thick, cloying vapor. My clothes were instantly soaked, a chilling dampness that seeped into my bones. The ground beneath my feet felt strangely soft, almost spongy, though I knew it was just leaf litter and pine needles. The disorientation was immediate and profound. Left, right, forward, backward, all sense of direction vanished. Then a sound. Not the whispers, not the screams, but a human voice. Close. Hello. Is anyone there? The voice was tentative, a little shaky. It sounded young, maybe a teenager. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. Hello. I called back, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper against the omnipresent drone of the fog. Who are you? The voice responded, closer now. I took a cautious step forward, peering into the whiteness. I am a park ranger. Are you okay? Where are you? A shape materialized out of the fog, indistinct at first, then resolving into a young man, probably early 20s. He was wearing a hiking jacket, his face pale and streaked with dirt. His eyes, however, were what truly unsettled me. They were wide, unfocused, and held a lost, vacant quality that sent a shiver down my spine. A ranger, he mumbled, his brow furrowed. I do not, where am I? My heart lurched. This was not just disorientation. This was something else. You are in Redstone National Park, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. What is your name? Are you with a group? He stared at me, his head cocked slightly, like a confused dog. My name. He repeated the words slowly, as if tasting them for the first time. I do not know. I can't remember. A cold dread, far worse than the fear of the construct, coiled in my gut. This was it. This was the other horror. The whispers from Blackwood had promised a shattering of the mind, and here it was, made manifest in this crawling, insidious fog. You do not remember your name? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He shook his head, a single tear tracing a path down his dirty cheek. No. I woke up here, in the fog. I do not know who I am, or where I am going. He looked around, his gaze sweeping through the dense white, as if expecting answers to appear from the swirling vapor. Do you know me? I felt a wave of nausea. This was the true terror. Not death, but erasure. The loss of self, the ultimate annihilation of identity. No, I said, my voice thick. I do not know you, but we need to get out of here. This fog is not natural. He just stared at me blankly, the words seemingly failing to register. He was already gone, in a way. His mind, his identity, swallowed by the creeping white. I could not help him. I had to save myself. The thought was selfish, but survival instinct screamed louder than empathy. I turned, pushing past him, needing to escape, to find higher ground, to get above this suffocating, mind-erasing shroud. Wait, he called out, a faint, desperate plea. Do not leave me, please. I looked back. He was a ghost in the fog, a lost soul. My heart ached, but I kept moving. There was no helping someone who did not know who they were, who could not even grasp the concept of danger. I stumbled on, the whispers growing louder, more insistent, weaving themselves around the young man's fading cries. It felt like the fog was actively trying to confuse me, to make me lose my own sense of self. Each step was a battle against disorientation. I forced myself to focus on the feeling of the ground, the texture of the leaves, anything to ground me in reality. After what felt like an eternity, I nearly tripped over something. I looked down, my breath hitching. It was a backpack, lying half submerged in the fog. A bright orange tent was barely visible a few feet away, its flap unzipped and flapping idly. A campsite. I pushed toward the tent, calling out, Hello, is anyone here? No response, just the maddening drone of the fog and the distant, fading cries of the young man. I knelt, peering inside the tent. It was empty. Sleeping bags were unrolled. Gear was strewn about. It looked like someone had left in a hurry or simply vanished. My eyes fell on a small, waterproof notebook lying open on a sleeping bag. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The last entry, dated just yesterday, Red Day 3, North Ridge Trail. Beautiful weather. Saw a family of deer. Tonight, mores and stories. Life is good. The next page was blank, save for a few shaky, almost childish scrawls. They were not words, just meaningless loops and lines, like a toddler trying to write. And then, at the bottom, a single, barely legible question, written in a different, more frantic hand: who am I? It was a punch to the gut. The fog was not just making people forget, it was actively erasing them. The thought that someone could be reduced to that, to a blank slate, was more terrifying than any monster. I backed out of the tent, my mind racing. This was a larger phenomenon than I first thought. It was not just a localized patch. It was swallowing entire campsites. And if it was doing this to people, what about me? I had been in it for minutes already. Was it affecting me, even subtly? I tried to recall my own name, my past. Blackwood Ridge. Ben and Chloe. The memories were there, sharp and painful, but I had to focus, truly focus, to hold onto them. The whispers in the fog seemed to try and pull them away, to blur the edges of my identity. I forced myself to move again, driven by a desperate need to escape. Higher ground. I remembered seeing a rocky outcrop on the map, a small peak not far from the North Ridge Trail. If I could just get above this creeping horror, maybe I would be safe. Maybe I could think clearly. The fog seemed to thicken, pressing in on me, making every breath feel heavy. I felt a strange tingling sensation on my skin, like microscopic needles pricking me. It was not painful, but it was profoundly unsettling, as if the fog itself was trying to seep into my very pores. I pulled my jacket tighter, wishing for a mask, for anything to protect myself. As I stumbled through the trees, a new sound cut through the drone of the whispers. A low, mournful wail, distinctly human, but devoid of any coherent emotion. It was a sound of profound, utter loss. I froze, straining to hear. It was coming from my left, ahead. I moved cautiously, my heart pounding. The fog parted slightly, revealing a horrifying tableau. A woman, perhaps in her 50s, was sitting on a fallen log. Her clothes were disheveled, her hair matted. She was slowly, deliberately, tearing pages from a book and scattering them on the ground. Her eyes were glazed over, vacant, just like the young man's. But what truly chilled me was the small, framed photograph she clutched in her hand. It was a picture of a smiling family, a man, a woman her younger, and 2 children. She was staring at it, her brow furrowed in confusion, her lips moving silently. As I watched, she slowly, carefully, used her thumbnail to scratch out the faces in the photograph, one by one. Her own face, her husband's, her children's. Erasing them, erasing her past, erasing her identity. The mournful wail escaped her lips again, a sound of grief for a life she no longer knew she had. I gagged, while rising in my throat. This was worse than death. This was a living oblivion. I felt a sudden, intense pressure in my head, a dull ache behind my eyes. The whisper surged, becoming almost intelligible, like 1,000 people trying to remember something, anything, all at once. My own memories flickered, a momentary blankness where Blackwood Ridge should have been, a brief confusion about my name. No, I mentally screamed, clamping down on my thoughts, forcing myself to recall every detail, every name, every painful memory. They were mine. They defined me. I would not let this fog take them. I turned and ran, faster than before, abandoning any pretense of stealth. The wails of the woman and the fading cries of the young man merged with the whispers, creating a symphony of despair. The fog seemed to stretch out, to reach for me, its tendrils brushing against my legs, my arms. I felt that tingling sensation again, stronger this time, a cold numbness spreading through my skin. The ground began to slope upwards. Finally, a sign of elevation. I pushed myself harder, scrambling over roots and rocks, desperate to get above the suffocating white. The air felt thinner, cleaner, with every foot of ascent. The whispers, though still present, seemed to recede slightly, losing some of their oppressive power. I burst out of the fog bank, gasping for air, my lungs burning, my body screaming in protest. I collapsed onto a narrow ledge of rock, my back against the cold stone, staring back down at the churning, crawling white below. It stretched out as far as I could see, a vast, unnatural ocean of fog, slowly but inexorably consuming the forest. It moved with a horrifying purpose, slithering around the base of trees, flowing into hollows, devouring everything in its path. It was not just a weather phenomenon, it was a hungry living thing. I took deep, shuddering breaths, trying to clear my head. The metallic tang still lingered in my nostrils, and the cold dampness clung to my clothes. My hands trembled as I fumbled for my water bottle, taking a long, desperate drink. The water was cold, but it did little to quell the burning in my throat or the terror in my heart. The whispers were still there, a faint echo in the back of my mind, but they were no longer overwhelming. I could think. I could remember. I was me. For now. I pulled out my map, my hand still shaking. I was on the western slope of what was marked as Sentinel Peak, a relatively small, rocky outcropping. The ranger station was several miles northeast, down in a valley. A valley, right in the path of this crawling horror. Panic flared again. If the fog was spreading this fast, the ranger station, my only hope for communication, for help, for safety, would be enveloped. My colleagues, other rangers, hikers, campers, they would all be lost to it, their identities stripped away. I had to warn them. But how? My radio and phone were dead. The fog was too thick to navigate through safely, and even if I could, I risked losing myself. The only way was to stay above it, to find a path that kept me clear of its insidious touch. I scanned the map, my eyes darting over contour lines. There was a faint, rarely used game trail that snaked along the ridge line, staying mostly above the valleys. It was long, arduous, and would take hours, but it was my only chance. Adrenaline surged through me again, overriding the exhaustion. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. I had to move. I had to warn them. I had to try. The trek along the ridge was brutal. The sun, which had been bright when I started the North Ridge Trail, was now sinking towards the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows. The air grew colder, and the fog below seemed to glow with a pale, phosphorescent light in the twilight, a truly alien sight. I kept my eyes glued to the crawling mist, watching its relentless advance. It seemed to move faster in the deepening gloom, like a predator emerging from its lair. I saw flashes of light from below campfires, no doubt, tiny beacons of human presence, slowly being swallowed by the white abyss. Each one was a pang of dread in my chest. More victims, more minds erased. I started to hear new sounds from within the fog. Not just the whispers, but faint, disembodied cries, not of pain, but of confusion. Where am I? Who are you? And then, sometimes, a chilling, childlike giggle that seemed utterly out of place, yet perfectly terrifying. It reminded me of the construct, of the things that had happened at Blackwood Ridge. Was this fog an extension of that same horror? A new form, a new method of predation? The thought sent shivers down my spine. The glowing eye from Blackwood, the rhythmic thumping, the whispers, they were not just in my shattered mind. They were real. And now this insidious, creeping oblivion. As darkness fully descended, The ridge trail became even more treacherous. I relied on my headlamp, its beam cutting a narrow path through the gloom, but I constantly had to look down at the fog, ensuring I was not descending too low. The whispers from below were a constant, maddening hum, occasionally punctuated by a sound that made my blood run cold. The distinct, wet slurp of something moving within the fog, something large and unseen. I stumbled upon another campsite, high on the ridge, barely above the fog line. It was a small, two-person tent, illuminated from within by a lantern. I rushed towards it, hope flaring. Maybe these people were still coherent, still themselves. "Hello," I called out, my voice raw. "Is anyone there? You need to get out. The fog is dangerous." The tent flap opened slowly, and a man emerged. He was older, maybe 60, with a kind, weathered face. He looked at me, his eyes wide, but not with fear, with confusion. "Hello," he said, his voice gentle. "Are you lost, dear?" My heart sank. "No, I am not lost. You are. The fog, it is going to get you. You need to leave now." He smiled, a gentle, bewildered smile. "Fog. Oh, that is just a little morning mist, is not it? Came in quick this evening. Where are we anyway? My wife and I, we just woke up. Can't seem to remember how we got here." Behind him, a woman, his wife, peered out of the tent, her face equally vacant, equally lost. She had a half-eaten sandwich in her hand, staring at it as if she would never seen food before. "We were just having a lovely dream," she said, her voice soft and airy. "Such a beautiful dream. What was it about, dear?" She turned to her husband, who just blinked at her. They were gone. Completely. Not even the frantic, "Who am I?" like the others. Just blank. Content in their oblivion. It was almost more horrifying. I felt a surge of despair. There was no reasoning with them, no saving them. They were already consumed. The fog did not just take memories, it took the very concept of having them. It left behind shells, empty vessels. I backed away slowly, the whispers from the fog below seeming to mock me, to celebrate. I was alone in this fight, truly alone. The sun was long gone, and the moon, a sliver of white, offered little light. I pushed on, the cold seeping into my bones, the exhaustion threatening to buckle my knees. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every rustle of leaves sent my heart into a frenzy. My mind, already stretched thin, felt like it was fraying at the edges. Was I imagining things? Was I already succumbing? I recited my name, my date of birth, my Ranger ID number, the names of Ben and Chloe, their last moments, anything to anchor myself. Hours crawled by. The ranger station felt impossibly far. I was navigating by moonlight and the faint glow of the fog below, a constant reminder of the encroaching horror. My water was running low and my stomach growled, but hunger was a distant concern. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it, the ranger station, a small, sturdy cabin, its windows dark. It was still above the fog line, but barely. The white abyss was lapping at the very edge of the clearing around it, like a tide coming in. I scrambled down the last stretch of rocky trail, my legs burning, my lungs screaming. I burst into the clearing, gasping for breath, my hand on my pistol, though I knew it would be useless against something like this. The front door was unlocked. I stumbled inside, slamming it shut and locking it behind me, leaning against the heavy wood, trying to catch my breath. The cabin was dark, cold, and silent. "Hello," I called out, my voice hoarse. "Is anyone here?" Silence. Only the faint, muffled drone of the whispers from outside. I fumbled for the light switch, flicking it on. The fluorescent lights flickered, then hummed to life, bathing the small office in a harsh, unflattering glow. Papers were scattered on the desk, coffee mugs sat half empty, a radio crackled with static. Dead. Still dead. My heart sank. No one was here. They must have been on patrol or gone home for the night. Or perhaps they too had been caught by the fog, further down in the valleys. The thought was unbearable. I moved to the window, peering out. The fog was pressing in, a relentless, silent siege. It was slowly, inexorably creeping up the last few feet of ground, reaching for the cabin. It was only a matter of time. I needed to find a way to warn the outside world. The main radio tower for the park was several miles away, on the highest peak, far above this fog. But how would I get there? The cabin was being surrounded. Then, I heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from the back of the cabin. I froze, my hand instinctively going to my pistol. It was not the whispers. It was a physical sound. I moved cautiously, my eyes scanning the shadows. The scratching came again, a little louder this time, from the back door, which led to a small storage room. I crept towards it, my heart pounding. Was it an animal? Or something else? I pushed the door open slowly, my pistol raised. The storage room was dark, filled with equipment. But in the corner, huddled behind some crates, was a small, trembling figure. It was a child. A little girl, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, with wide, terrified eyes. She was clutching a worn teddy bear, her face pale, streaked with tears and dirt. My breath caught in my throat. "Hey," I said softly, lowering my pistol. "It is okay. I am a park ranger. Are you alone?" She just stared at me, her lower lip trembling. She did not speak, just pointed a small, shaky finger towards the back wall. I looked. There was a small, high window, barely more than a slit. And through it, a thin, white tendril of fog was slowly, silently, snaking its way inside. It was already a foot long, reaching, feeling its way into the room. My blood ran cold. It was not just surrounding the cabin. It was breaching it. It was actively seeking a way in. I ran to the window, grabbing a heavy box of spare batteries, and slammed it against the glass, shattering it, but also destroying the creeping tendril of fog. The cold, metallic scent instantly filled the room. The girl screamed, a high, piercing sound. "It is okay, it is okay," I said, turning back to her. "We need to go. Now." I grabbed her hand. Her skin was icy cold. "What is your name?" I asked, trying to sound reassuring. She looked at me, her eyes wide and blank. "Name," she whispered. "I do not know. I can't remember." No, not her too. Not this child. A fresh wave of horror washed over me, a despair so profound it threatened to swallow me whole. She had been hiding, trying to escape, but the fog had found a way to touch her, even subtly. Even a small tendril, a brief exposure. "It is okay," I repeated, though I knew it was not. "We are going to get out of here. We are going to find your family." A lie. A desperate, necessary lie. I pulled her towards the main door, my mind racing. The cabin was no longer safe. The fog was relentless. It would find a way in, through cracks, through vents, through any weakness. As I opened the front door, the air outside was thick with the whispers, now seeming to surge with a new, hungry intensity. The fog was higher now, swirling around the cabin's foundation, rising like a malevolent tide. It was almost to the porch. I had to make a choice. Stay and be consumed, or run into the unknown. But this time, I was not alone. I had this child, this blank slate of a human being, whose identity was already fading. I had to protect her, even if I could not save her memories. I looked at the girl, her small hand clutched tightly in mine, her eyes still vacant. She was a living testament to the horror that had become real. "We are going to run," I told her, my voice firm, trying to inject a strength I did not feel. "We are going to run as fast as we can, and we are going to stay above the fog." She just nodded, a silent, obedient doll. I took one last look at the ranger station, at the encroaching, silent white. It was not just a park anymore. It was a hunting ground, and we were the prey. I pulled the girl close, shielding her as best I could. The whispers outside the door seemed to coalesce, forming a low, guttural growl, not unlike the one from a construct. It was waiting. It knew we were here. This was not just fog. It was a living, breathing entity, a devourer of minds, a manifestation of the very same horror that had haunted Blackwood Ridge. It was the whispers, the thumping, the glowing eye, all rolled into one insidious, creeping oblivion. And it was here. And it was hungry. I opened the door and stepped out into the encroaching gloom, pulling the small, silent girl behind me. The fog was now lapping at the porch, its cold tendrils reaching, feeling, searching. The air was thick with a metallic tang and the maddening drone of 1,000 lost voices. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee, to save myself. But I could not. Not now. I had to try and save this one last piece of humanity, even if it was already broken. As I took my first step off the porch, a tendril of the fog, impossibly fast, shot out and brushed against my ankle. A searing cold, a momentary blankness in my mind, a fleeting confusion about where I was, who I was. No. I screamed internally, shaking my head violently, forcing the memories back, holding onto them with desperate, white-knuckled resolve. It had touched me, and I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that the battle was far from over. It had just begun, and the whispers, now clearer, more distinct than ever, seemed to hiss one final, chilling promise: you will forget. You will all forget. The cold, it was an absolute thing, a physical blow that did not just chill the skin, but seemed to seep into the very marrow of my bones. 1 second. I was clutching the little girl's hand, bursting out of that ranger station. The next, a tendril of that metallic smelling fog, like a living thing, lashed out, brushing my ankle. It was not just cold, it was a void. For a fraction of a second, a terrifying endless fraction, my mind went blank. My name, the girl's face, the reason we were running, it all vanished, replaced by a buzzing, static emptiness. It was like a sudden, violent defragmentation of my very being. Then, just as quickly, the memories snapped back into place, a searing pain behind my eyes as my mind fought to reassert itself. It was the most terrifying sensation I would ever experience, far worse than the sight of the construct, worse than the screams of Ben and Chloe. That was external horror. This was an invasion of the self. No. I gasped a raw, desperate sound. I yanked the little girl. Lily, I remembered her name. Thank God forward, scrambling over the threshold. The whispers surged, 1,000 maddening voices, like dry leaves skittering across a vast, empty plain, each one promising oblivion. You will forget. You will all forget. We stumbled into the twilight forest, the air thick and heavy. The fog, a low, crawling tide of gray, was already seeping in, tendrils reaching for us like hungry ghosts. It moved with an unnatural purpose, not drifting with the wind, but actively spreading, consuming. I knew, with a certainty that settled like a stone in my gut, that if it touched us again, if it wrapped around us, we would not just forget our names, we would forget everything. We would become the empty shells I would see, methodically scratching out faces or staring blankly into the middle distance. Run, Lily, run. I urged, my voice hoarse. Lily, her small hand swallowed by mine, did not need to be told twice. Her wide, blank eyes, once so empty, now held a flicker of desperate fear. She was a silent, surprisingly quick runner, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. We plunged deeper into the trees, the ground uneven, roots snaking like tripwires. The whispers were constant, a buzzing drone just at the edge of hearing, trying to worm their way into my thoughts, to unravel the tightly woven tapestry of my identity. I focused on Lily's hand in mine, on the feel of the rough bark of the trees we passed, on the metallic tang of the fog that grew stronger with every breath. I repeated my name in my head, then hers. Alex. Lily. Alex. Lily. It was a mantra against the encroaching nothingness. The forest here was ancient, the trees towering, their branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out the last vestiges of the fading light. It was a place designed for shadows, for things to hide, and now for things to consume. The air grew colder, the silence between the whispers more profound, more suffocating. And that is when I first heard it. It was faint, almost imperceptible, a low, thrumming sound, deep in the distance. At first, I dismissed it as my own frantic heartbeat, a phantom echo of the blood pounding in my ears. Or maybe it was the wind, a trick of the air currents through the dense foliage. Anything but what it really was. Anything but that. But it was not my heartbeat. And it was not the wind. It was a drum. A slow, deliberate, resonant beat. Thump, thump, thump. My stride faltered for a moment. Did you hear that? I whispered, glancing down at Lily. She just shook her head, her eyes fixed forward, her small chest heaving. She was too focused on running, too young, perhaps, to pick out such a subtle sound amidst the chaos. Or maybe, just maybe, I was already losing it. The fog was a devourer of minds, after all. Perhaps this was just the first symptom. I forced myself to ignore it, to focus on the immediate threat to fog. It was definitely gaining on us. I could feel its frigid breath. The whispers intensifying, growing more coherent, more insidious. Just let go, it is easier. There is nothing to remember. We kept running, the forest a blur of dark shapes and deeper shadows. The ground sloped upward slightly, offering a sliver of hope that we might reach higher ground, beyond the reach of the creeping gray. But the higher we climbed, the more distinct the drumming became. Thump, thump, thump. It was not just a sound, it was a presence. It felt ancient, primal, like something that had been echoing through these woods for centuries, only now choosing to reveal itself. There was no melody, no complex rhythm, just that single, repetitive beat, steady and unwavering. It was not loud, not yet, but it had an unnerving quality, a resonance that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my chest. Where is it coming from? I muttered, scanning the dense undergrowth, the towering trees. Nothing. Just an endless expanse of forest, dark and impenetrable. There was no light, no campfire, no sign of any human presence. Yet the drumming continued, a persistent, unsettling heartbeat in the vast, silent wilderness. Lily stumbled, pulling me back to the present. I scooped her up, her weight surprisingly light in my arms, and tried to maintain our pace. Carrying her was harder, but I could not risk her falling behind, not with the fog nipping at our heels. Her small face was pale, her eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. The drumming, however, was starting to override even the fear of the fog. It was growing louder, not just in volume, but in its perceived proximity. It felt like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It was a strange, unsettling paradox. Thump, thump, thump. It was a low, guttural beat, like a giant heart pounding deep within the earth. It was not the frantic, panicked rhythm of my own heart, but something slower, more deliberate, more powerful. It commanded attention, a hypnotic pulse that threatened to pull me away from the urgency of our escape. The whispers of the fog, which had been a constant barrage, seemed to recede slightly, or perhaps they were simply being drowned out by this new, more insistent sound. It was like swapping one nightmare for another, only this one was less about mental dissolution and more about an unseen physical force. I kept moving, my legs burning, my lungs aching. The metallic tang of the fog was still present, still a threat, but my mind was increasingly fixated on the drums. What were they? Who was playing them? And why could I not see anything? We reached a small rocky outcrop, a slight elevation that offered a momentary respite from the thickest part of the fog. Below us, the gray tide swirled, an ominous, living entity. For a moment, I allowed myself to catch my breath, setting Lily down gently. "Are you okay?" I whispered, my voice ragged. She nodded, her eyes wide, still fixed on the swirling fog below. But then, slowly, her head turned, her gaze unfocused, as if listening to something I could not quite perceive. And then I realized the drums. They were no longer distant. They were here. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was no longer just in my ears, it was in my chest. A deep, resonant vibration that I could feel in my ribcage, a physical thrumming that began to synchronize with my own racing pulse. It was a bizarre, unsettling sensation, as if an invisible hand was pressing against my sternum, beating rhythm into my very being. I spun around, desperate to find the source. Where is it? Lily, do you see anything? She shook her head, her lower lip trembling. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible. But it feels cold. Cold. That was the fog. But the drums, they were not cold. They were a raw, vibrating presence. They were something else entirely. The rhythm grew more insistent, more demanding. It was not just loud, it was overwhelming. It filled the air, the forest, my very head. The deep bass notes resonated through the ground, up through my feet, through my legs, until my entire body felt like a drum itself, vibrating with an alien beat. Panic, cold and sharp, began to mingle with the exhaustion. This was not just a sound, it was an invasion. It was like the fog, but instead of erasing memories, it was trying to replace my very internal rhythm, to force its own pulse upon me. I pressed my hands against my ears, but it did no good. The drumming was not coming from outside anymore. It was inside. It was everywhere. It was a relentless, primal beat, a slow, deliberate cadence that threatened to subsume my own frantic heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat was a physical jolt, a jarring vibration that made my teeth ache and my vision swim. It felt like my skull was a hollow chamber, and the drums were being played directly within it. The whispers of the fog, though still present, were now like tiny, insignificant insects buzzing around the edges of a roaring bonfire. The drums were the bonfire. I looked at Lily. Her face was scrunched up, her small hands pressed to her ears, just like mine. But her eyes were beginning to take on that familiar, blank stare. The same stare I would seen in the man by the roadside, in the woman scratching out faces. The fog, it seemed, was not the only thing that could erase. No. Lily, do not listen. I shouted, my voice barely audible over the internal din. I grabbed her shoulders, shaking her gently, trying to snap her out of it. Remember your name. Lily, remember me. Her eyes flickered, a momentary spark of recognition, then dulled again. The drums intensified, their rhythm becoming more aggressive, more dominating. It was a battle for her mind, for my mind, a battle against an unseen force that used sound as its weapon. I felt a strange, almost dizzying sensation, as if my own heart was struggling to keep pace with the invading rhythm. It was a slow, agonizing process of synchronization, my frantic, human pulse being gradually forced into submission by the powerful, ancient beat. My blood felt heavy in my veins, each beat a sluggish, deep thrum. The forest around us seemed to press in, the shadows deepening, twisting into grotesque shapes. The trees, once comforting sentinels, now felt like silent, judging observers. The air grew heavier, thicker, almost viscous with the sound. It was not just a sound anymore, it was a physical weight, a suffocating pressure. I tried to move, to run, to escape this sonic prison, but my legs felt heavy, sluggish. Each step was a monumental effort, as if I were wading through treacle. The drums were slowing me down, physically and mentally. They were a current, pulling me into their rhythm, into their silent, unseen dance. Thump, thump, thump. It was no longer just a beat, it was a pulse. The pulse of something vast, something ancient, something that had always been here, hidden in the depths of this forest, waiting for the right moment, for the right ears. And the fog, the memory-erasing fog, had merely cleared the way, softening the mind, making it more susceptible to this new, more profound invasion. My own thoughts, once a torrent of fear and desperate planning, began to unravel. It was like trying to think clearly underwater, the pressure distorting everything. My name, Alex, became a distant echo. Lily's name, too, felt slippery, hard to grasp. The urgency of our escape, the horror of the construct, the screams, they were all fading, being replaced by the relentless, all-consuming thump, thump, thump. I looked at Lily, really looked at her. Her eyes were glazed over, her small body swaying slightly to the rhythm, a horrifying, involuntary dance. Her hands had fallen from her ears, hanging limply at her sides. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. She was gone, or going. A wave of despair, cold and crushing, washed over me. I had failed. I had tried to save her, to hold onto my own identity, but this was too much. The drums were too powerful. The internal beat intensified, becoming so loud, so dominant, that I felt a sharp pain, a splitting sensation behind my eyes. It was like my very consciousness was being hammered, flattened, remolded to fit this alien rhythm. My own heartbeat, my own internal clock, was being overwritten. My memories, vivid and precious just moments ago, were now like old photographs, fading at the edges, the colors bleeding into gray. My parents' faces, my childhood, even the immediate past, the clearing, the construct. Ben, Chloe, they were all dissolving, being subsumed by the relentless primal beat. Thump, thump, thump. It was no longer a sound I heard, it was a state of being. I was the drum. My body was the drum. My mind was the drum. There was nothing else. Just the beat. Eternal. Unchanging. Meaningless. I felt a profound sense of calm begin to settle over me. A terrifying peace that came from the complete surrender of self. The fear, the panic, the desperation, they were all gone, replaced by a dull, rhythmic thrumming. The whispers of the fog, if they were still there, were utterly silent to me now. There was only the beat. My gaze fell upon Lily again. Her eyes were still wide, but they held no fear, no recognition, no spark of life. Just the reflection of the dark, ancient trees and the faint, swirling gray of the fog below. She was completely still, a small, empty vessel, and I felt myself becoming the same. My thoughts slowed, then stopped. The struggle, the frantic fight to remember, to be, to exist had ceased. There was only the rhythm, a vast, empty expanse of sound that was both everything and nothing. My hand, which had been clutching hers, loosened. It did not feel like my hand anymore. It was just a hand, attached to a body that was now a drum, beating an eternal, silent rhythm to an unseen master in an ancient, forgotten forest. The fog, the memory-erasing fog, had merely cleared the way. The drums had finished the job. Thump, thump, thump. The beat was inside me now. It was me, and I was nothing. I existed. That was the extent of my knowledge, and for countless cycles, it had been enough. I was a breath among the leaves, a vein of sap in the bark, a ripple in the damp earth of a starless forest. My memories, my name, my purpose, all shed like old skin, leaving behind a profound, unwavering peace. The eternal twilight was my canvas, the sweet, metallic scent my perfume, the endless wandering my only ambition. I was a vessel, nothing more, nothing less, and in that void, I found a strange kind of wholeness. Then came the thorns. Black, hair thin, exquisite in their sinister beauty, they pushed up from the soil. I watched as I always watched, with a detached curiosity of a forest spirit. Another wanderer, a fleeting shape of gray and shadow, stumbled into them. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, pierced its skin, yet it made no sound, showed no sign of pain. I observed its transformation, slow and inevitable. The skin discolored, blackened, then sloughed off in weeping sheets of thick, dark fluid. It rotted while still moving, a ghastly parody of life, a walking putrefaction. And I felt something. Not fear, not sorrow. Those were human concepts long discarded. It was a tremor, a discordant note in the symphony of my peace. A sensation akin to a root being severed, a branch cracking under an unseen weight. A wrongness. The sweet, metallic scent, once a gentle whisper, now seemed to cling, heavy and cloying, like the breath of something dead. It was a smell of decay, yes, but also of something else, something sharp and cold, like a freshly opened wound. The wanderer, or what remained of it, eventually dissolved into the earth, a dark stain that slowly faded. But the thorns remained, spreading a silent, creeping plague. And the wrongness lingered, a persistent hum beneath my consciousness, a faint echo of the horror I had witnessed. My peace, once absolute, now felt like a fragile membrane, stretched thin over an abyss. It was during this time, when the air itself seemed to vibrate with a new, unsettling energy, that I first saw it. My wandering took me to the edge of what I had always considered my domain. The forest, though vast and seemingly endless, did have boundaries, though I rarely acknowledged them. This boundary was not a wall or a river, but a gradual incline, a rise in the terrain that led up to a crest. I had passed it many times, a feature of the landscape, nothing more. But one cycle, as I drifted towards it, a flicker of movement, or rather, the absence of movement, snagged my attention. At the very top of that low hill, silhouetted against the perpetual twilight that was only marginally brighter there, stood a figure. It was a shard of pure shadow, darker than the deepest recesses of the forest, darker than the starless sky. It was humanoid in shape, tall and impossibly slender, like a drawn-out brushstroke of night. It did not move. Not a twitch, not a sway, not even the subtle shift a living thing makes to maintain balance. It simply stood, and it watched. It watched the forest. It watched my forest. The first time I saw it, the tremor I had felt earlier intensified, a cold shiver through my sapped blood. This was different from the thorns. The thorns were a biological horror, a process of decay. This was an observer, a presence, and its gaze, though unseen, felt like a physical weight, pressing down on the canopy, on the very earth. I lingered, a silent, unmoving sentinel of my own. I watched the watcher. Cycles passed. The figure never moved. It was a constant, a fixed point in a world of gentle, aimless drift. The unsettling hum grew louder, a low thrum that seemed to emanate from the figure itself, resonating through the damp soil and up into my roots. Other wanderers, those gray, ephemeral shapes that occasionally crossed my path, seemed to avoid the hill. They would drift close, then veer away, a subtle, instinctual avoidance. I wondered if they felt it too, the pervasive wrongness, the unseen eye that never blinked. My own curiosity, a sensation I had not known I possessed, began to stir. I found myself drawn towards a hill, not directly, but in ever closer arcs. I wanted to understand this anomaly, this static point in my fluid existence. What was it? Why was it there? What did it want? One cycle. I decided to approach. The air grew colder as I began my ascent. The ground became firmer, the moss thinner. The sweet, metallic scent of the forest floor, though still present, was being slowly overtaken by a different aroma, a dry, sterile smell, like old dust and ozone. I moved slowly, a leaf carried on an unfelt breeze. As I climbed, the figure remained. Still, silent, a sentinel of darkness. It seemed to grow no larger, despite my decreasing distance. This struck me as odd. Logic, a concept I barely understood, suggested that as I closed the gap, the figure should dominate my vision more. But it did not. It remained a distant, slender silhouette, perfectly framed against the pale, upper twilight. I pressed on, a strange determination blooming within me. The unsettling hum was now a distinct vibration, a low-frequency thrumming against my very essence. It felt like a note held too long, a string pulled too tight. I estimate I was perhaps 50 paces from the crest of the hill when the true nature of the figure's strangeness became apparent. I focused on it, fixing my attention on its outline. Then, I took another step, and it seemed to recede. Not physically, not like it was moving away. It was as if the space between us stretched, elongating with each step I took. The hill itself seemed to grow longer, the crest perpetually just out of reach. The figure, though still visible, appeared no closer, no larger. It was a trick of perspective, a distortion of reality. My root senses, my leaf sight, my sap blood, they all registered the forward motion, the ground passing beneath me, yet the target remained stubbornly distant. A new kind of tremor, sharper and more insistent, coursed through me. This was not merely wrongness. This was an active defiance of my perception, a manipulation of the very fabric of my existence. It was unsettling in a way the rotting wanderer had not been, for that was a process of nature, however grotesque. This was something else, something that bent reality. I tried again, pushing harder, faster. The air grew thinner, colder. The ozone smell was now dominant, sharp and metallic in a different way than the forest decay, like the taste of impending storm. I took another step, then another, then another. My awareness stretched, trying to grasp the impossible. The figure remained the same size, the same distance, a dark, unmoving pinprick against the sky. Frustration, a novel and unpleasant sensation, began to prickle at the edges of my consciousness. How could I move, yet gain no ground? How could it be so clearly visible, yet so utterly unreachable? I spent what felt like many cycles on that incline, trapped in a loop of futile approach. Each step I took, the hill seemed to lengthen, the figure to recede. It was a mockery, a silent, unblinking challenge. The air grew heavy, the silence profound. Even the distant, gentle rustling of the forest seemed to fade, replaced by the relentless, low hum emanating from the hill's summit. Eventually, exhausted by an effort that had no physical toll, but a profound, energetic one, I retreated. The realization that I could not reach it, could not even approach it, settled over me like a shroud. My peace was now a memory, replaced by a gnawing sense of unease, a constant awareness of that silent, watching presence. But my curiosity, once awakened, could not be quelled. I began to observe other wanderers. Most continued to avoid the hill, but a few, drawn by some inexplicable compulsion, or perhaps simply by their aimless nature, would occasionally drift too close to its base. I watched one such wanderer, a particularly dense shadow shape, begin its ascent. It moved with the same slow, deliberate pace as I had. I observed its progress, or lack thereof. The same phenomenon unfolded. As it climbed, the figure on the crest remained stubbornly distant, an optical illusion stretched across reality. The wanderer, like me, spent what felt like an eternity trying to close the gap. Then, something new happened. The wanderer, having seemingly exhausted its efforts, paused. It stood still, perhaps sensing the futility of its task. It was perhaps 70 paces from the crest, and the figure on the hill was still a distant silhouette. The wanderer, a creature of instinct and simple movement, turned its back to the hill, as if giving up, and began to descend. I watched, my awareness fixed on the scene. As the wanderer took its first downward step, a subtle shift occurred. The air around the figure on the hill seemed to shimmer, a barely perceptible distortion, like heat haze. Then, in the space of a single drawn-out breath, the figure was no longer on the crest. It was directly behind the wanderer. No sound, no movement, just there. A sudden, impossible displacement. The wanderer froze. I could feel its shock, a raw, primal surge of terror that rippled through the very fabric of the forest. It was a sensation I had never encountered before, a violent tearing of its ephemeral peace. The wanderer slowly, agonizingly, began to turn. As it turned, the figure remained. Still silent, a perfect silhouette of darkness. It was impossibly close, looming over the wanderer. I could almost make out details now, though they were still swallowed by the pervasive shadow. It was taller than any living thing I had ever seen, its limbs long and attenuated, its head small and featureless. It was a void given form, an absence made manifest. The wanderer completed its turn. Its gray, shadowy form seemed to shrink, to condense with pure, unadulterated dread. And then the figure moved. It was not a walk or a step or even a glide. It was a ripple, a subtle distortion of the air itself, and it was closer. Not behind the wanderer anymore, but directly in front of it, just inches away. The wanderer let out a silent shriek, a wave of pure terror that washed over me, chilling my sapped blood to ice. The figure reached out. Its hand, if it could be called a hand, was a slender, elongated shadow ending in impossibly fine needle-like digits. It did not grasp, did not touch. It simply overlapped with the wanderer's form. And then the wanderer began to unravel. It was not a violent process. It was slow, deliberate, horrifyingly elegant. The edges of its shadowy form began to fray, like smoke dissipating in a breeze. Its gray essence seemed to leach away, absorbed into the deeper, purer black of the figure. The process was accompanied by that same cold, sterile ozone smell, now intensified, mixed with a faint, sweet tang that reminded me sickeningly of the rotting wanderer and the thorns. The wanderer offered no resistance. It simply dissolved, its terror-filled essence flowing into the silent, motionless shadow. In what felt like an eternity, but was perhaps only a few breaths, the wanderer was gone, vanished, as if it had never existed. The figure remained, standing exactly where the wanderer had been, its dark form now perhaps infinitesimally denser, its edges a shade sharper. It stood there for a long moment. Then, with that same impossible, shimmering distortion, it was back on the crest of the hill, watching. The silence that followed was absolute. The unsettling hum was gone, replaced by a profound, terrifying stillness. My peace, once shattered, was now utterly annihilated. I was filled with a new sensation, one that burned like acid and froze like ice fear. True, unadulterated fear. Not for my physical form, for I had none in the human sense, but for my very existence, for the continuity of my being, for the sanctity of my forest. The figure was still there, day after cycle after cycle. It watched, and I too watched. But my watching was no longer detached observation. It was born of dread. I saw it happen again. Another wanderer, another attempt to scale the hill, another impossible recession of distance, another moment of turning away. And then the shadow was behind them. The silent terror, the slow, elegant unraveling, the absorption, the return to the crest, the sweet metallic scent of the thorns, the smell of decay and fresh wounds, now seemed inextricably linked to the ozone sharpness of the figure. I began to wonder if the thorns were a precursor, a softening of the forest resistance, a preparation for the watcher's harvest. Were they two separate horrors, or merely different facets of the same ultimate predation? My wanderings grew cautious. I no longer drifted aimlessly. My movements were calculated, always keeping the hill and its silent sentinel in my periphery, always ensuring I was moving away from it. The forest, once a haven of peace, now felt like a cage, its boundaries defined by the ever-present threat on the hill. I started to notice other things. The wanderers were fewer now. Their appearances were less frequent, their forms perhaps a little less substantial. Was the watcher slowly draining the life from a forest, one ephemeral being at a time? Was its gaze itself a form of consumption? The fear became a constant companion, a cold knot in my non-existent stomach. I was no longer a vessel of peace, I was a vessel of dread. My leaves trembled with an internal chill. My sap blood felt sluggish and heavy. The eternal twilight, once comforting, now felt like a perpetual gloom, a stage for an unseen terror. I tried to understand its nature. Was it alive? Was it a spirit? A demon? Such concepts were alien to me, yet I grasped for them, for anything that might offer a framework, a way to comprehend the incomprehensible. It defied all my previous understanding of existence. It was a hole in reality, a tear in the fabric of my world, and it was slowly, silently consuming everything. One cycle. I found myself closer to the hill than I intended. A momentary lapse in my vigilance, a drifting too close to the invisible line of its influence. The air grew cold. The ozone smell pricked at my senses. The hum, that low, resonant thrum, vibrated through the earth, directly into my roots. I froze, my essence clenching. I could feel its gaze, a palpable weight. It was not a physical sensation, but a deep, internal knowing that I was being seen. I stood there unmoving for what felt like an age, waiting for the inevitable. My non-existent heart pounded with a terror so profound it threatened to unravel my own form. But nothing happened. It merely watched. I slowly, painstakingly, began to retreat. Every inch felt like a mile. Every rustle of a leaf, every creak of a branch sounded like a warning. I kept my back to it, forcing myself not to look, not to confirm its presence. I could feel its gaze on my non-existent spine, a burning pressure. I could feel the space behind me, an oppressive, suffocating void. I imagined it moving, that impossible shimmer, that silent displacement. I imagined it appearing directly behind me, its dark form blotting out the twilight, its slender, needle-fingered hand reaching out to overlap with my own. I imagined the slow, elegant unraveling of my essence, my centuries of peaceful existence draining away into its absolute blackness. The thought was paralyzing. It was a horror far greater than the rotting wanderer, greater than the thorns. It was a horror of absolute annihilation, of being erased, of having my very being consumed by an entity that defied comprehension. I made it back to the deeper forest, away from the hill's immediate influence. But the feeling of being watched never truly left me. It became a permanent fixture of my existence, a shadow clinging to my own shadow. The silence of the forest, once comforting, was now filled with the unspoken threat of that distant, unblinking gaze. I was no longer at peace. I was no longer a vessel, a void. I was a consciousness trapped in a starless forest, forever aware of the silent watcher on the hill. It was always there, an immutable fact of my world. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it would continue to watch, cycle after cycle, until one day, perhaps, I would make a mistake. Until one day, I would turn my back for too long. Until one day, it would no longer be on the hill. It would be behind me. And then there would be nothing left but the silence. And the watcher, always watching. I scooped up Lily, her small body light, her small hand still clutched in mine, even as I lifted her. The drumming was not just in my ears anymore, it was in my chest, a deep, resonant thrumming that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. It was a strange counterpoint to the fog's insidious whispers, which were still trying to worm their way into the cracks of my mind, promising the sweet release of oblivion, the quiet peace of forgetting. Just let go, it is so much easier. But the drum, that ancient, primal rhythm, was a different kind of pull. It was not seductive, it was insistent, a call to something profound and terrifying. Yet in that moment, it felt like the only direction left to run. The metallic mist, a shimmering, malevolent veil, was almost upon us, its tendrils reaching, tasting the air. I could feel the chill of it, the ghost of that moment when my own name had vanished, when Lily's face had become a stranger's. I would not let that happen again. Not to me, and certainly not to her. Hold on, sweetie. I gasped, my voice hoarse, my lungs burning. Lily whimpered, burying her face into my shoulder, her small arms wrapped tightly around my neck. Her fear was palpable, a raw, innocent terror that fueled my own desperate strength. I shifted her weight, adjusting my grip, and plunged deeper into the trees, following the insistent beat. The forest here was different. It was not just dark, it was muted. The usual sounds of the woods, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the snap of twigs were absent, swallowed by the drumming. The trees grew unnaturally close, their branches interwoven like skeletal fingers, blocking out the last vestiges of twilight. It was a place where light seemed to die, where shadows held a deeper, more profound darkness. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. Not a clearing, not a path carved by human hands, but something else entirely. The drumming intensified, throbbing in the air, a physical pressure against my eardrums. It was coming from everywhere, and from the thing I now saw before me. It was a path, yes, but unlike any I would ever encountered. It was not dirt or gravel or stone. It was a swathe of pure, undisturbed ash. Fine gray, almost luminous in the oppressive gloom, it stretched ahead, winding its way into the impenetrable darkness of the forest. It looked like the aftermath of a colossal bonfire, a place where everything had been consumed and reduced to nothing but powdered memory. The air around it was still, heavy, and carried a faint, acrid scent, like burnt sugar mixed with something metallic, something vaguely wrong. The drumming was now deafening, almost painful, a relentless rhythm that seemed to emanate from the ash itself. It was a sound that did not just vibrate the air, but vibrated the very essence of my being. I hesitated at the edge, my feet sinking slightly into the soft, yielding earth. The metallic fog was still behind us, a silent, creeping tide, its whispers growing louder, more desperate, as if sensing our impending escape. Do not go that way, there is nothing, there only emptiness. But the ash path, it was a tangible thing, a solid if powdery direction. The fog promised oblivion through erasure of self. What did this path promise? The drumming, for all its intensity, felt less like a threat and more like a directive. A terrible, unavoidable directive. What is it? Mommy, Lily whispered, her voice muffled against my neck. She would lifted her head slightly, her wide eyes staring at the gray expanse. Even in the dim light, I could see the reflection of the ash in them, like tiny, swirling galaxies. I do not know, sweetie. I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate counterpoint to the slow, heavy thrum of the drums. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, to find another way, but there was no other way. The fog was a wall of encroaching nothingness. The ash path, for all its unsettling strangeness, was a door. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I stepped onto the path. The moment my shoes touched the ash, a jolt went through me. It was not electrical, not painful, but profound. The ash was incredibly fine, like powdered silk, and it yielded beneath my weight without a sound. It did not crunch or shift, it simply absorbed. A thin layer immediately clung to the sides of my sneakers, a pale gray dust that seemed to cling with an unusual tenacity. The drumming, if possible, grew even louder, a crescendo that felt like it was playing inside my skull. It was not hostile, though. It was welcoming, or perhaps, more accurately, expectant. I took another step, then another, the ash rising in faint, almost imperceptible puffs around my feet. It stained, all right, even through my shoes. I could feel the strange, dry texture seeping in. It was not just on the surface, it felt like it was trying to permeate the very material of my shoes, like a dye. I glanced back over my shoulder to where I had just stepped. My breath hitched. There were no footprints. None. The ash, perfectly smooth and undisturbed, stretched behind me, a seamless gray carpet. It was as if I had not even been there, as if I had simply appeared a few feet further down the path. A cold dread, far more potent than the fear of the fog, coiled in my stomach. The fog erased memory. This path erased presence. It erased the very act of existing in a space. Mommy. Lily's voice was small, uncertain. She had not seen it yet, her face still buried. I hugged her tighter, trying to project a calm I did not feel. "It is okay, sweetie. Just keep going." I murmured, my eyes scanning the path ahead, then back again. Still nothing. No indentation, no disturbed particles, just an unbroken expanse of ash. It was impossible. I had just walked there. My weight, Lily's weight, should have left a clear impression. My mind, already frayed from the encounter with the fog, struggled to process this new horror. The whispers of the fog, though distant now, had promised to make me forget. This path, it seemed, promised to make the world forget me. We continued, each step a silent, unsettling act of erasure. The ash clung to my shoes, then my socks, a fine, gritty powder that seemed to work its way through the fabric, staining my skin. I could feel it, a dry, cold sensation on my ankles, then my insteps. It was not painful, but it was deeply, profoundly unsettling. It felt like the path was claiming a piece of me with every stride. The drumming maintained its relentless pace, a slow, heavy beat that seemed to synchronize with my own strained heart. It was the only sound now, an omnipresent rhythm that filled the void of the silent forest. The trees on either side of the ash path were ancient, gnarled, their branches heavy with a similar gray dust, as if they too were slowly being consumed, slowly fading into the same nothingness. There were no leaves, no moss, no undergrowth. Just the trees, skeletal and silent, and the ash path between them. My eyes darted around, searching for anything familiar, anything that could ground me in reality. But there was nothing. No animal tracks, no discarded branches, no sign that anything other than this pervasive ash had ever existed here. It was a corridor of pure, unadulterated oblivion. As we walked, I noticed something else. The ash on my shoes was not just clinging, it was becoming part of them. The white of my sneakers was slowly being subsumed by the gray, not just dusted, but permanently altered, as if the ash was leaching the color, the very essence out of the material. I tried to rub it off with my free hand, but it was useless. It was fused, a part of the shoe now, a part of us. A new terror began to bloom in my chest, cold and insidious. If the ash was becoming part of my shoes, what was to stop it from becoming part of me? And if it erased my footsteps, what else could it erase? Alex, Lily, Alex, Lily. I whispered the names again, a desperate plea to keep us anchored, to keep our identities solid against the creeping erasure. I felt a strange urge to look down at my hands, to check if they were still mine, if their color was still the same. But I forced myself to look ahead, to focus on the path, on the next step. The path seemed endless. We walked for what felt like hours, though time itself felt distorted here. The oppressive silence, broken only by the drumming, made every minute stretch into an eternity. My legs ached, my arms were numb from carrying Lily, but I could not stop. To stop felt like giving in, like allowing the ash to fully claim us. Lily, surprisingly, had fallen silent. Her face was still pressed against my shoulder, but her breathing was even. Had she fallen asleep? Or was she just quiet? The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. Children are rarely silent for long, especially when scared. Her quietude felt less like sleep and more like absorption. I gently shifted her, trying to get a look at her face. Her eyes were still closed, her lashes long against her pale cheeks. But even in the dimness, I could see it. A faint dusting of ash on her hair, on her clothes, just like on mine, and a thin, gray line along the exposed skin of her ankle, where her pant leg had ridden up. The ash was staining her too. "Lily," I whispered, my voice trembling. She stirred, a soft sigh escaping her lips. "Mommy," she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep or something else. Are we there yet? Almost, sweetie. Almost. I lied, not knowing where there even was. The lie tasted like ash in my mouth. As we continued, the ash began to feel different underfoot. It was not just fine powder anymore. There were tiny, almost imperceptible fragments mixed in, like flecks of bone or shell. I tried not to think about what they might be. The drumming, though constant, also seemed to be subtly shifting, growing deeper, more resonant, as if we were approaching its source. Then I saw something. Just off the path, nestled among the skeletal trees, was a small, dark shape. My heart leaped, hoping for a sign of life, a creature, anything to break the monotony of gray. But as I drew closer, my blood ran cold. It was a shoe. A child's shoe, small and worn, lying on its side. But it was not just gray with dust, it was infused with the ash, its original color completely gone, replaced by the same uniform gray that now coated my own sneakers. It looked less like a shoe and more like a fossilized remnant, a piece of something that had been consumed and rendered inert. And next to it, partially buried in the ash, was a small wooden doll. Its painted face was faded, almost gone, its fabric body stiff and brittle, completely gray. It looked like a miniature version of the trees, a ghost of what it once was. My mind reeled. Someone else had been here. Someone else had walked this path, and they had left behind nothing but these gray, forgotten remnants. No footprints, no indication of their passage, only these objects that had somehow resisted complete erasure, only to be turned to ash themselves. The whispers of the fog returned, faint but distinct, as if carried on the drum's vibrations. They forgot, they all forgot, just like you will. No, I would not. I could not. Not Lily. I hugged her tighter, my eyes scanning the path ahead, searching for an end, a break, anything. The gray was absolute now. The trees, the ground, the very air seemed to shimmer with ash. My throat felt dry, raw, and I realized I had not swallowed properly in a long time. It felt like the ash was in my mouth, coating my tongue. I tried to shake the feeling, but it persisted. I ran my tongue over my teeth. They felt gritty. I risked a quick glance at my hand, the one not holding Lily. It was covered in a fine layer of gray, and where the ash had settled into the creases of my skin, it seemed to have stained, just like on my shoes. My skin looked paler, almost translucent, as if the color was being drawn out of me. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my exhaustion. This was not just an external staining. This was an internal process. The ash was not just on us, it was becoming us. Lily, I said, my voice barely a croak. Look at me, sweetie. She lifted her head, her eyes still heavy. But when she looked at me, there was a flicker of something in her gaze, a brief moment of confusion, as if she was trying to place my face. It was gone in an instant, replaced by her usual innocent, tired look. But that flicker, it was enough. It was terrifying. The drumming, which had been a constant, steady beat, began to change. It grew more complex, a multi-layered rhythm, as if other drums, smaller, higher pitched, were joining the primal thrum. It felt less like a guide and more like a ritual, a ceremony. And then, I saw it, up ahead, where the path seemed to curve into an even deeper, darker part of the forest. There was a faint, pulsating glow. A soft, reddish light, like embers. My heart pounded. Was it a fire? A camp? Other people? Hope, desperate and fragile, flared within me. I picked up my pace, ignoring the burning in my legs, the ache in my arms. Every step was a silent, erased mark on the ash. Every step brought me closer to that strange, pulsing light. As we neared, the source of the light became clearer. It was not a fire in a pit. It was a structure, a large circular edifice made of what looked like tightly packed ash, hardened and polished to a dull sheen. It was ancient, monolithic, and completely alien, and the reddish light pulsed from within it, through cracks and crevices in its seamless surface. The drumming was deafening now, reverberating through my entire body. It was coming from inside the structure. It was the heartbeat of this place, this temple of ash. I reached the entrance, a gaping archway, like opening, completely devoid of any doors or barriers. The air inside was thick, hot, and smelled intensely of that burnt sugar and metallic tang. The ash on the ground here was even finer, almost like dust motes dancing in the dim, pulsing light. I stepped inside, my feet sinking deeper than before. The ash here was almost ankle deep. And here, for the first time, I saw what was making the drumming. In the center of the vast, circular chamber stood a massive drum. It was not made of wood or animal hide. It was made of the same hardened ash as the walls, a huge gray cylinder, easily 20 feet tall and 10 feet wide. And it was beating itself. There were no drummers, no hands. The drum simply pulsed, a deep, resonant thump, thump, thump that originated from within its own gray, silent mass. And with each beat, a fine cloud of ash was expelled from its surface, swirling into the air, settling back down, perpetually renewing the layer on the ground. It was a living, breathing, ash-producing engine. And around the base of this colossal drum, scattered in various states of decay and ash absorption, were figures. Not living beings, but effigies. Or perhaps what was left of those who had walked the path. They were human-shaped, but completely gray, their forms rounded and softened by layers of ash. Some were slumped against the drum, others lay prone. Their clothes, their hair, even their skin, had been utterly subsumed by the ash, becoming one with it. They were like statues carved from the path itself, monuments to their own erasure. They were featureless, devoid of any identity, just gray, humanoid forms. My breath caught in my throat, a horrified gasp. This was the end of the path. This was what happened to those who followed the drumming. They became part of the ash. Their very essence, their memories, their identities, all consumed, leaving nothing but these ghost-like husks. Lily stirred my arms, and this time she let out a small, terrified cry. Her eyes were wide, staring at the gray figures, at the pulsating drum. "Mommy, what are those?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I wanted to shield her eyes, to turn away, but I was frozen, mesmerized by the horror. The reddish light, I now realized, was not just light. It was a faint internal glow emanating from the drum itself, like a dying ember, a slow, agonizing process of consumption. As I watched, one of the ash figures, one that looked like an adult, seemed to shift. A faint tremor ran through its gray mass. And for a fleeting second, I thought I saw a faint, almost imperceptible red glow emanating from within it, a tiny internal spark, before it faded back into the uniform gray. The drumming intensified, a desperate, hungry sound. And then I felt it, the ash on my skin, on my hands, on my ankles. It was not just staining anymore. It was tightening, a dry, constricting sensation, as if my skin was slowly turning to brittle clay. I looked down at my hand. The lines, the creases, were becoming more pronounced, etched in gray. My fingernails, once pink, were now dull, almost translucent, as if the ash was leaching the life out of them. And Lily, I looked at her, truly looked at her. Her small face was dusted with ash, her hair, once a vibrant brown, now muted and gray. Her lips, usually a healthy pink, were pale, almost grayish. And her eyes are beautiful, innocent eyes. There was a hollowness there, a faint, unsettling blankness that echoed the moment my own mind had gone static in the fog. No, not her. Never her. A primal scream tore through my throat, a desperate, animalistic sound that was instantly swallowed by the booming drum. I could not let this happen. I could not let Lily become one of these forgotten husks, a gray statue of a memory. I turned, my mind racing, searching for an exit, a way out. But there was only the archway, and beyond it, the ash path, stretching back into the oppressive gray of the forest. The path that erased footprints. The path that consumed. We have to go. Lily, we have to go now. I cried, my voice cracking. I clutched her tighter, desperate to feel her warmth, her living presence, against my own fading self. But as I turned to run, my foot slipped in the deep ash. I stumbled, nearly falling, and Lily cried out, her small hand scrabbling against my shoulder. In that moment of imbalance, my gaze fell upon my feet. My shoes were no longer just gray. They were indistinguishable from the ash on the ground. The laces, the soles, the fabric all had been completely subsumed, transformed into the same uniform gray. They were no longer shoes, they were extensions of the path. And my feet, where the ash had seeped through the fabric, were no longer pink and living. They were pale, dry, and faintly gray, the skin looking like it was slowly calcifying. The ash was literally turning me to ash from the ground up. The drumming reached a frantic crescendo, a hungry, demanding roar. The entire chamber seemed to vibrate, and the reddish light pulsed faster, brighter, as if the drum was feeding, growing stronger. I pushed myself forward, stumbling back towards the archway, toward the path. It was a desperate, illogical move. The path was the cause, but it was also the only way out. I just had to get off it. I had to find a way to break free from its insidious consumption. We burst back out onto the path, the endless gray stretching before us. The air outside felt slightly cooler, but no less heavy. The whispers of the fog were completely gone now, replaced by the overwhelming, consuming beat of the drum from behind us. It had claimed us. It was calling us back. I ran, or rather, I struggled forward, my legs heavy, my breathing ragged. Each step was a silent agony, a battle against the ash that sought to claim me. I could feel it crawling further up my legs, a dry, tightening sensation that felt like my skin was cracking. Lily was whimpering now, her small body trembling. "Mommy, I am scared," she cried. My fingers, they feel funny. I risked a glance at her hands. Her small, chubby fingers were pale, and the lines on her knuckles were etched with gray, just like mine. The ash was creeping up her too, faster than I could have imagined. Her innocence, her youth, made her even more susceptible. No, no, no. I chanted, a frantic mantra, no longer just for our names, but for our very being. Not you. Lily, not you. I had to get off this path. I had to find a way to break the cycle of erasure. But the trees on either side were an impenetrable wall of gray, their branches intertwined, their trunks thick and ancient. There was no breaking through them. There was no escape to the sides. Only the path. As I ran, my mind, already pushed to its limits, started to play tricks on me. The trees seemed to blur, their forms shifting, becoming indistinct. The ash on the ground seemed to swirl, to writhe, as if it were alive. And the drumming, it was not just a sound anymore. It felt like a presence, a vast, hungry entity that was following us, absorbing us, claiming us piece by piece. I started to feel lightheaded, my vision blurring at the edges. The world was becoming a tunnel of gray, the drumming the only anchor in a sea of unreality. My memories, the ones I had so desperately fought to protect from the fog, felt fragile now, like old photographs fading in the sun. I could still recall Lily's laugh, the warmth of her hand, my own name, Alex. But they felt distant, like stories I had been told, rather than experiences I had lived. The ash was not just on my skin, it was in my throat, in my lungs. Every breath was a dry, gritty struggle. I felt my voice, the very sound of my being, receding into a whisper. I stumbled again, this time falling to my knees. Lily still clutched tightly in my arms. The impact sent a jolt of pain through my already aching body, but it was a distant pain, dulled by the pervasive gray. My hands, when I tried to push myself up, felt stiff, unyielding, like brittle wood. I looked at Lily, tears streaming down my ash-stained cheeks. Her eyes were wide, but the fear in them was fading, replaced by that unsettling blankness. Her small body, once so warm and vibrant, felt colder, heavier, less like living flesh and more like a burden of ash. "Mommy, I can't remember," she whispered, her voice barely audible, like rustling leaves. "I can't remember what we were doing." The words struck me like a physical blow. The path was not just erasing our physical presence, it was erasing our internal world, our very history. The fog took the present. The path took the past. And it was taking Lily first. A surge of pure, unadulterated terror, sharp and agonizing, ripped through me. I could not let this happen. I could not let her forget. I could not let her become a gray, featureless husk. With a desperate, guttural cry, I tried to stand, to run, to fight. But my legs felt like stone, my muscles stiff and unresponsive. My arms, still wrapped around Lily, felt like they were solidifying, becoming one with her, one with the ash. The drumming was everywhere now, inside my head, inside my chest, echoing the frantic beat of my dying heart. It was not just a sound, it was the rhythm of consumption, the pulse of oblivion. I looked around, my vision fading, the gray world blurring at the edges. The trees, the path, the very air, all was becoming one homogeneous, ash-filled void. I could feel the cold, dry sensation creeping up my neck, into my scalp. My hair felt brittle, like spun glass, and I knew it was turning gray, becoming ash. My memories of Lily, of her laughter, of her bright, inquisitive eyes, flickered like dying embers. I fought to hold on to them, to cling to the vibrant colors of her life, but the gray was encroaching, dulling them, muting them, turning them into pale, indistinct shadows. And then, as my vision swam, I saw it, just a few feet ahead, almost completely obscured by the swirling ash, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer. It was the metallic fog. It had found us, or rather, it had waited for us. The ash path had led us in a circle, a cruel, inescapable loop. The fog, the initial terror, had been a prelude, a shepherd driving us towards the true horror. The fog, metallic and cold, reached for us, its tendrils brushing against my cheek, my hair. But this time, there was no jolt of static, no sudden blankness. This time, there was nothing. The ash had already taken it. The ash had already hollowed me out, leaving no memories for the fog to steal. I felt a cold, crushing weight descend upon me, not just from the fog, but from the ash that had permeated every fiber of my being. My body, my mind, my very identity was dissolving. I was becoming one with the path, one with the forgotten. The last thing I saw, through eyes that were rapidly turning to gray, was Lily's face. Her eyes, open and unseeing, were the same dull gray as the ash. Her skin, her hair, her clothes, all had been consumed, transformed. She was a small, gray statue in my arms, a monument to a life forgotten, a memory erased. And then the drumming stopped. Not suddenly, but slowly fading, diminishing, until it was nothing but a faint, lingering vibration in the vast, silent gray. The reddish glow from the ash temple, too, receded, leaving only an oppressive, profound darkness. I was still there, I think, or at least a part of me was. A gray, silent, unmoving part. I could feel the ash, cold and dry, permeating every cell, every molecule. I was the path now. I was the forgotten. And beside me, equally still, equally gray, was Lily. A small, perfect, ash-covered form. No footprints behind us. No memory of our passage. Just the endless, silent gray. The whispers of the fog, now completely gone, had promised oblivion. The ash path had delivered it. And in the profound, silent emptiness, there was nothing left to remember, nothing left to forget. Only the ash and the endless, silent gray. The Olympic incident had changed me forever. The memory of that freezing, unseen multitude, the metallic scent, The impossible bell left on the forest floor, it had carved a permanent scar on my psyche. I still loved nature, still needed it, but the wild, untamed expanse of the deep woods now felt less like a sanctuary and more like a thin membrane stretched over something ancient and hungry. My photography shifted. No more solo treks into the truly remote. I stuck to well-marked trails, state parks, places where the murmur of other hikers was usually within earshot. I traded the breathtaking, untouched vistas for the quieter beauty of a well-trodden path, always with one ear open, always with a tremor of unease beneath the surface. For a few years, it worked. I convinced myself I was healing, that I was putting the past behind me. Then last spring, I stumbled upon Blackwood Hollow. It was a small, relatively obscure state park nestled in a forgotten corner of the state, far from any major cities. The kind of place you only found if you were looking for it, or if you took a wrong turn on a back road and decided to explore. The main draw was an old-growth section of forest, some truly colossal trees that had somehow escaped the logging boom of the past century. I would heard whispers about it, a hidden gem for landscape photographers, a place where the light filtered through ancient canopies in a way that was almost sacred. It was remote enough to feel wild, but still had marked trails and a small, rarely manned ranger station, which satisfied my new, cautious criteria. My first few trips were uneventful, beautiful even. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The sunlight dappled through leaves like stained glass. I captured some truly stunning shots of moss-draped giants, of crystal-clear streams tumbling over smooth rocks. It was almost enough to make me forget the fear, to believe I could find peace in nature again. Then I found the tree. It was not on any marked trail. I would have been following a particularly striking patch of wild trillium, pushing a little further off the path than I usually allowed myself when I saw it. It stood apart from its brethren, a lone sentinel in a small, almost perfectly circular clearing. It was a behemoth, even by Blackwood Hollow standards, easily twice the girth of any other tree I would encounter. Its bark was a gnarled, ancient tapestry of deep furrows and dark, moss-covered plates. But what truly set it apart was the hollow. It was not just a small cavity, it was a gaping maw, a cavernous opening at its base that seemed to swallow the light. It looked as if the tree had been struck by lightning centuries ago, or perhaps simply rotted from the inside out, leaving behind a colossal living shell. The edges of the opening were smooth, almost polished, as if something had been rubbing against them for millennia. It was dark inside, impossibly so even on a bright spring day. I could not see the bottom or the top, just an inky, swirling blackness that seemed to hum with its own silence. It was mesmerizing and unsettling. I spent a good hour just circling it, taking photos from every conceivable angle. The sheer scale of it was humbling, the silence around it profound. Even the birds seemed to avoid its immediate vicinity. As I was packing up, a sudden gust of wind, a rogue breath from the west, swept through the clearing. It rustled the leaves, made the branches creak, and then, from the black maw of the hollow tree, came a sound. It was faint, barely a whisper, carried on the wind. A high-pitched, almost keening noise, like a distant whistle, but with an odd, almost human quality to it. I froze, my hand on my camera bag. My first thought was an animal, a trapped fox, maybe, or a bird caught in a branch. But it did not sound quite right. It was too sustained, too resonant. The wind died down, and the sound vanished, leaving the clearing in its profound silence once more. I stood there for a long moment, listening, my heart doing a slow, uneasy drumbeat against my ribs. Just the wind, I told myself, whistling through a hollow space. Old trees make strange noises. I tried to believe it, but the memory of the Olympic fog, of the unseen procession, made a tiny, cold knot form in my stomach. I left that day with a new set of photographs and a persistent, low hum of unease. The next weekend, I went back. I told myself it was for the light, that I had not quite captured the tree's unique character. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. I was drawn to it, compelled by a morbid curiosity I could not shake. I needed to hear that sound again to confirm it was just the wind, or to understand what it truly was. The weather was still and calm when I arrived. The hollow tree stood silent, a majestic, brooding presence. I set up my tripod, tried to focus on my craft, but my attention kept drifting to that dark opening. I waited and waited. Hours passed. The sun began to dip, painting the canopy in hues of orange and purple. Just as I was about to give up, a gentle breeze stirred. It was not a strong gust, just a soft caress through the leaves. And then it came, clearer this time. A prolonged, high-pitched wail. It was not a whistle. It was not an animal. It was a scream. A human scream. A child's scream. Filled with a raw, piercing terror that scraped at something primal deep inside me. My blood ran cold. The wail echoed in the sudden, horrifying silence that followed as the breeze died. I stood there, rooted to the spot, every nerve ending screaming at me to run. But I could not. My mind, usually so rational, so analytical, struggled to process what I had just heard. A child. From inside a tree. Impossible. I swallowed, my mouth suddenly dry. Hello. I called out, my voice cracking, sounding impossibly small in the vast quiet. No answer. Just the rustle of leaves in the distance, the chirping of crickets beginning their evening song. I circled the tree again, cautiously, keeping a wider berth this time. I peered into the blackness of the hollow, straining my eyes, trying to see anything at all. Nothing but the void. The raw, desperate terror in that scream. It felt too real to be imagined. But who or what would be screaming inside an ancient tree in the middle of a deserted forest? I fled again, my heart hammering against my ribs, the child's scream echoing in my ears, chasing me through the deepening twilight. I did not stop until I was in my car, tearing down the gravel road, the tires kicking up dust like a ghost in my rearview mirror. The next few days were a blur of restless nights and anxious days. The scream haunted me. I tried to dismiss it, to rationalize it away as a trick of the wind, an overactive imagination fueled by past trauma. But I could not. The sound had been too distinct, too human, too full of genuine agony. My research began subtly at first. I looked up local legends about Blackwood Hollow. There was not much, a few vague mentions of it being an old spiritual ground for some forgotten tribe, a few campfire stories about people getting lost. Nothing concrete. Then I started looking into missing persons reports. It was a long shot, I told myself. But the child's scream, it felt specific. I scoured online archives, local news sites, forums dedicated to unsolved mysteries in the region. And that is when I found it. A missing persons report from almost 15 years ago. A 7-year-old boy named Ethan Miller. He had been camping with his family in Blackwood Hollow, just a few miles from where I had found the tree. He would wander off from their campsite one afternoon and was never seen again. Extensive searches had yielded nothing. No trace. He would simply vanished. A cold dread seeped into my bones. Could it be? Could the tree be screaming his voice? The idea was insane. Utterly, completely insane. But the more I thought about it, the more the pieces clicked into a terrifying, impossible puzzle. I had to go back. I hated myself for it, but the compulsion was overwhelming. I needed to know. I needed to confirm. I needed to understand. This time, I went prepared. Not with a camera, but with recording equipment. A high-quality digital recorder, a parabolic microphone, anything to capture the sound accurately. I also brought a powerful flashlight, a compass, and a small first aid kit, just in case. My logical mind was still screaming at me, but my primal instincts, the ones that had had led me to follow the bells in the Olympic fog were now urging me back to the hollow. The clearing felt different this time, more oppressive. The air was heavy, still almost expectant. The hollow tree loomed, a silent, dark hall. I set up my recorder, aiming the parabolic light directly at the opening. Then I waited. The wind was fickle that day. Long stretches of absolute calm, then sudden, violent gusts. Each gust brought a new wave of dread. The first sound came with a sharp, sudden gust that rattled the leaves overhead. It was a woman's voice, a piercing shriek, cut short by what sounded like a desperate gasp. Then silence. My hands trembled as I gripped the recorder. Another gust. This time, a man's voice. Low, guttural, a sound of pure agony, like someone being slowly crushed. It faded into a choke sob. Then, with a gentle breeze, a faint, almost melodic cry. Ethan. I was certain of it. That same high-pitched, terrified wail, but softer, as if exhausted. I kept recording, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. Each gust brought a new voice, a new scream, a new sound of terror and despair. An old man's raspy plea. A young woman's frantic no. Please, no. A child's desperate mommy. The voices were distinct, individual, each one carrying its own unique signature of fear. It was a symphony of suffering, emanating from the heart of that ancient tree. I realized with a sickening lurch that these were not just echoes. They were present. They were trapped. And the tree was their conduit, their jailer, giving voice to their eternal torment whenever the wind blew. I spent hours there, recording. My rationality had completely evaporated. I was no longer a landscape photographer, no longer a skeptic. I was a witness to an impossible horror. Back home, I listened to the recordings. The clarity was chilling. I could isolate each voice, each distinct cry. I started cross-referencing again, this time with more intensity, more desperation. I expanded my search parameters, looking for disappearances within a wider radius of Blackwood Hollow, going back decades. And the matches started piling up. The woman's shriek. Sarah Jenkins, a hiker who vanished in the park 25 years ago. Her car was found at the trailhead, but she was never seen again. The man's guttural cry. Robert Davies, a local prospector who disappeared in the early 1900s, rumored to have been searching for an old mine in the area. The old man's plea. George Thompson, a birdwatcher who went missing just 10 years ago. It was an undeniable, horrifying pattern. The hollow tree was a living archive of the lost, a monstrous echo chamber for the damned. I was consumed. My life became a frantic cycle of researching missing persons, listening to the recordings, and making increasingly frequent, increasingly terrified trips back to the hollow. I tried to talk to people. My closest friend, Mark, a fellow photographer, listened patiently as I rambled about screaming trees and spectral voices. He looked at me with concern, suggested I was working too hard, that the Olympic incident had resurfaced. He even offered to come with me to Blackwood Hollow. Sure, I will come, he said, trying to be reassuring. We can set up some long exposures, maybe catch some cool light. And if your tree starts talking, I will be the first to hear it. I hesitated. Part of me desperately wanted him to hear it, to validate my sanity. But another, colder part, feared what would happen if he did. Or worse, if he did not. We went a week later. It was a bright, sunny Saturday, a perfect day for a hike. The forest was alive with birdsong and the cheerful chatter of other hikers on the main trails. We reached the clearing. The hollow tree stood, as always, massive and silent. Mark was impressed by its size, by its ancient grandeur. He took a few shots, commented on the unique light. So, where are the screaming ghosts? He joked, nudging me. I tried to keep my voice steady. Just wait for the wind. We waited for hours. The wind barely stirred. A few gentle breezes rustled the leaves, but nothing more. No screams, no whispers. The tree remained utterly silent, a majestic, enigmatic monument. Mark eventually got bored, packed up his gear, and suggested we head back. Maybe it is shy, he quipped, completely oblivious. Or maybe it only screams when you are alone, buddy. He clapped me on the shoulder, a look of genuine concern in his eyes. He thought I was cracking up. I knew then that I was truly alone in this. The tree chose its audience. Or perhaps it chose its victims. My visits became more frequent, more desperate. I started talking to the tree, whispering into its dark maw. Why? Why are you doing this? What do you want? I never got an answer, just the same symphony of terror when the wind blew. One afternoon, a particularly strong storm rolled in, unpredicted and violent. The sky turned an ominous bruised purple. The air crackled with static. A cold, driving rain began to fall, whipping through the trees. The wind howled, a deep, mournful sound that seemed to carry its own sorrow. And the tree came alive. I was there, of course. I felt drawn to it, pulled by an invisible tether, even as every fiber of my being screamed at me to flee. The clearing was a maelstrom. Branches thrashed, leaves tore free and spun in mad eddies. And from the hollow, the screams erupted. It was not just individual voices anymore. It was a cacophony, a swirling, agonizing chorus of all the lost souls it contained. Ethan's cry, Sarah's shriek, Robert's groan, George's plea, all interwoven, overlapping, creating a monstrous symphony of pure, unadulterated suffering. It was deafening, overwhelming, a physical assault on my senses. The sound seemed to penetrate my very bones, vibrating through my skull. I dropped to my knees, hands clapped over my ears, but it did no good. The screams were inside me. They echoed in my mind, 1,000 dying breaths, 1,000 final moments of terror. The wind whipped around me, tearing at my clothes, and I felt a chilling sensation, as if unseen hands were reaching out from the hollow, trying to pull me in. I stared into the blackness, and for a fleeting, horrifying moment, I thought I saw something. Not a distinct shape, but a swirling vortex of shadow, deeper than any darkness, and within it, faint, flickering pinpricks of light. Eyes, a multitude of eyes, staring back at me, filled with an ancient, malevolent hunger. The air around the hollow grew impossibly cold, colder than the driving rain, colder than any winter chill. It was a draining, soul-sucking cold that made my teeth chatter uncontrollably. Then, above the din, a single voice rose, piercing through the chorus of despair. It was Ethan. His voice, clear and distinct, no longer a desperate wail, but a frantic, choked warning. Run. Do not let it get you. Run. The clarity of his voice, the directness of the warning, snapped something inside me. It broke through the paralysis of fear, through the hypnotic horror of the screams. This was not just a recording. This was a direct communication. He was warning me. With a guttural cry of my own, born of pure terror, I scrambled to my feet. I did not look back. I ran. I ran blindly through the lashing rain, through the howling wind, the screams of the tree chasing me, echoing in my ears, in my very soul. I crashed through undergrowth, stumbled over roots, my lungs burning, my legs aching. But I did not stop. I ran until the screams began to fade, until the tree was a distant, monstrous memory behind me, until I burst out onto the familiar trail, gasping for breath, soaked to the bone, and shivering uncontrollably. I made it back to my car, my hands shaking so violently I could barely turn the key. I drove away, not just from Blackwood Hollow, but from that entire corner of the state, from that entire life. I never went back. I could not. The memory of that storm, of that deafening chorus of screams, of Ethan's desperate warning, is burned into my mind. I still have the recordings, locked away in a safe, a horrifying testament to what I witnessed. Sometimes late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I can almost hear them again, the faint, distant cries of the lost, trapped forever in the ancient, screaming hollow. The Olympic incident had shown me that the wild held unseen terrors. Blackwood Hollow showed me that those terrors could be tangible, could manifest in the very fabric of a landscape, trapping the lost, giving voice to their eternal despair. I still take photographs, but now every rustle of leaves, every moan of the wind through distant trees, sends a shiver down my spine. I know now that some places are not just wild, they are hungry. And some trees are not just ancient, they are alive, and they remember. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, they scream. And those screams, I know, are the voices of the dead, the elegant unraveling. The words echo in the hollow space where my mind used to be, a constant, sickening refrain. It was not violent, not truly. It was a reduction, a graceful, horrifying undoing of existence. The wanderer once whole, then less than nothing, absorbed into the fabric of the impossible, or perhaps into the watcher itself. My profound peace, the serene wholeness amidst the leaves and damp earth, was not just shattered, it was annihilated. Now all that remained was a raw, throbbing dread, an omnipresent wrongness that had found its true master. The watcher remained on its distant hill, a needle-thin silhouette against the perpetual twilight sky. It was always there, always watching my forest. My attempts to approach it were still futile, the distance stretching and mocking my perception. But now I knew why. It did not need to be close. It could simply be where it needed to be, when it needed to be. And what it needed to be was a silent, impossible horror, a predator beyond comprehension. The memory of the wanderer's elegant dissolution played on a loop, a chilling testament to the watcher's power. It did not touch, it overlapped. And then there was just less. Less of the forest, less of the twilight, less of existence itself. This new understanding, this glimpse behind the veil of its terror, did not make it any less frightening. If anything, it solidified the dread into a cold, hard knot in the decaying mass that was once my spiritual core. My ghastly putrefaction, the creeping decay that had consumed my ethereal form, felt like a perverse shield now, a state of being already so wrong that perhaps I was beneath the watcher's notice, or perhaps just a different kind of prey, driven by an unsettling curiosity, now inextricably tangled with a desperate need to understand the parameters of my own horrifying existence. I began to wander further than ever before. The black thorns that had birthed my decay still snaked through the forest floor, their presence a constant, prickly reminder of my transformation. But now, even they seemed less significant compared to the existential threat of the watcher. I moved through the damp earth, my form a shuffling, indistinct mass, a blot on the serene gloom. Days, or perhaps weeks' time, was an irrelevant concept here, passed in this aimless, dread-filled exploration. The forest was endless, a labyrinth of ancient, gnarled trees and spongy moss. The air was always cool, always still, carrying the scent of rich earth and slow decay. And then, I found it. It was a river, a sluggish, dark vein running through the heart of the deeper forest. Its waters were a murky, opaque brown, reflecting the perpetual twilight like a polished slab of obsidian. It hummed with a low, almost imperceptible current, its surface broken only by the occasional ripple from an unseen creature beneath. I had never encountered such a feature in my previous peaceful wanderings. It was a new element, a new variable in this terrible equation. I watched it for what felt like an eternity, a silent observer in a world that offered no answers. Other wanderers, the same ethereal, detached spirits I once was, occasionally drifted by, pausing at its banks. They were still whole, still pure, untouched by the black thorns or the watcher's terrible gaze. They seemed drawn to the river, a subtle pull I could not understand. They would dip a hand in, or simply stand there, gazing at its dark depths with a quiet reverence. They never drank from it, not then, not yet. And then it happened. It was sudden, without warning, and deeply, viscerally wrong. The water began to change. Not slowly, not gradually, but as if an invisible switch had been flipped. A faint, almost imperceptible blush spread from the deepest parts of the river, pushing outwards. It was not a natural red, like rust or clay. It was a vibrant, alarming crimson, the color of fresh, arterial blood. And it intensified with shocking speed. Within moments, the entire river from bank to bank was a flowing ribbon of brilliant, viscous scarlet. The air itself seemed to thicken, carrying a new scent, subtle at first, then growing stronger metallic, sickly sweet, like iron and overripe fruit. It was the smell of blood, but not exactly. It was something more, something fundamentally other. I recoiled, my putrefied form shuddering with an instinctual revulsion. This was not natural. Nothing in this forest, not even the blackthorns or the Watcher, had ever manifested such a grotesque, immediate transformation. This was an event, a phenomenon. And then I saw it. On its distant hill, the Watcher's impossibly slender form seemed to shift, ever so slightly. Its gaze, which had always felt singularly focused on me, now seemed to broaden, encompassing the entire crimson stretch of the river. It was watching, not just me, but the river, and whatever was about to happen next. A wanderer, a shimmering, translucent form of pure light and peace, drifted towards the Red River. They had been observing it, just as I had, but now a new compulsion seemed to take hold. They approached the bank, their serene countenance untouched by the horror of the crimson flow. They knelt. Slowly, deliberately, they cupped their hands. The brilliant red liquid swirled within their palms, reflecting the twilight in 1,000 sickening facets. And then they drank. It was not a desperate gulp, but a slow, almost ritualistic sip. The liquid seemed to shimmer as it passed their lips, a brief flash of intensified crimson. They lowered their hands, their face still serene, perhaps even more so. They stood up, turned away from the river, and began to drift back into the forest, their form just as whole, just as pure as before. I watched them, a new knot of dread tightening in my decaying core. What had they done? What would happen? I followed them, as best as my ghastly form allowed, keeping a respectful distance. They continued to drift, seemingly unaffected, until they found a quiet glade beneath a canopy of ancient, moss-draped trees. They settled there, a luminous presence in the gloom, their form radiating the familiar, profound peace that I had once known. I watched through the long, still hours of the night, the perpetual twilight never truly deepening, never truly brightening. The Red River continued to flow, a silent, crimson highway. The sickly sweet, metallic scent hung heavy in the air. As the morning approached, or rather, as the next cycle of twilight began its imperceptible shift, I saw it. The wanderer, still resting in the glade, began to shimmer. It was not the beautiful, ethereal shimmer of their natural state. This was different. Their edges began to blur, as if their form was being gently erased from the fabric of reality. It was subtle, almost imperceptible at first, like heat haze distorting a distant object. But it accelerated. Their luminescence dimmed, not fading, but becoming porous. I could see through them, not just in their translucent way, but as if their very essence was becoming thin, stretched, ready to snap. There was no sound, no struggle, no gasp of fear. Just a silent, elegant dissolution. By the time the full morning arrived, the wanderer was gone. Not a trace remained. No residual light, no impression on the damp earth, no lingering scent. They were simply not there. It was the same kind of vanishing as the Watcher's unraveling, but slower, more insidious, and without the direct, horrifying presence of the impossible shadow. It was a vanishing by proxy. The dread became a suffocating weight. The Red River was not just a phenomenon, it was a mechanism, a lure, a trap. And the Watcher, on its distant hill, was observing the harvest. The red tide lasted for what felt like a full day cycle. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the crimson began to recede. The murky brown returned, pushing out the vibrant red, until the river was once again a dark, opaque vein in the forest. The sickly sweet smell faded, replaced by the familiar scent of damp earth and slow decay. I understood then. This was an annual event, a cycle, a harvest. For the next cycle of time, I stayed away from the river, haunted by the memory of the vanishing. My ghastly putrefaction felt less like a shield and more like a curse, trapping me in an existence where I was forced to witness these horrors. My curiosity had led me to a new, deeper layer of terror. But as the next year approached, an irresistible pull drew me back. It was not a desire to drink, not for me, the already wrong one. It was a morbid fascination, a desperate need to understand, to observe the pattern, to see if there was a way to break it, or at least to comprehend the full scope of this silent, horrific ritual. I positioned myself deeper in the trees near the river, hidden amongst the gnarled roots and hanging moss, my decaying form blending with the shadows. I watched, and exactly as before, the river turned. The vibrant, shocking crimson spread, bringing with it the metallic, sickly sweet tang that now filled me with a primal revulsion. This time, there were more wanderers. Perhaps they were drawn by some unseen force, or perhaps the memory of the river's beauty for to them. It was likely just a beautiful, strange anomaly lingered from the previous year. One by one they approached. Some hesitated, their ethereal forms pausing at the bank, as if sensing something amiss. But the allure was too strong. They knelt. They cupped their hands. They drank. I watched, my non-existent heart pounding with a phantom beat. Each sip was a small, elegant act of self-erasure. Each wanderer, after drinking, would drift away, their serene faces untroubled, perhaps even blissful. And each morning, they were gone. The watcher remained on its hill, a silent, ever-present sentinel. Its gaze seemed to sweep over the forest, lingering on the red river, then moving on, as if tallying its silent harvest. It never moved closer. It never needed to. I tried to warn them. Or rather, I tried to interact. My ghastly, putrefied form was not conducive to communication. When I shuffled closer to one wanderer, my decaying presence was met with a flicker of unease, a subtle shift in their ethereal light, and they would simply drift away faster than before. My attempts to make a noise, a sound, were met with only a gurgling, squelching wetness that was more horrifying than helpful. I was an abomination, a walking testament to the forest's darker side, and they, in their serene purity, instinctively recoiled. My helplessness was absolute. I was a witness and nothing more. Over the cycles, I began to notice patterns. The red tide always came at the same time of the year. It always lasted for one full day cycle, and it always resulted in a harvest of vanished wanderers. I also noticed something else. The black thorns, the source of my own decay, seemed to flourish with renewed vigor during the red tide. Their tendrils, normally a dark, dull black, seemed to pulse with a subtle, internal crimson light, as if drawing sustenance from the very air, from the very event. Was there a connection? Was my own putrefaction part of this larger, horrifying ecosystem? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Perhaps I was not immune. Perhaps I was just a different stage, a different kind of harvest. 1 year, the compulsion to understand became unbearable. I watched as a particularly serene wanderer, their light brighter than most, approached the river. They knelt, their form reflecting the crimson water in a breathtaking, horrifying spectacle. They cupped their hands. As they raised the liquid to their lips, I felt an inexplicable urge, a desperate, illogical push to intervene. I shuffled forward, faster than I had ever moved, my decaying mass scraping against the damp earth. I reached out a phantom limb, a decaying tendril of my own essence, toward them. My intention was to push their hand away, to break the ritual, to save them from the silent vanishing. But my form was not meant for such direct interaction. My touch, if it could even be called that, was a cold, clammy brush against their ethereal arm. They paused, their eyes, which were not eyes but pools of serene light, turning towards me. There was no fear, no anger, just a profound, unsettling curiosity, mirroring my own. For a fleeting moment, I saw myself reflected in their pure light, a ghastly, decaying horror, a blot on the twilight, an abomination. Then they smiled, or rather, their light seemed to expand, a silent, knowing acceptance. And they drank. The liquid shimmered, the light from their form intensified for a moment, and then they slowly, gracefully, turned away. They drifted into the forest, a silent, beautiful ghost. I watched them vanish the next morning, just as all the others had. But this time, the dread was mingled with a profound, aching sorrow. Their final, knowing smile haunted me. It was as if they understood, accepted, perhaps even welcomed their fate. Was the river a release? A transition? Was the vanishing not an end, but a different kind of existence, one free from the endless twilight and the watcher's gaze? The thought was a cruel whisper of hope, quickly extinguished by the cold, hard logic of the watcher. It consumed. It unraveled. It did not release. The watcher. It was always there. Its impossible silhouette on the distant hill. I began to observe it more closely during the red tide. Its stillness was absolute, its gaze unwavering. It was like a fisherman watching its nets, patient, knowing. 1 year, as the red tide began to recede, and the river slowly returned to its murky brown, I saw something truly terrifying. The watcher, on its distant hill, seemed to brighten. Not with light, but with an internal, subtle intensification of its impossibly slender form. It was almost imperceptible, a flicker of something more within its shadow. It was as if it had fed, as if the vanishings were not just an event, but a meal. The red river, the silent harvest, the elegant unraveling, it was all connected. A vast, intricate system of consumption. The forest itself, the black thorns, my own putrefaction, the pure wanderers, the watcher, we were all part of this horrifying, eternal cycle. My profound peace was a distant, mocking memory. My serene wholeness, a ghost. All that remained was the ghastly putrefaction, the creeping decay, and an all-consuming dread. I was trapped in an eternal twilight, a witness to a horror I could not comprehend, let alone escape. The watcher watched me, it watched the river, it watched the forest. And I, in my decaying state, watched it all, a silent, festering monument to a peace that had died, replaced by a horror that would never end. The red river would flow again, and the watcher would be waiting. And I would be here, a decaying observer, unable to drink, unable to warn, unable to do anything but exist in this profound, unending wrongness. Let me tell you, there are some places on this earth that just do not feel right. Places where the veil between what we know and what we do not know gets thin, almost transparent. I have always been a pretty rational guy, maybe a little too much so. I am an amateur photographer, mostly landscapes, and I chase light. Golden hour, blue hour, the ethereal glow of a sunrise over a mountain range, that is my jam. But sometimes, when you are out there, deep in the wild, chasing that perfect shot, you stumble into something that absolutely defies explanation. And that is what happened to me out in the Olympic National Forest a few years back. I would plan a solo trip, a week-long backpacking excursion into some of the less traveled parts of the park. You know, the kind of place where you can go days without seeing another human soul. That was the idea anyway. I would pick a route that skirted the edge of the whole rainforest, then climbed up into some of the higher, older growth sections. The weather forecast had been pretty clear, typical Pacific Northwest summer, a mix of sun and scattered clouds. I was looking forward to the quiet, the smell of damp earth and ancient trees, the kind of peace you only find when you are truly disconnected. The first couple of days were exactly what I would hoped for. Crisp mornings, sun filtering through the towering cedars and Douglas firs, the only sounds being the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a raven. I got some incredible shots, the kind that make all the planning and effort worth it. I felt alive, invigorated. I was about halfway through my trip, camped by a small, unnamed creek, when things started to change. I woke up on day 3 to an unusual silence. Not the deep, natural quiet of the woods, but an oppressive, heavy stillness. My tent fly was beaded with moisture, and when I unzipped it, I understood why. The world had vanished. A thick, impenetrable fog had rolled in overnight, swallowing everything. I am talking pea souper, the kind where you can barely see your hand in front of your face. My camp, which had felt so cozy and familiar the night before, now felt isolated, adrift in a sea of white. I figured it was just a temporary thing. Fog often burned off by mid-morning in these parts. So I brewed some coffee, ate my oatmeal, and just waited, listening to the drip of condensation from the trees. But the fog did not burn off. If anything, it seemed to thicken, pressing in closer, making the air heavy and cold. The trees around me, usually majestic and comforting, now loomed like indistinct, ghostly giants. Around noon, I started to get a little antsy. I was supposed to be moving on, making my way to a high alpine meadow I would scoped out on the map. I knew my general direction, and I had my compass and GPS, but the visibility was so bad. I was hesitant to break camp. Getting lost in this kind of fog could be genuinely dangerous. I decided to wait a little longer, hoping for a break. That is when I heard it. A faint, metallic clanging, incredibly distant, muffled by the fog. Clang, clang, clang. It was a bell. Or rather, it sounded like a bell. But it was not a church bell, not with that sort of tone. It was a duller, heavier sound, almost like a cowbell, but too resonant, too deliberate. And it was coming from deep within the forest, in a direction I knew was pretty wild and untraveled. My first thought was, what the hell? There were no farms out here, no ranches, and it was not the kind of sound you would expect from a buoy, as I was miles inland. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe some weird Park Service equipment. A very lost hiker with an odd piece of gear. But even as I thought it, it felt wrong. The sound was too ancient, too out of place. I listened intently. The fog seemed to absorb all other noise, leaving only that strange, repetitive clang. It was slow, rhythmic. Clang, pause, clang, pause, clang. It had a mournful, almost somber quality to it. Curiosity, that stupid, dangerous human trait, started to gnaw at me. I tried to shake it off. Do not be an idiot. Mark, I told myself. Stay put. Wait for the fog to clear. But the sound was persistent, a siren song in the whiteout. It played on my imagination, conjuring images of old hermitages, forgotten settlements, or maybe even some kind of strange, modern art installation deep in the woods. As a photographer, the idea of stumbling upon something so unique, so unexpected, was incredibly tempting. After another hour, with the fog showing no signs of lifting and the bell continuing its slow, steady toll, I made a decision I would quickly come to regret. I packed up my camp, carefully marking my position on my GPS. Just a quick scout. I muttered to myself, trying to sound brave. See what it is, get a photo if it is interesting, and come right back. I grabbed my camera, a small day pack with essentials, and my trekking poles. The compass, usually a reliable friend, seemed a little off, spinning erratically for a moment before settling. I chalked it up to the dampness or maybe some magnetic interference from my electronics. Another bad sign I chose to ignore. Following the sound was harder than I expected. The fog played tricks with direction. One moment the bell seemed to be directly ahead. The next it felt like it was off to my left. The sound itself seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing and distorting. I kept my eyes glued to my GPS, trying to maintain a straight line, but the dense undergrowth and uneven terrain made it a struggle. The air was heavy, damp, and smelled strongly of wet earth and pine, but underneath that there was something else, something I could not quite place. A faint, almost metallic tang, like old rust, or maybe something even stranger. As I pushed deeper, the bells grew louder, or at least they seemed to. It was not just one bell anymore. Now I could pick out distinct tones, a symphony of discordant clangs. Some were deep and resonant, others higher, sharper. They did not ring in unison, but in a staggered, overlapping pattern, creating a strange, unsettling rhythm. It was not chaotic, though. There was a method to it, like a procession. A shiver ran down my spine. A procession. Out here. What kind of procession? The forest around me grew quieter. The usual chirps of unseen birds, the rustle of small animals, all of it had ceased. It was just me, the fog, and the increasingly insistent bells. The silence felt unnatural, heavy, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I checked my GPS again. I would walk for over an hour now, much further than I would intended for a quick scout. I was deep into territory that was not even on my detailed hiking map as a trail. A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. This was stupid. I should turn back. But then, a new sound emerged from the cacophony of bells. A low rhythmic shuffling, like many feet, dragging slowly over damp earth and fallen leaves. And a faint, almost inaudible murmur, like hushed voices or chanting, carried on the damp air. My heart began to pound. This was not just a weird bell. This was something else, something active. The sound was coming from directly ahead, now, very close. I could almost feel the vibrations in the ground. I gripped my trekking poles tighter, my knuckles white. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. The curiosity, now mixed with a potent, icy fear, held me captive. I had to see. I had to know. I took a few more hesitant steps forward, moving as quietly as I could, though my own ragged breathing sounded deafening in the unnatural silence. The bells were deafening now, a wall of sound that vibrated through my chest. And the shuffling, the murmuring, it was right there, just beyond the wall of white. I peered into the fog, straining my eyes, trying to pierce the opaque curtain. I saw nothing, just the endless, swirling white. But I felt it. I felt the presence of something vast, something moving, right in front of me. The air grew colder, an unnatural, bone-deep chill that seemed to radiate from the unseen entity. And that strange smell, that metallic, earthy tang, grew stronger, almost acrid. Then it happened. A ripple in the fog. Not a gust of wind, but a disturbance, like a massive, unseen body was passing through it. The bells swelled to an almost unbearable crescendo, a terrifying chorus that seemed to shake the very ground beneath my feet. I could hear the distinct thump shuffle of heavy, rhythmic footsteps, the sound of something dragging, and the low, guttural murmur, a sound that was not quite human, not quite animal, but something ancient and utterly alien. It was moving past me. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. I was no longer just hearing it, I was feeling it. A wave of intense cold washed over me, so profound it felt like my blood was freezing in my veins. The air crackled with a strange, static energy. I felt a pressure, as if something immense was passing inches from my face, a current of displaced air, a silent, invisible tide. My eyes darted left, then right, trying desperately to glimpse anything. But there was nothing. No flickering outline, no shadow, no distortion of light. Just the shifting, featureless white and the overwhelming presence. It was like standing in the path of a train you could not see, feeling its immense power as it roared by. The sound of the bells, the shuffling, the guttural murmuring, it was all around me now, a vast, invisible procession. It was not just passing by me, it felt like it was passing through me, an icy dread seeping into my very bones. I could feel the ground vibrating beneath my feet, a slow, deliberate march. It was not just one or two entities, it was many, a multitude, and they were all ringing bells. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, then opened them, hoping it was some kind of waking nightmare, a fog-induced hallucination. But no, the bells continued, the shuffling continued, the cold continued. And the smell, it was now overpowering, a mix of damp earth, old iron, and something else, something vaguely organic and decaying, yet not quite rotten. It was the smell of forgotten places, of things that had been buried for too long. Then, a new sound, a soft, metallic scrape, directly in front of me, followed by a faint thud. It sounded like something had been set down, or dropped. I stared into the whiteout, my heart hammering against my ribs. What was it? The procession continued its slow, inexorable journey. The bells began to recede, moving away from me, the shuffling fading into the distance. The cold started to lift slowly, leaving a tingling numbness in its wake. The oppressive presence began to lessen, like a giant hand slowly withdrawing its grip. As the sounds of the procession faded, a new terror began to bloom. I was alone again, utterly, completely alone in the heart of this ancient, fog-bound forest, having just witnessed, or rather, felt something that defied all logic, all reason. And there was that thing it had left behind. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, listening to the last, faint echoes of the bells disappear into the impenetrable white. My body was shaking uncontrollably, a primal fear seizing every muscle. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee, to get as far away from this place as humanly possible. But a morbid fascination, a perverse need to understand, held me rooted. Slowly, cautiously, I edged forward, my trekking poles extended like feelers. Every step was agony, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. The air was still heavy, still smelled of that strange metallic decay. And then my pole hit something. Clink. I froze. I bent down, my hand trembling as I reached into the fog. My fingers brushed against something cold, hard, and metallic. I fumbled, grasped it, and pulled it free. It was a bell. Not a modern bell. Not a cowbell. This was a dark, tarnished bronze, heavy in my hand. It was crudely cast, irregular in shape, with a faint, almost worn-away symbol etched into its side, something like a twisted knot or an ancient rune. It had a short, thick clapper, also bronze, that hung loosely. It was old, impossibly old, and it was still incredibly cold, radiating that same bone-deep chill that had accompanied the procession. I stared at it, my mind reeling. This was real. This was not a hallucination. They had dropped it, or left it, for me. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I dropped the bell as if it had burned me. It fell to the damp earth with a dull thud, making no sound, no clang. It was silent, a silent bell. That was it. That was the last straw. I did not care about photos, did not care about curiosity, did not care about anything but getting out. Now, I spun around, disoriented, the fog still a suffocating blanket. My GPS, my compass, they felt useless. I had to rely on instinct, on the desperate, primal urge to flee. I started to run, stumbling over roots and fallen logs, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The fog seemed to stretch on forever, an endless, featureless void. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed in protest. I did not know if I was going in the right direction, did not know if I was just running in circles. Every shadow seemed to twist into a lurking figure. Every rustle of leaves sounded like the return of the shuffling feet. I kept expecting to hear the bells again, to feel that icy presence behind me, but there was nothing. Only the frantic beat of my own heart and the sound of my ragged breathing. Eventually, I collapsed, leaning against the rough bark of a massive cedar, gasping for air. My body ached. My mind was a jumbled mess of fear and disbelief. I pulled out my GPS, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. To my immense relief, I was moving in a generally westward direction, towards the main trail system. I was not out of the woods yet, but at least I was not hopelessly lost. The fog, however, remained. It was a constant, oppressive presence, amplifying my terror, making every tree look identical, every turn a potential dead end. I pushed on, forcing myself to move, driven by the sheer, unadulterated need to escape. It took me hours of slogging through the damp, silent forest. My mind kept replaying the scene, the invisible procession, the chilling cold, the guttural murmuring, the smell, and finally, the bell. The silent bell. What was it? What had I stumbled upon? Some ancient, forgotten ritual. Some entity that existed just beyond our perception. Just as I was starting to lose hope, convinced I would wander in that fog forever, I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible thinning of the white wall ahead. And then a patch of muted green, then brown. The fog was finally, slowly, beginning to lift. I staggered out onto a familiar section of the trail, one I would hiked just the day before. The relief was so immense it brought tears to my eyes. The sun, a pale, watery disk, was finally starting to break through the haze, casting long, ethereal rays through the canopy. The world was slowly returning to normal. I did not stop. I hiked for another 2 hours straight, pushing myself past exhaustion, until I reached my car. I practically threw my gear into the trunk, jumped in, and started the engine. I did not even bother to change my clothes. I just drove. I drove out of the forest, out of the park, and I did not look back. It has been a few years since that day. I have not been back to the Olympic National Forest, not even for a day hike. The memory is still too vivid, too terrifying. I still photograph landscapes, but I stick to places with more people, places where the trails are well marked and the cell service is reliable. Sometimes, when a heavy fog rolls into the city, or when I hear the distant clang of a bell, even a church bell, a cold dread washes over me. I can still smell that strange, metallic decay, feel that bone-deep chill. I still see the swirling white, and in my mind's eye, I feel the pressure of something vast and invisible passing right through me. I never told anyone the full story, not really. How do you explain an invisible procession of bell ringers in an ancient forest? People would think I would lost my mind, or that I would had a bad batch of trail mix. But I know what I experienced. I know what I felt. And I know there are things out there, in the deep, wild places, that we are not meant to understand. Things that move in the fog unseen, unheard by most, carrying their ancient burdens, tolling their silent bells, waiting for the next lost soul to follow their sound into the endless white. And I thank whatever gods may be that I was lucky enough to escape, even if a piece of me, that piece that once believed in a purely rational world, was left behind in that chilling, unseen procession. When dawn broke, the world felt wrong. Not just because of the lantern man, whose void face and soul-sucking maw were burned into my retinas, but because the light itself felt like a flimsy curtain pulled over something truly ancient and evil. I was slumped against my car, which had miraculously started after I would fled, though I could not remember how I would manage to get it going. The sun was a dull, sickly yellow, filtering through a sky that promised more heat than comfort. My phone, dead again, lay in the passenger seat, a useless relic of my desperate escape. I was miles from anywhere, my gas tank nearly empty, and my mind a shattered mosaic of fear. The only thing I knew for sure was that I could not go back to civilization, not yet. Not with those whispers of the lost echoing in my ears, not with the memory of the lantern man's icy blue eyes seared into my soul. I needed to disappear to find a place where the shadows were not quite so deep, where the silence was not quite so heavy with unseen horrors. I needed to forget, or at least try to outrun the memories that clung to me like a parasitic growth. So I drove, aimlessly again, deeper into the forgotten back roads of the Appalachians, until the paved roads gave way to gravel, and the gravel to dirt. I just needed to be alone, or so I thought. But solitude, I was about to learn, was not always a cure. Sometimes it was just an invitation. A week later, I was still a wreck. The fear of Blackwood Hollow and the Lantern Man had carved new canyons into my psyche. Sleep was a battlefield of nightmares, and waking hours were a dull ache of paranoia. My car, miraculously, had held out, and I had found a small, forgotten gas station where an old man with milky eyes did not ask questions. I would call my sister, mumbled something about needing a break, and told her I was going off grid for a while. She sounded worried, but I just needed to be. That is when Liam called. Liam was an old college buddy, the kind of guy who always seemed to have his cot together, even when the world was falling apart. He and his girlfriend, Sarah, were planning a deep wilderness camping trip in the Great Smoky Mountains, aiming for a spot so remote it barely registered on modern maps. Thought you could use some fresh air. Man, Hewitt said, his voice genuinely concerned. Get away from everything. He did not press for details about everything, and I appreciated that. I hesitated. The thought of being out in the woods again, after Blackwood Hollow, after the Lantern Man, it made my stomach clench. But the alternative was rotting away in a cheap motel room, staring at the walls, waiting for the next nightmare. Besides, Liam and Sarah were good people, stable. Maybe their normalcy would be a shield against the creeping dread that had become my constant companion. So, against every instinct screaming at me to stay away from the wild, I agreed. We met up a few days later, just outside a small town that smelled of pine and wood smoke. Liam, tall and broad-shouldered, gave me a hearty slap on the back. Sarah, with her kind eyes and quick smile, offered a hug that felt surprisingly grounding. They noticed the gauntness, the dark circles under my eyes, but they did not comment. They just treated me like a friend who needed a break, and for that, I was eternally grateful. The drive into the mountains was long, winding, and beautiful. Sunlight dappled through the dense canopy of ancient trees, and the air grew crisp and clean. We left the paved roads, then the gravel, and finally parked Liam's beat-up SUV at the end of a barely discernible jeep trail. From there, it was a hike, a serious hike. We humped our packs for hours, deeper and deeper into the wilderness, following a faint game trail that Liam swore led to a pristine, forgotten clearing by a stream. By late afternoon, we found it. It was perfect. A small, grassy clearing, ringed by towering oaks and maples, with a clear, gurgling stream winding through one side. The air was cool, the silence profound, broken only by the chirping of unseen birds and the whisper of the wind through the leaves. For the first time in weeks, I felt a flicker of something other than fear peace, maybe. A fragile, tentative peace. We set up our tents, built a small fire, and cooked dinner. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples, a profound calm settled over me. We talked, laughed, and for a few precious hours, I almost forgot the horrors I would witness. Almost. It was Sarah who saw it first. We were sitting around the dying embers of the fire, the stars beginning to prick through the deepening blue of the sky. Liam was telling some ridiculous story about a misadventure from his backpacking days, and I was actually smiling. "Hey," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. "Look." We followed her gaze. Perched on a thick branch of an ancient oak, silhouetted against the indigo sky, was an owl. A large one, judging by its bulk. It was utterly still, its shape almost regal. "Wow," Liam murmured. "Barn owl maybe, or a great horn." But something was off, even from this distance in the fading light. I could tell. It was not just its stillness, or the way it seemed to be staring directly at us. It was its face. "It is not moving," I said, my voice a little rougher than I intended. "And does it have eyes?" Liam squinted. "Of course it has eyes, man. It is an owl." He grabbed his binoculars, fumbling with them in the dim light. He focused, then lowered them slowly, a puzzled frown on his face. "That is weird." "What is it?" Sarah asked, her brow furrowed. "I do not know," Liam said, his voice tinged with unease. "It is like it is just smooth where its eyes should be. No definition. No pupils, no irises, no nothing. Just flat." My blood ran cold. No eyes. That was not natural. Owls were defined by their piercing, intelligent gaze. This was something else. It was an absence, a void. The owl remained utterly motionless, a silent, dark sentinel in the gathering night. It did not hoot, did not shift, did not even blink. It just sat there, a black hole in the shape of a bird, observing us. Or rather, feeling us somehow. "Maybe it is blind," Sarah suggested, her voice soft. "Blind owls do not usually perch out in the open, staring at people." I countered, a familiar prickle of dread starting to spread through me. This was the kind of unnatural detail that always heralded something worse. We watched it for another 10 minutes, the silence growing heavy with unspoken questions. The owl did not stir. Eventually, Liam, ever the pragmatist, shrugged. "Well, it is not doing anything. Probably just curious. Let us head to bed. We have got another hike tomorrow." We doused the fire, zipped up our tents, and settled in. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the night sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of a normal owl, the chirping of crickets. But my mind kept returning to the eyeless owl. It felt like it was still out there, perched on that branch, its blank face turned towards us. Somehow, I drifted off eventually into a fitful, shallow sleep. And then the dreams began. I was running. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I could not stop. The forest around me was a blur of dark, skeletal trees, their branches clawing at a sky that was perpetually twilight. The ground was slick with mud, and every step was a struggle. I did not know what I was running from, but I knew, with a primal certainty, that it was behind me. I could feel its presence, a cold, suffocating weight. Then I heard it, a sound that was not a hoot, but a guttural, rustling whir, like dry leaves caught in a gale, or 1,000 tiny wings beating in unison. It was close, too close. I risked a glance over my shoulder. There it was, not flying, not running, but gliding. A massive, shadowy shape, moving through the trees with impossible speed and silence. It was the owl, the one from the clearing. Its head was tilted, not in curiosity, but in an unsettling imitation of a predator tracking its prey. And where its eyes should have been, there was nothing. Just smooth, dark bone, reflecting the dim light like polished obsidian. But I knew it saw me. I felt its sight, a chilling, invisible gaze that pierced through my very being. Panic seized me. I stumbled, fell, and scrambled to my feet, my heart hammering against my ribs. The owl was closer now, its silent pursuit relentless. I could feel the wind of its passage, the faint, dry scent of dust and ancient feathers. It was not hunting me to eat me. I realized with a shudder, it was hunting me to take me, to absorb me into that terrible, eyeless void. I woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat, my body trembling. The inside of my tent was pitch black, and for a terrifying moment, I thought I was still in the dream. I fumbled for my headlamp, clicked it on, and shone it around the small space. Empty. Just my backpack and clothes. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to calm my racing heart. It was just a dream. A vivid, terrifying dream. I checked my watch. 3:47 a.m. Still hours until dawn. Sleep was out of the question. I lay there, listening to the sounds of the night, every rustle of leaves, every distant snap of a twig, sending a fresh wave of adrenaline through me. I kept imagining that eyeless face, that silent, gliding hunt. The next morning, I was exhausted. Liam and Sarah looked surprisingly refreshed. We ate breakfast, broke camp, and started on the next leg of our hike. I decided not to mention my dream. It sounded crazy, and I did not want to worry them, or worse, have them think I was losing my mind. But then, it happened again. We stopped for lunch by a small waterfall, the sun warm on our faces. As I was unwrapping a sandwich, Sarah let out a small gasp. There it is again. I looked up. Perched on a mossy rock across the stream, perfectly still, was the eyeless owl. It was smaller than I remembered from last night, but its form was unmistakable. Its head was slightly cocked, that smooth, blank face turned towards us. It looked like a macabre sculpture, carved from shadow and bone. "That is the same one, right?" Liam said, his voice quiet. He did not sound quite as pragmatic this time. "Must be," I replied, my appetite suddenly gone. "What is it doing?" "Watching us," Sarah whispered, pulling her knees up to her chest. "It is always watching us." We ate in uncomfortable silence, acutely aware of the owl's presence. It did not move, did not blink obviously, did not even seem to breathe. It was an unnerving tableau. After about 15 minutes, Liam, clearly trying to break the tension, clapped his hands loudly. The owl did not even flinch. It remained a stone sentinel. "Okay, that is just creepy," Liam admitted, a nervous laugh escaping him. "I have never seen a bird that unreactive." We packed up quickly, casting nervous glances back at the owl, which remained fixed in its spot. As we hiked on, I kept feeling its gaze on my back, a cold pressure between my shoulder blades. That night, we found another clearing equally remote. We set up camp, built a fire, but the mood was different. The easy camaraderie of the first night was gone, replaced by a subtle undercurrent of unease. We kept glancing at the surrounding trees, half expecting to see the owl. It did not appear that evening, at least not visibly, but its absence was almost worse than its presence. It felt like it was lurking just beyond the firelight, hidden in the deeper shadows, waiting. I had the dream again. This time, it was even more vivid. The same frantic chase, the same suffocating dread. But this time, I was not just running, I was trying to hide. I scrambled into a hollow log, my heart a frantic drum against the rotting wood. I could hear that terrible, dry whirring sound above me, circling, searching. I knew it was close. I could feel its unseen gaze drilling into the log, into my very thoughts. It knew where I was. It was just playing with me. I woke up screaming. Liam and Sarah were already awake, their headlamps cutting through the darkness of our tents. "What the hell was that?" Liam's voice was sharp with alarm. "A nightmare." I choked out, trying to catch my breath. God, it was the owl. There was a silence, then Sarah's voice, small and trembling. "I had a dream too. The same one. I was running, and it was chasing me. The owl with no eyes." Liam's tent flap unzipped, and he crawled out, shining his headlamp toward Sarah's tent, then mine. His face was pale. "You guys are serious." I had it too. I was being hunted. By it. My blood ran cold. This was not just a bad dream. This was something else entirely. We were sharing it. The owl was not just watching us in waking life, it was entering our minds. We spent the rest of the night huddled by a rekindled fire, too terrified to sleep. We talked in hushed tones, sharing the details of our dreams. The fear, the chase, the terrible, silent predator. Each of us had felt that same invisible gaze, that same sense of utter helplessness. "This is insane," Liam muttered, running a hand through his hair. "It is just a bird." It can't do this. But it is, Sarah said, her eyes wide with fear. It is doing this. Liam, it is in our heads. I remembered the whispers of the lost from the Lantern Man. Do not follow lost forever, they were consuming souls. Was this owl doing something similar, draining us slowly through our dreams? As dawn approached, a thick, unnatural fog rolled in, blanketing the clearing. The trees became ghostly silhouettes, and the stream's gurgle seemed muffled distant. We felt more isolated than ever. When the first weak light of morning finally broke through the fog, we saw it. It was perched on the lowest branch of the largest oak, directly above our tents. Not 10 feet away, larger than it had appeared before. Its dark feathers seemed to absorb the meager light, making it a deeper shadow against the gray. Its head was tilted, that smooth, blank face turned down towards us, as if scrutinizing us through its eyeless void. We froze. None of us dared to move, to speak. The air was thick with its presence, a cold, ancient malevolence that felt older than the mountains themselves. It was not just watching us, it was studying us, measuring us. Then a sound, not a hoot, not the dry whirring from our dreams, but something far more disturbing. A low, soft click, like two stones being gently tapped together, or the dry crack of an insect's exoskeleton. It came from the owl, and then it clicked again, and again. A slow, rhythmic click, 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 echoing in the fog-dampened silence. It was the sound of its beak opening and closing, but not in aggression, not in hunger. It was almost contemplative, like a clock ticking down. We need to go, I whispered, my voice hoarse. Now. Liam nodded, his face grim. Pack up. Fast. We moved with a frantic urgency, stuffing our gear into our packs, trying to be as quiet as possible. But our trembling hands made silent movement impossible. All the while, the owl remained on its perch, its head tilted, the soft click, 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 a relentless accompaniment to our panic. As soon as our packs were shouldered, we started to move, not even bothering to douse the fire completely. We just wanted to get away. We walked, then power walked, then practically ran, following the faint trail back the way we would come. The fog was disorienting, making every tree look the same, every turn uncertain. We kept glancing back, expecting to see the owl gliding silently behind us. We did not see it, but we felt it. That invisible gaze, that crushing weight of being watched. The click, click, click seemed to echo in our minds, even when we knew it was not there. Hours passed. The fog slowly began to dissipate, revealing the familiar forest, but the sense of dread only deepened. We were exhausted, physically and mentally. Our nerves were frayed to breaking point. I need a break, Sarah finally gasped, collapsing onto a fallen log. Her face was tear-streaked. I can't do this anymore. Liam sat beside her, putting an arm around her, trying to comfort her. I stood guard, scanning the trees, feeling utterly helpless. That is when I heard it again. The soft, dry work. It was not behind us this time. It was above us. We all looked up. Perched on the highest branch of an ancient pine, directly overhead, was the owl. It was huge now, impossibly so, its wingspan seeming to stretch across the entire clearing. Its dark feathers were ruffled, like it had just landed, and its blank face was fixed on us. The click, click, click started again, louder now, almost resonant. How did it get ahead of us? Liam stammered, his voice filled with terror. The owl slowly unfurled its wings, a vast, silent expanse of shadow. Then, with a single powerful beat, it launched itself from the branch. It did not fly away. It swooped. Down it came, a silent, feathered torpedo, directly towards us. We screamed, a collective cry of pure, unadulterated terror. We scrambled, scattering in different directions, tripping over roots and rocks. I threw myself behind a thick oak, pressing my face against the rough bark, my heart threatening to explode. I could hear Sarah's terrified whimpers, Liam's grunts of panic. The owl did not attack. It did not even land. It swooped past us, so close I felt the rush of air, the faint, dry scent of dust. Then, with another silent beat of its massive wings, it ascended, disappearing back into the canopy. We stayed hidden for what felt like an eternity, listening, waiting. The forest was silent again, but it was a different kind of silence, now a watchful, predatory silence. Finally, Liam called out, his voice shaky. "Are you guys okay?" We emerged, shaken but unharmed. Sarah was sobbing uncontrollably. Liam was pale, his hands trembling. I felt a cold knot of ice in my stomach. This was beyond anything I would ever experience, even after Blackwood Hollow. This owl was not just a bird, it was a force. "It is playing with us," I said, the words barely a whisper. "It wants to break us, to scare us until we are just empty. We need to get out of here," Liam said, his voice firm. "Now, no more breaks. We push until we are out of these woods." We started moving again, faster this time, a desperate, frantic pace. Every shadow seemed to hold its form. Every rustle of leaves sounded like its approach. We were no longer hiking, we were fleeing. The sun began to set, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. The thought of spending another night in these woods, another night of those dreams, was unbearable. We pushed ourselves to the absolute limit, our bodies screaming in protest, our minds teetering on the edge of hysteria. Just as the last sliver of sunlight vanished behind the distant peaks, we stumbled out onto the Jeep trail. Liam's SUV was still there, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. We practically fell into the vehicle, slamming the doors shut, fumbling with the keys. Liam started the engine, and the roar of the motor was the sweetest sound I would ever heard. He threw it into reverse, then forward, tearing down the trail, kicking up a cloud of dust. We did not look back. We just drove faster and faster until the dirt trail turned to gravel and the gravel to pavement. We did not stop until we were well out of the mountains, pulling into the first brightly lit gas station we saw. We spilled out of the car, gasping for breath, our bodies aching, our minds reeling. We looked like we would seen a ghost or worse. Liam went inside to pay for gas, while Sarah and I just stood there, leaning against the car, trying to process what had just happened. The fluorescent lights of the gas station felt blindingly bright, almost painful after the deep shadows of the forest. The distant sounds of traffic were a welcome cacophony. Suddenly, Sarah let out a choked cry, pointing a trembling finger at the gas station sign. I followed her gaze. Perched on the very top of the brightly lit sign, silhouetted against the night sky, was a large, dark bird. Motionless. Its head was slightly tilted. The owl without eyes. It was smaller now, its immense form from the forest gone, but its shape was unmistakable. That smooth, blank face was turned towards us, even from this distance. The click, click, click echoed in my mind, a phantom sound that would haunt me forever. Liam came out, saw where we were looking, and his face went ashen. He did not say a word. He just got back in the car, started the engine, and drove. We drove all night, not stopping until the sun was high in the sky, and the mountains were a distant smudge on the horizon. We never went back to the mountains. We never spoke of the owl with anyone else. What would we even say? That a blind bird hunted us in our dreams and followed us out of the wilderness. They would think we were crazy. But the dreams never truly stopped. Not the intense, frantic hunts, but the feeling of being watched, of being pursued, often lingers at the edge of my sleep. Sometimes, I will wake in the dead of night, convinced I hear a faint, dry or outside my window, or a soft, rhythmic click, click, click. And sometimes, when I am alone in a quiet room, I will catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow deeper than the others. I will turn, and for a split second, before my mind can rationalize it away, I will swear I see it. That smooth, blank face. That terrible, eyeless void. Still watching. Still waiting. Because some things, once they have seen you, never truly let you go. And some things, once they have hunted you, never truly stop. We hope this story kept you on the edge of your seat. Do not forget to subscribe and hit the like button to support our growing community of mystery seekers. And if you have lived through something strange or terrifying, share your story with us below so others can feel that same chill.